Ay, Sosa on the lead.
Gang in this bitch, gang in this bitch, nigga. Gang in this bitch, gang in this bitch, nigga.
Ay, 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 ay,
Gang, bitch, bang, niggas, bang, bang, no, bang, no, gang, no, gang, no,
ay,
bang, no,
ay, ay.
bang, no.
I'm a gorilla in a fucking scoop. Finna pull up to the zoo, nigga. So, nigga, who the fuck is you? I don't know, nigga. No, nigga. Pull up on your blocks. We gon' blow, nigga. Go, nigga. Run, nigga. Run for the pole, nigga. Hey, please, nigga. Hey, gas what I smoke, nigga. Smoke. Gas in my dough, jump out the window, nigga. No, you can't get no money, you silly hoe. Silly hoe. I just hit a stain, finito. Hey, 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 funny dope. Talking out his neck, pistol to his throat, bang. Blow this motherfucker, he gon' choke.
Bang, bang.
On the ground, on the floor, someone pick him up, take him to the mall,
To the fucking thing.
I'm riding through New York,
Skirt, bang, bang.
finna go and shoot New Jersey up.
Bang, bang, bang,
Tryna
bang.
take my chain, I ain't going. We gon' come and blow New Jersey up.
Bang, 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 bang.
You want something? Hurry up, hurry up. Try to rob, bitch, me 30'd up. Just like volcano, bitch, I'm curried up. Cheese in my pockets, velvet up. Hey, 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 I'm a gorilla in a fucking coop. Finna pull up in the zoo, nigga. Go, nigga, who the fuck is you? I don't know, nigga. No, nigga, pull up on your block. We gon' blow, nigga. Go, nigga, run for the pole, nigga. Hey, gas what I smoke, nigga. Feds in my dough, jump out the window, nigga. No, you can't get no money, you silly hoe. Silly hoe. I just hit a stain, finito. Hey, finesse. Hey, I just hit a stain, finnego. Finesse. I just hit a stain, finito. Finesse. Just got 24 fucking folk.
20 bands,
I
nigga.
spit that shit on the fucking coat. On my motherfucking ear. Now I got one ear low.
Bling, bling, bling.
But I'ma still put some diamonds on it.
Gang, gang, bling, bling.
Baby girl, these diamonds are not phony.
They not phony, huh?
This car I got it came from Barcelona.
Barcelona, huh?
These shoes I got came from fucking Paris.
50, huh?
This bitch mad cause I don't do marriage.
I don't want no
Let a
marriage.
nigga slide, no we don't do scary. We told pit stars, no we don't do worry.
Bang, 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 bang.
I'm a gorilla in a fucking scoop. Finna pull up to the zoo, nigga. Go, nigga, who the fuck is you? I don't know, nigga. No, nigga, pull up on your block. We gon' blow, nigga. Go, nigga, run for the pole, nigga. Wait, what? Gas what I smoke, nigga. Feds in my dough, jump out the window, nigga. No, you can't get no money, you silly hoe. You silly hoe, you go. I just hit a stain, finito. Finito.
What's good with y'all? This the hardest song I heard since 1,000 miles. Yo, what's good with y'all? Get active. We finna beat this. Cause they call me Evan Too Smooth for a reason, bro. We finna beat this now. Hold on, is it plugged in? Where's my headphones? Okay. We finna beat this game, bro. Make sure you share with all your friends so that they. Oh, I forgot to. Play that song again. Hold on 1 second. Yo. Okay, hold on. Done. Hold on 1 second. Cancel. Okay. Play the song again. Say less. Run it.
Ay,
Gang, gang, gang,
Sosa on the lead.
gang in this bitch, gang in this bitch, nigga. Gang in this bitch, gang in this bitch, nigga.
Hey, I'm a gorilla in a fucking coop. Finna pull up to the zoo, nigga. So, nigga, who the fuck is you? I don't know, nigga. No, nigga. Pull up on your blocks. We gon' blow, nigga. Go, nigga. Run, nigga. Run for the pole, nigga. Hey, please, nigga. Gas what I smoke, nigga. Smoke. Feds in my dough, jump out the window, nigga. No, you can't get no money, you silly hoe. Silly hoe. I just hit a stain, finito. Hey, funny dope. Talking out his neck, pistol to his store, bang. Blow this motherfucker, he gon' choke. Nah, bang. On the ground, on the floor, so pick him up, take him to the mall, to the fucking thing. I'm riding through New York, skirt, bang, finna go and shoot New Jersey up, bang. Tryna take my chain, I ain't going, nigga. We gon' come and blow New Jersey up, bang. You want something? Hurry up, nigga. Tryna rob, bitch, we 30'd up, just like volcanoes, bitch, I'm curried up. Keys in my pockets, velvet up. Hey. I'm a gorilla in a fucking coop. Finna pull up in the zoo, nigga. Nigga, who the fuck is you? I don't know, nigga. No, nigga. Pull up on your block. We gon' blow, nigga. Go, nigga. Run for the pole, nigga. Hey. Gas what I smoke, nigga. Feds in my dough, jump out the window, nigga. No, you can't get no money, you silly hoe. I just hit a stain, finito. Hey, I just hit a stain, finnego. Finesse. I just hit a stain, finito. Finesse. Just got 24 fucking folk. 20 bands, nigga. Spit that shit on the fucking coat. On my motherfucking my ear. Now I got one ear low. Bling. But I'ma still put some diamonds on. Gang, bling. Baby girl, these diamonds are not phony. They not phony, huh? This car I got, it came from Barcelona. These shoes I got came from fucking Paris. 15, huh? This bitch mad cause I don't do marriage. I don't want no marriage. Let a nigga slide, no we don't do scary. We told pit stars, no we don't do worry. Bang. I'm a gorilla in a fucking scoop. Finna pull up to the zoo, nigga. Who the fuck is you? I don't know, nigga. No, nigga. Pull up on your block. We gon' blow, nigga. Go, nigga. Run for the pole, nigga. Hey. Gas what I smoke, nigga. Feds in my dough, jump out the window, nigga. No, you can't get no money, you silly hoe. Silly hoe, you go. I just hit a stain, finito.
Played your song again, Alex. You know what I'm saying? Hold on, me. Junk. Yo, Alex, you still here? Hey, again. Or is that enough? Here. Alright, bro. Let me get it. Let me wait until people get in here. Hey. Play it again. Alright, say less. Alright, make sure you share with your friends, you feel me? Make sure you share with your friends and family. You know what I'm saying, bro? Hold on, let me see. Shoot, we gotta run that back. You feel me?
Ay, Sosa on the lead.
Gang in this bitch, nigga. Gang in this bitch,
Hey,
gang, bitch, bang, nigga, bang, gang, bang,
I'm a gorilla in a fucking scoop. Finna pull up to the zoo, nigga. So, nigga, who the fuck is you? I don't know, nigga. nigga. No, nigga. Pull up on your blocks. We gon' blow, nigga. Go, nigga. Run, nigga. Run for the pole, nigga. Hey, please, nigga. Hey, gas what I smoke.
Hold on, wait. They said I'm fine with it though. Alright. Wait, then why'd you say yeah? What is he saying yeah to? What is he saying yeah to? Oh. Your wave hits is kinda hurt. Wait, what did you mean by yeah then? What did you you said I'm like, oh, I'll trip. Oh, man, my string was behind. Alright, bet. Yeah. See, this is what I don't like about streaming tonight, cause the chat be right here and the letters is white, and then like my window, like I can't see. Dang, I think I'm messy, bro. You know what I'm saying? I'm not messy. Yeah. Hey, make sure you get your friend. Hold on, let me get my controller. I need to finesse. It's got 24 on a coat and a no bling. I'm still put some diamonds on the change. Hey, I'm thinking, should I start right now or should I wait until people get in here? Should I start right now or wait until people get in here to play FNAF? What you thinking, Alex? Cause you the only one speaking. You feel me? Why is my mic like? Hold on. Oh bro. Hold on. Performance. Whoa. What the? Yo, I don't know what I just did, bro. Hold on 1 second. I feel like it's slower than usual. Hold on 1 second. Properties. Yo, is the sound lower than usual? Like, is it quieter? Let me ask Nathan. Damn, hold on. I need to ask Nathan something. You said no? Wait, what was the question? God, I need to remember what I be saying. I think I said, is the audio low? Alright, so do I start? What's it called? Do I start right now? Or do I wait until people get in here? Oh, let me at least open the game. Let me just open the game, you feel me? Let me just open the game. Yeah, baby. I just realized, whoa, I never saw that. Bro. God. Big DD Photon, yes sir. Get it. Hey, make sure you share it with your friends. Make sure you get your friends in here. You feel me? Nah, but should I start like right now? Or do I start when people get in here? Cause we got flow right now. Should I wait until we get like 7, 8? Or do I just start right now? What y'all thinking? me off once. You feel me? Oh, baby. 17. No. Hey. Oh, look. I'm right back out here so fine, though. I wanna know if I can hit it from behind, though. Play for night. Whoa. I had to start a whole nother game. What do you mean? Just for fun. I had to start the whole start over. Start right now. I bet. I'm coming in with this delicious clink. There's really no strategy for night 4. I ain't even gonna lie. I can't do the usual whatever it's called. Oh, he's calling me. Oh, he's already active, bro. Who's banging on the door? Oh, this is where he gets dropped. Why is it moving so slow? Whoa. Well, there's no way it's supposed to be moving this slow right now. Is my joystick broken? Do I need WD-40 or something, bro? What the heck? Yo. Tell me this isn't like mad. Okay. Maybe it's because I hadn't used it in a minute. I don't hear the laughs. Okay, 1 a.m. I heard Freddy's laugh. Okay, hold on. Cause listen. L power exists. Hey, chill out. Okay. So they tell me to close the door when I hear Freddy's laugh. Okay, let me look. How long to close door when you hear Freddy laugh? Night 4. Okay. How to deal with Freddy when he's at your door? Bro, what? Okay. Yo, what the? Yo, okay. How long to close the door? Okay, alright, bro. It don't even matter. Okay, I heard his laugh again. Okay, this is L power usage. I ain't even gonna lie, bro. Horrible power usage. Horrible power usage. I ain't even gonna lie. Okay. Breathe, Evan. Breathe. Evan. Breathe. I'm gonna open the door. Bro, stay laughing. Alright, 2 a.m. Let me stretch. You know what I'm saying? Let me stretch. You feel me? Oh, you can't see what the hour is. Hold on. Good looks. Gotta get a good stretch in, you feel me? Okay. Ooh. Okay, I feel it at my shoulders. Okay. 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 We gonna play the game. Bro. We gonna play. Okay. Let's get it. Somebody's coming. Okay, there. Yeah, I knew it. Not even really that. That means Freddy is near. Dang, bro, leave. This is horrible power usage. I ain't even gonna lie. My stomach hurts. I ain't even gonna lie. Okay. Okay, 3 a.m. Gotta get my dynamic stretches in, you feel me? Okay. Ooh. Okay. Y'all breathe in, breathe out. Breathe in, breathe out, okay? My shoulder kind of hurts. I ain't even gonna lie. I think it's because of the game, bro. Teen camp gonna be a 2A days. I thought it's 4. Luke extra backup. What's good, Luke extra backup? What do you mean teen camp gonna be 2A days? What you mean teen camp gonna be 2A days? I thought it was 4. I thought it was 4 days. I thought it was a 4-day count. Two workouts a day? Are you for real? Dang, that's a lot. I ain't even gonna lie. That's morning and night. Goodness. Bro, the crazy thing, 5:30. Wait, was that on the syllabus or something? Was that on the syllabus? I ain't even read it. Alright, bro. 33%. 33%. 3 hours left. I need to set a timer. Setting a timer just makes everything better, bro. Hold on 1 second, 1 second. How long is a night on FNAF? Setting a timer makes everything 8 minutes. Golly. Oh, no. I mean an hour. I was about to say an hour. 89 seconds. 89 seconds. Okay, so 89 seconds times 3. 89 times 3. 267. 267 seconds and minutes. 267 seconds in minutes. 6. Oh man, nah, that's not even gonna help, bro. I ain't even gonna lie. That's not gonna help my mental. Okay. And Nathan said he was working. Dang. The one time you stream early. What the f... What happened? Yo, what? Oh. Oh! Aw, man. I looked away too long, bro. Oh, God. Oh, jeez. Oh, jeez. Yeah, he playing. He be on the practice. Man, lame, man. Lame, man. Slap. Lame, man. White screen. You know what I'm saying? Dude's lame. Wait, he is? Yeah. Dang. What do you mean, dang? See, this is why nobody uses this, bro. Hey, bro. Hey, bro. Why you ask? Hold on 1 second, y'all. 1 second, y'all. She's not my You see, you can't really say it. You on live, my G. You on live, my G. boy said he has his rough moments. What you mean, my boy? Elaborate. I'm playing. I ain't, you know what I'm saying? Damn. Okay. At Mason, y'all got team count? Sure, do y'all got team count? Okay. We got this. Foxy ain't even left. Perfect. Foxy ain't even left. Perfect. See, look at this. That's all we really care about. Okay. Let me just stretch. You know what I'm saying? Let me just stretch. Okay. Okay. Ooh. Hold on, wait. Okay. Okay. Actually, hold on. Alright, 8 minutes and 55 seconds. Say less. I'm gonna set a timer for 8 minutes and 55 seconds. 0 hours, 55 seconds. So basically 9 minutes. And this is I'm gonna just put 50. Actually, I'm gonna put 45 because that's around where I am right now. Boom, starting at the same time. Okay. Whoa, hold on. Okay, we got this. Okay. No, this our last week of summer practice. Y'all don't got no team, bro. We got this last week of summer practice, and then we got what's it called? Team count. Big brr. Okay. I'm distracting myself. Hold on, wait. My timer went off. I need to turn off low power mode. You say you finna come back around 9ish? I bet. Chica low-key selling Freddy, because anytime I hear Freddy's laugh, Chica's right there. Freddy could have clapped me, but Chica wanna sell. God, leave. Bro, leave me alone. Wait, team camps not helmet and pads? Austin said two a days after a can't. How? Oh, and hold on, let me pause this. When we be in school? When does school start? Hold on, when does school start? Hold on. I'm getting distracted. I know. I'm getting distracted. Let me just do this real quick, see what's talking about. Sign in, log in. I need to look at my rosters. Okay, calendar. School starts July is not. When does school start? Okay, 11. Okay, August 11th. When does scene count? The 25th and stuff. Okay. I hear Chica. See, cause I hear Freddy's laugh, bro. Bro, but here's the thing. I will open the door, right? But one, I'm hearing Freddy's laugh, and I hear Chica's footsteps. So, like, you know what I'm saying? So, like, should I really open the door? You know what I mean? Bump it. See, bro, I can't keep the door. Like, Freddy is active, bro. Let me close both. See what they got going on. L power. See, I know, bro. What's the title of this stream? Hold on. Is it finna beat? So, open all doors, put down camera. Are you crazy? Are you crazy, Kevin? I mean, Mason? Exactly. I can't open the door when Freddy's laughing. Because that means I'm finna get clapped. If Freddy is laughing, you know what, bro? I'm going back to YouTube, bro. I need to figure it out. Bro. When did he close the door or whatever? I need to find out, bro. I'm not gonna be able to beat this, bro. I just plugged in my headphones. Okay, bro. What type of time you on, Mason? Exactly, bro. This one. I ain't even gonna look at the screen if I do that. I ain't even gonna lie. Okay. FNAF 1 Night 4. Oh wait, this is PC guide. Shoot, it don't even matter for real. Why are you using that calculator?
YouTube TV has no hidden fees and includes unlimited DVR. Try it free.
What the? Anyway, they didn't hit me.
Google Ads can help you find new customers, no matter how they search for your business. Say you own a coffee shop.
Well, what is up, everybody? This is Kevin here, and we're going to continue with night 4. Things really start getting difficult this night, so trying to conserve as much power now in the beginning before it gets crazy. In the game, sub and open the laptop, because if not, he will get in and you will be stuck. Whenever you hear the laugh, door lock first, laptop. So we're looking here at Foxy, we're doing okay, and we're just waiting for the pit pat, little checks in the light. Maybe like every 5 seconds, you want to check to see that he hasn't moved there.
lose, bro. I'm finna lose, bro. I might as well start over, bro. Turn down that. Oh, I forgot. I had it up because I was, what's it called? I was listening to Finito. You know what? I might as well just, you know what I'm saying? Just start over, right? You gotta get a camera soon because I can drive in October. Shoot. Alright, bro. I'm finna start over. I had L. You know what? Nah, bro. Should I start over? With, because I'm at 48% at 2 a.m. Should I start over? Wire in. Should I start over, y'all? Just clutch it? Bro. How? I think I sold the bag, I ain't gonna lie. I think I sold the bag, bro. But I'ma try. They call me Evan Too Smooth for a reason. That was actually terrifying. In fact, I ain't have no sound. Use little energy for this hour. Right? But I have to use energy, or first of all, Foxy's gonna build, right? And then Kevin should get out on me. See, Foxy done left his. Ooh, see, I knew it, bro. That's why they was messing with my power. I thought that Bonnie was finna up there. Okay. Ooh, okay. One day, but I'll probably vlog the music journey, how I be feeling. One day, but I'll probably vlog the music journey and how I be feeling when I be Hey, W or L power management in this past hour. W or L. Hold on 1 second. Okay, how much is an hour again? How long is an hour? 89 seconds, 89 times 2. 89 times 2. 178. Okay, hold on. Wait, no. What's up, new viewer here? What's good, you Kane? What's good, you Kane in the game? Hey, make sure you join. What's the game? What's the name? TSG. Too Smooth Game. Too Smooth Game forever. You feel me? Make sure you join the Discord. Hold on. Let me send the invite to the Discord though. Make sure you join the Discord, you feel me? So you can join. You know what I'm saying? We got the best Discord on the planet. You know what I'm saying? Hold on 1 second, y'all. 1 second, y'all. 1 second, y'all. Hold on 1 second, y'all. Kane in the game on me, bro. Hold on 1 second, y'all. Control V. Make sure you join the Discord. Hold on, let me pin this. Pin message. Alright, let's get back to it, you feel me? Okay. Okay, I got this. I got this, bro. Oh, one thing about Foxy though. If bro does like actually get escaped or whatever and bangs on the door, it takes like a whole lot of power. I seen it, bro. I seen it with my own 2 eyes. Let's go. Yes, sir. He just joined the Discord, joined the gang. You feel me? I almost sold, bro. No cap, I almost just sold, bro. I almost didn't close the door on Chica. I think it's an L, bro. I ain't even gonna lie, bro. I think it's an L. I think it's an L, bro. 3 minutes with 14, 3 hours with 14 minutes left, bro. Is that even possible? You know what I mean? Like, can I actually beat the game with 3 hours left and 14%? Let me look it up. Can you beat FNAF Night with 14% and 3 hours left? Okay. See, they don't got the answers, bro. They don't got the answers. They don't got the answers, Sway. Whoa. 4 p.m. Okay, hold on. What did I just do? I just did the math of how long that is. 178. Okay. 178 minutes. 178 minutes. And no, seconds. Golly, bro. Seconds to minutes. 2.96 minutes. What does that even mean? What is 2.9 minutes, bro? Let me look up 2.9 minutes to minutes. 0.9 minutes. 2 minutes. See, that lead made no sense. 2.9 minutes by. See, man. I think I just got a clutch. I'm closing my eyes, bro. Arisha. What's good with you, Arisha? Arshaya? Oh no, yeah, Arshaya. What's good with you, Arshaya? Man, like, shoot. Bro, not even scary. Was that a different animation? Was that a different... Hold on. Did I, like, actually get clapped by him? Or wait, hold on. That's gotta be a different animation. I don't remember that. No, I think that's the same one. I think that's the same one, but what? It don't even matter, bro. I don't know, bro. This game is just... I got past the first 3 light nights, and then ever since then, it's just been like, I can't do. Nah, bro, I don't mess with scary games. I ain't bad memories. Alright. You know what I'm saying? I hope you ain't get scared. What do you mean, like what kind of bad memories you had? Like bad, or just like, you know what I'm saying? Like, what do you mean by that? I think we gotta come back to it tomorrow. I ain't even gonna lie, bro. I ain't even gonna lie. I'm gonna have to come back to it tomorrow, bro. I might just have to. I got other plans for the stream, you feel me? I might just have to come back to this tomorrow, bro. See, I don't want to, though, bro. Like, honestly, I really want to do it today. You said, I got a camera. I'm finna start using it when I get my license. I can. You do know that you can't drive without, try that computer game? Nah, it's just gonna bug out the stream. I have to figure out, because I changed my settings so that I didn't lag on this game. But then I would have to change my settings again, but I can't change it while I'm on stream, you feel me? But you have to wait 6 months to drive with people in your car or something like that. Or drive with one person, and then it's like another. I can't drive without one. What's it called? You can drive, but you just can't drive with like people in your car that's like under 18 or not related to you or something like that for like 6 months. I'm not waiting. Hey, I'm not getting shot by 12, bro. I'm not sure you get a shot by 12. You gotta be a star. Alright, bro. I do have a plan. I do have a plan for the stream, bro. I do have a plan for the stream. Hold on, I'm finna change the title. Y'all finna see what I got going on. Alright, you know what I'm saying? I came in this stream with a plan, you feel me? I came in the stream with a plan, you feel me? Bro, I ain't even gonna lie. One of these days, I want to do a talent show. Like, a talent show would be fire. I ain't even gonna lie, bro. I ain't gonna lie. One of these days, I need to do a talent show. That gonna be cold, bro. I ain't even gonna lie. Like, we got 4 people up in this. You know what I'm saying? Hold on 1 second. Watch this. Look at the title. Look at this title. Oh wait, no. Cancel. He was not on a sit inside your boy. 21 immortal. I would never lie. Call me bird dog, cause I cheat and I fly. Okay, on the road to becoming the best black chess player. Y'all see the title? I have music on full volume. What you mean? I'm finna play online immediately. I will be the best black chess player, bro. Play as a guest. Play. Alright, bro. You know what I'm saying? Boom. You know what I'm saying? I'm cold for real. How the I can move it all. How do you? I mean, oh, okay. How do I... What's taking them so long? It's not that serious. Your game with guests. Oh. How do you do that? How the Okay, it's cool though. It's cool though. It's cool though. It's cool though. It's cool. It's cool, bro. It's cool, bro. Boom. No. I couldn't move my character. But boom, I kill you. You know what I mean? You know what I'm saying? There's a timer right there, but I have no idea what it means. Boom. I can move his pieces too. Oh, I gotta move my king. Okay, okay. Okay. Okay, watch this though. Watch this though. I didn't mean to move him. No. See, he gonna kill me, bro. He gonna kill me for real. I gotta beat his dude. I don't think I gotta move this. Okay. Okay. Okay, you know what I'm saying? Okay. Okay. Found you love annoying you, yo. Okay. Boom. Watch this though. You beat the Doonies down. What? Hold on a second. 1 second. Oh, whoa, 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 whoa. Hold on. He clapped me. He clapped me. I got clapped. Hold on. I can't go backwards. How did he do that? My pawn's going all the way. My pawn's going all the way. My pawn is going all... Do I have a Gatorade in here? My pawn is going all the way. What just happened? Oh wait, no, that's not my character. Boom. Ooh, okay. Bro, I missed it. Did you beat it? No, sir. No, sir. I ain't gonna lie. It was hurting my brain, you feel me? It was not safe for my, you know what I'm saying, the mental state of my health, you know what I'm saying? So, you know what I'm saying? I just decided that it was in my best interest to leave it till tomorrow. Tomorrow I'm finna beat it. I swear I'm finna beat it, bro. I swear I'm finna beat it tomorrow. I'm gonna beat it tomorrow, bro. I swear. Swear I'm gonna beat it tomorrow. How do... Yo. Can I do this? Man, that's some bull, bro. That's some bull, bro. I ain't even gonna lie, bro. That's some bull. This some... Is that my queen or my king? How the what is this? What is... This is the... Oh, this is the queen. If you don't get your... Hold on, let me put this right here. No. Oh, he's finna clap my king. Ooh, no. But I can clap his queen. I can clap his queen. Do it. Do it. You a lame man. I ain't even gonna lie. You a lame man, bro. Like, I thought I had him, bro. I thought I really hit him with that, you know what I'm saying? That strategy. Cause this game is about strategy. This game is about strategy. What did I say? I said this game is about strategy. Hey, should I host a talent show soon? I don't know who I'm gonna have on there. Nah. Okay. Boom. Yes, me. I bet. Hold on. After this, after I most likely lose this chess game, We should host a talent show, no cap. Discord talent show, no cap, what? No cap, what? No cap, what? Hey, you better not do nothing crazy. I ain't even. Is it my turn? Ooh, it's my turn. It's my turn. Ooh, I can't do that. Ooh, I can't do that either. What? I'm confused. How many spaces does the horse move? Okay, hold on. Oh, that horse can clap me. Okay. Oh, that puts me in the, oh, so I can only move it right there, okay. Because due on like a Thursday. Alright, bet. Okay. Boom. 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 Shake something. See, bro, what? Shake some. Let me see you shake some. Drop a low, can I feel low with my thumb? Booty swole, booty fat, booty plump. If you got a problem, shake some. How do I? Oh, I'm so stupid. Booty fat, booty swole, booty plump. If you want a problem, say some, shake some. Let me see you shake some. I think I made a mistake. I ain't even gonna lie, bro. I think I made a mistake. I truly think I made a mistake. You feel me? I feel like he is at an advantage at the moment. Let me try to move it. Oh, so I'm in checkmate. Oh, okay. That's cool though. I'm just fearless for real. You know what I'm saying? People not fearless like me. You know, they be scared to they be scared, you know. I'm never scared. I always face the challenge head on. You might say that it's an unintelligent move, you feel me? Taking my king all the way down. If you say it's a dumb move, you're just racist. You're anti-black. You don't want to see a black man be the greatest player on the earth. And is that okay? Nah, it's not okay. But ain't nothing I can do about it, as I am just a dude on the internet. See. Ooh, raps. Ooh, I didn't even realize that. Is it his turn? Is it my turn? I guess it's his turn. I mean, my turn. Take some. Let me see you take some. Drop a low, can I feel it with my thumb? Booty swole, booty fat, booty plump. If you want a problem, say some. Shake some. Let me see you shake some. Drop a low. Let me check the Discord. You feel me? Alright, it's alright. Is it my turn? Okay. Ooh, I can kill him. We're taking W's. On the road to... I need some music. It's way too quiet. I forgot I'm playing chess. Bro. I forgot I'm playing the game of chess. Hold on. Whoa, I'm running out of time. Hold on. Yo. I'm probably gonna get clapped, no cap. Yup. Okay, let me get some music playing. Hold on, wait. Y'all can't see my playlist. My playlists are different. You know what I mean? And I said everybody has different playlists. And that's okay. You know what I'm saying? Cause like, think about it. What's 2 plus 4? See, you don't know. 3 plus 4 equals 5. 5 plus 5 equals 6. You know what I'm saying? My mama just got home. I got 2 minutes and 50 seconds left. Yo, change. Turn it down. I can't even hear it. What the heck?
Google Ads can help you find new customers no matter how they search for your business. Say you own a coffee shop.
Yo, why the... You said turn it down. Yo, why can't I hear it? Yo, what the heck? Okay, headphones. Yo, what? Yo, can y'all hear? What the heck? Yo. What the heck, bro? Yo. I feel so stupid, bro. Alright, let me turn it down. I ain't gonna lie, this beat kinda doo-doo. Ooh, I'm almost out of time. Okay. Black man playing chess. I'm a black man playing chess. Even though I'm black, you know, I'm the best. Hold on. Wait. You know, hold on. Wait. It's too low now? Hold on. Wait. Hold on. Wait. Black playing chess. You ain't never heard of that. Hold on. Wait. 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 Listen. I'm gay. No, I'm not. This is how I play. Lick 'em up and down. Eat. Beat your mama. Meat. Wait. Your daddy on my plate. Your mama on my plate. Yeah. Almost out of time. Right. Oh. So is it you gay or daddy on my plate? What you mean? I don't know what you're talking about. I ain't say that. Man, that's some dookie, bro. That's some dookie mistakes, blunders, miss wins. Man, run that back, bro. Run that back, bro. Run that back, bro. Eagle. Run that back. Rematch requested. Actually, no. New 10 minutes. Alright, bet. I'm finna win this time. Light work. Hold on. Wait, hold on. Wait, hold on. 90 pen freestyle on this beat. I be your mama meat. Hold on. Wait, that's gay. You might have to spend the night at Kiss house. Alright. God. Suck on this car. Hold on, wait. Playing chess. It's a game, not a game. It's a lifestyle. I'ma pull it with a right crowd. With the night down. And the sun down. Hold on. Like you right. No. That just do. Lick his boo boo. Yeah, that nasty. Yeah, it's plastic. I'm just saying stuff. I don't know what I'm saying. I just like to say stuff. Sometimes I talk to hear my own voice, I ain't even gonna lie. I'm surprised he didn't take my pawn. What happens if he runs out of clock? Because I have more clock than him. Oh, it's my turn. Maybe I'll play the clock game. Maybe I can beat him by having more time left. I took 2 of his pawns. He took 2 somethings. He just made a move. I'ma make him move. I'ma make him groove. Put him in the news. Hold on. Wait. You didn't think I was finna go that hard. His plays posted it on YT. You saw it? Oh yeah. You ain't even need to watch the plugs. He said specifically plugs don't touch. And then the plug still posted. He posted it himself at like 7 in the morning. Bump the plugs. Plugs are only useful when he say that the plugs can post it. You feel me? Okay. Watch this though. You can say I'm unexperienced. And I'll say that is true. But what you can't say is that I am new. You might be like, bro, what does that mean? Oh, what does that mean? And I'll say, okay, we chilling. I have no more pawns other than this one. Okay, he's under 7 minutes. He's under 7 minutes. What's taking him so long, bro? think I'm finna win, bro. Cause he's still making his. He's over here thinking, I am the coochie man. No sir, no sire. See, he's over here making these strategical decisions. I'm not thinking. See, when you don't think, you make better decisions, bro. Is this the suggested space for me to go to or something? Yeah, I think, oh, that's what it's telling me. But then that's setting me up to get murked. What are they talking about? If we go to good, we doing it. Alright. I'm finna take this W. You know what I'm saying? Yo, this beat's low-key doo-doo. I ain't even gonna lie. Retry these ones. This is better. Yeah, this is better, I guess. He's still going. I won. Okay, that means that I'm the best black chess player in the world now. You know what I mean? You know what I mean? So I'm just gonna claim that title right now. I don't see anybody that wants to take the title of the world's best black chess player because I just want a chess game. I don't play chess. So that obviously makes me the best black Twitch player. I mean, you know what I mean? Hold on a second. Hey, bro. You know what I'm saying? Time to segue into this portion of the video. Or the, you know what I'm saying, the stream. One second, y'all. Headphone, no. Front speaker out. Properties. Default. Is it working? Alright, that. Alright. You know what I'm saying? I'm finna have the best, you know what I'm saying, most W goddamn, you know what I'm saying, Minecraft world there ever is, bro. Like, nobody's Minecraft world is finna be comparable to mine.
Purchase your tracks today.
See, what is this, bro? Edit character. me the OG. Oh, equip. I have to press equip. That's the problem. Okay. Let me edit this. Let me change the title. The TSG server.
Purchase your tracks today.
Let's go. I'll leave my face itching. Get that in blood. Okay. You know what I'm saying? Welcome to my home abode. You know what I'm saying? Double doors. You know what I'm saying? We in the trap for real. So we got the double doors. You feel me? Here's the screen door. You know what I mean? It's got a assault a horse as soon as we get out of the house. You know what I'm saying? It's ritual. It's code. It's the code of the land. You feel? Ooh, I'm finna sneeze. Hold on. Hey, tell me if the music is too loud. Okay, y'all. We gotta make progress today. This house looks terrible. Let's go get some wood. Make the house look better. Let's go get some wood, you feel me? Ooh. Okay. Okay. I'm like, you know what I'm saying? What's his name? Paul Bunyan? Yeah, call me Paul Bunyan for real. Paul Bunyan like me for real. Paul Bunyan, you know what I'm saying? Paul Bunyan looks up to me. I don't look up to Paul Bunyan. Paul Bunyan looks up to me, bro. I turned up the audio on Minecraft so that, cause it's looking kind of silent. Yeah, that's way better. Hold on, let me just make sure that it's not louder than me. Hold on, let me just make sure that it's not louder than me. Okay, it's not louder than me. What the? Alright, we gonna have a multicolored house. I ain't even gonna lie, bro. But you know, I don't know where that came from. Oh. I'm sorry, bro. Like, it just had to be done, you feel me? Like, some things just have to happen. And that was one of those things, you feel me? Oh. Okay. It's gotta break on this one. How is it not broken? How is this not broken? Oh my my eye. Oh gosh. Yo. Jump itchy. Okay, bro. Now time to go back to the crib. You know what I'm saying? Get some more resources. Hold on, what do I do with the raw iron? Padres at Braves has been postponed. Does it look like I need to get rid of the Braves on ESPN because I don't even watch baseball. I just press all the Atlanta teams. Nope, it's time to go to sleep. You can only sleep at night. Then what was that? Okay. Raw iron. Let me put that in the furnace. See what happens. Eat it. Are you sure? Let me see what it makes. Nice. Are you sure that it's not nighttime, my boy? Okay. Let's see over here. How did it change from nighttime to, daytime to nighttime that quick? Okay, so we finna be. I don't got nothing though. Let me go to my crafting table and I'm gonna build me. No. Let me just wait. Let me wait it out. Let me make a smart decision of what I'm gonna do with my iron.
This summer, will you? The more people get vaccinated, the more places will open back up.
Is that an ad I hear?
We can do
I ain't gonna lie. I think I
Health and
found the
Human
cheat
Services.
code for real. Cause when I leave the stream on, I be getting dummy watch outs, bro. When I leave on at night. Okay, let me get some of this. Oh yeah. Ooh. Okay. Get all that. Okay, so we got all the wood. Now let's start completing our house. Well, I need food. Let me eat. I need to eat. Okay, I need to eat some. You know what I'm saying? I love the music in Minecraft, bro. Hold on. Hear that? You can hear? Ooh. But y'all can still hear the desktop music? Alright. Yo, what the what is that? Where'd it go? armor. I got armor. I got armor. A helmet. Drip. I'm dripped out. I ain't gonna lie. Whoever put together the Minecraft soundtrack needs a raise, bro. Man, this y'all got me feeling, bro. Feeling things I ain't ever felt before. You feel me? Okay. Let me finish building my house. I'm gonna make a 15-year-old boy cry, man. Man, keep playing the music, bro. Okay. So here's my plan. It's gonna be multicolored, yes. Yes, it's gonna be multicolored. That is unfortunate. But life is life, you feel me? You only can do it with the cards that you're dealt with. In the box, the you know what I'm saying? The noises, so satisfying, you feel me? Okay. But then I'm gonna break this, right? So I can preserve as many bricks as possible. Ooh. Okay. Ooh. Ooh, hold on. Ooh. 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 Why I keep moaning, I don't know. Dang it. Boom. Boom, 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 boom. 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 Ah. 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 You like orange popsicles? I'm not answering that question. Ah. Just the fact that what do you mean by that, boy? Like, what do you mean by that? What do you? Ooh, I made an attic too. I made an attic too on accident. I made an attic. This is my attic. Such a random thing to say. You like orange popsicles? Ooh, my house is gonna be cold. I ain't even gonna lie. I'm in a great area right by a village, you feel me? I can steal. I like the purple ones. It's so random. Alright, let's take a big view at our house. See, that looks great. That looks great. I ain't even gonna lie. Okay, 1, 2. my glass. Hold on. L House? Man, why you hating? See, it don't take nothing to show love, nigga. You know what I'm saying? Man, they love to hate. It don't take nothing to show it. Love it, man. It don't. Why did I just roll my R's and it wasn't even an R? I'm gonna get some of this so fresh and so clean glass. You feel me? Now let me start making the attic though. Ooh, hold on. I think I messed up. Okay. Ooh, I'm gonna make this a chimney. This is the chimney. Okay. It's a chimney with no purpose. Wait a minute. Hey, this is just gonna be here temporarily. You feel me? Let me put some lighting in here. Oh yeah, Minecrafter, yes sir. El Laos, yo. This is a W house if I've ever seen one. Alright, let me go to sleep. Ah. Let me put my glass in. Look at your roof, my guy. What you mean? What's wrong with my roof? You broke a hole. Yeah, I realized that. What if I just like now, how do I get back in? That is a great question. Okay. Boom. Simple. Golly, bro. Okay. Okay, let's think about this logistically. You should have covered the whole inside. Okay, now here's where I work the magic. Yes, sir. W attic. W attic. W attic. Let me fight this. Should I fight the monster? I'm gonna clap him real quick so I can go to sleep. You know what I'm saying? W Minecrafter. You know what I mean? I thought it'd be the best mind. Call me Dream, bro. How many times I gotta say this? I'm the Black Dream. Oh man. I'm a little bit broke. You know what I mean? Check out my little attic. You know what I mean? Build a little crafting table. Put it in the corner. You know what I'm saying? Let me build a little, you know what I'm saying? A little chest. Actually, I'm gonna build another bed, right? Boom, this is the guest room. Actually, let me build another bed. Double, it's a full-size bed, bro. Alright. Okay, so what I need for today? Ooh, I have a plan. First, how do I make a shovel? I want to make a stone shovel. How many sticks do you need for a shovel? Okay, how am I shovel? I have my pickaxe, right? Hold on, wait a minute. Let me make my iron pickaxe. Okay, switch. Actually, I'm gonna use the stone pickaxe until I have to use the iron pickaxe. Saying? Actually, I need to get coal so I can make torches, so I can start mining. Hold on. Alright, let's go get coal. Let's go. Yee hee, I'm Mario. Let me go towards this way. Actually, I need to. Oh my gosh, that looks hideous. Oh, oh man. Okay, let me turn on coordinates though. How do I turn on coordinates? Show coordinates. Just use oh yeah, I do have coal in the furnace. Good looks, Kev. Take half. Good looks. Alright, I have 22 torches. Alright, 22 torches. Wait, let me just make some more. I still have more coal left. Might as well. I just didn't have enough sticks. Sticks. Okay, let's get it. Okay. Now let's begin our expedition. What level do you find diamonds at? Oh, that's the music. One second. Alright, let me put some stuff away in my chest. Should I make a basement too? Like low key? Ah. Yo, what? Hair years came in a pack. Oh, bad. Oh wait, no. I need some dirt. I need some dirt. That's for sure. Let me put this back. Ooh, there's cows in here. What's good, Chinectin? You off of work? Everybody tuned in to the stream, you feel me? Ooh. You know what I'm saying? I did an early stream just for you, my way. Where do you work at? Oh, no, don't answer that. Alright, you know what I'm saying? We on some Minecraft chill-ish, you feel me? Whoa. Yeah, what they got going on? Is it nighttime? My boy, it is broad day. Do I have a W house or not? Who is that? Hey, anybody who knows about Minecraft, what am I hearing? Who's chuckling? Who's doing a little ha ha? You know what I mean? I still have yet to find diamonds. Okay, so that's what that means. So the middle one is how far down I am. I haven't found not one single ore. Alright, let's get to expanding. Yo, almost got hurt. Yeah, that could have killed me. You not deep enough? Ooh, I just got flint. I'm getting a whole lot of flint, bro. So is there just not no ores at this level? I'm really out here just wasting my iron shovel, I mean pickaxe, for some goddamn stone, bro. See, I feel like I'm doing a good job at, like, you know what I'm saying, diversifying my go deeper. I did it. I'm not even finding iron, bro. I'm gonna join your server on Wednesday. Alright. Ooh, yes, sir. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. So did they just replace ore with root or raw iron? I guess they did. They replaced ores. I wonder what this. I mean, well, diamonds always look the same. It's never been diamond ore. I mean, well, it is diamond ore, but it never. Ooh. Son of a. Nah, bro, what happened to your work tutorial? To your. Oh. Yeah, what happened to work, Nathan? I'm playing. Yeah, baby. 17. No. Hey. Look. Gotta get in of it. I got off. Where do you... Oh, I was about to ask the same question again. I pull up and I shoot you in your stomach. Get you running. On the pole. Ooh. On the police. I got. Oh, let me give me some little sticks. Let me get 2 more of these. Talking about stream earlier, maybe he's talking about the weekends or something like that. I don't know. Hold on. Okay, let me replace this. I don't even really need the wooden pickaxe at all, to be honest. The wooden pickaxe is kind of, what's the word? Useless. I tried to use a bigger word, but I forgot what the bigger word was. Okay, let me get the rest of this iron. Well lit areas. What is this? Oh, it's coal? See, I knew I just had to go deeper, man. That's what I always said, man. That's what I live by. Go deeper. Whoa, what is this? Oh, jump. Yo, do y'all know what this is? Is that carrots? Raw copper. Yo, what type of updates the game got, bro? Have I not played the game in that long? They got raw copper? They didn't even have copper in the game when I last played. What is this? Oh. Bummer. I like the happy music. Dun, 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 dun. Dun, 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 dun. Dun, dun, dun. Dun, dun, dun. Use the torch, I can't. Oh, yeah. Dun, 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 dun. 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 Dun, dun, dun. This is all underneath my crib? Okay, I hear sounds. What the? Hold on. Whoa. I need to remember my way back up, bro. Yo, this sounds crazy. Okay, I'm gonna go back up. The sounds is kind of making me uncomfortable. Okay. Just light up here. Alright, Twin, I gotta go. You already know W string. I bet. I bet. Oh, I thought I was gonna get lost. Lost in the sauce. No cap. W. What's it called? W mining. No cap. I like this game. Like the updates and stuff. This is different. I like it. I'm saying? I got a whole lot of resources. Natural resources. And it's still daytime? Let me cook up all of this. Let me put some of this. Cook up all of this. What can you do with copper? Anybody know? You know, and when I, you know what I'm saying? When I'm waiting, I can chill out in my attic. Who else got an attic? Food? I don't know if you trolling. Hold on, let me just see. Yeah, this is not food. Alright, let's go. Ooh, let's go get some food. That's a, you know what I'm saying, good reminder. Let's go get out here and get some food. You feel me? Let me just eat some of this cooked meat. Alright. Okay, we good, we good, we good. Okay, let's just go mark some animals. I don't want to do this. Yes, I do. I don't want to do this, little bro. You heard him? He said no. Hey, don't worry about what I'm about to do. I'm going on a rampage. Clean your inventory. Oh, yeah. Let me clean my inventory. Good looks, Kev. Good looks, Kev. Helpful Kevin. You feel me? Let me check on my iron. 11. Alright, bet. Wait, no. Actually, I'm gonna keep some of that dirt. I need some of that dirt, you feel me? Just in case I get stuck somewhere. You know what I mean? Because you always need dirt. Like, as stupid as it sounds, like, it's actually quite important. If you really think about it. Actually, let me get some of that wood. Let me make another chest for my weapons. That are... Never mind. That makes 0 sense. Because why would I want to keep the weapons that I don't need? Alright, let's get it. The sun is setting? No, sir. It's the morning? What? Okay, there you go. Dun, 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 dun. Dun, 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 dun. Dun, dun, dun. How do you make a lead? How do you make a lead? I forget. Cause I know how to I know how to make a like a food farm, you feel me? But I need to make a lead. Can you make a lead? Or do you have to find one? I think you have to find one from one of those villagers. One of those villagers with the llama. Where's the iron golem? Y'all was living all happy, huh? Y'all was living all happy, huh? Not no more. Not no more. I'm sorry. I really don't want to do this, y'all. But I really do at the same time, you feel me? Alrighty. Took care of that. See, this is why you need to bring the dirt, you feel me? Oh no, I was using my sword. So I was weakening my sword. Alrighty. Hey, should I leave the stream on while I'm gone? Like how I usually do? Cause I guess watch hours, but I don't know, y'all. Do y'all be rocking with it? Do y'all be rocking with the videos I be playing? Y'all tell me in the chat. Oh! Why is he so strong? Or whatever his gender is. See, I ain't even really want to smoke with him. You want to smoke with me? 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 What's up? Hey, I know put my guns up. That guns up. Yeah. Yeah. Hold on. Yeah. 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 Bro, summer was so quick this year, bro. But also the school year was quick too. School has just been quick for the past like 2 years. Dang, I didn't even do that. I have to do what I have to do, bro. I'm sorry, I really don't like to do this. I really don't feel enjoyment in murdering animals. But like, a man gotta eat, you know what I'm saying? Yeah, baby. 17. No, boost sign. Oh my Ooh, hold on, wait. Ooh, hold on, wait my Ooh, hold on. Finna kill this cow. Cow. You see, like, sometimes I just be talking. I just be talking to hear my own voice. You know what I'm saying? He already knew what was up. Come on now, you can't escape me. Come on now, you can't escape me. You can't escape me, bro. You can't escape me. See, you trying to run away too. You already knew what was up. You see what I did to your homie. Okay. But I need more, bro. I need more. Yo, what's up, little bro? Yeah, you saw what I did to him. You saw what I did to him, Charlotte's Web. Okay. Yo, what's up, piggy? What's up, little pig? Okay, hold on. I'm finna slide on you too, baby. Well, I need a new sword. You know what I'm saying? That's unfortunate. Yeah, baby. 17. No. Baby girl, you're so dang fine, though. I want to know if I could partake in, y'all ain't even gonna say all that. My humble abode. You feel me? Put all this in here. All that raw pork chop. You feel me? Could beef get you right. Could beef get you right. Eat some apples. Alright, now let me whip up a. Ooh, hold on. Got the whole fit on. Got the whole fit on. Hold on. Got the whole iron drip on, you feel me? I did use a whole lot of the iron that I obtained. Dang. So I'm starting to feel like I made a mistake. Maybe I shouldn't have made a sword. But in life, you gotta take risk. Because if you don't take risk, you know what I mean? You just won't have taken risk. And you'll regret that you didn't do the certain things that you didn't do. Because you didn't do them. You know what I'm saying? I should really become a motivational speaker. Golly, they just Kate. You ain't see a homeboy die? They must not be witnessing all of their people dying. I've been streaming for 2 hours and 14 minutes. Let me take some of this, you feel me? Y'all heard that? Actually, let me use this, whatever I got in my hands. Wait. I think I'm gonna start my farm. Hello again. Can I join this time? Mackenzie, I guess so. You got a PlayStation? I don't. Mackenzie, the baddest bitch. Do you go by another name? Do you play on PlayStation? I mean, you can play it if you play on PlayStation. Aw, brother. Ooh. Let me just get some food. I never seen an actual thing eat grass. Never in my life. Oh, hold on. Let me mine this iron. Alright, let me get back inside. I'm over here acting like it's raining for real. Personally, I changed it. What was your username before? Kenzie B. What was your username before? Kenzie. I mean, but like, cause you said, hello again. Wait, what stream were you in first? Yeah, man. I don't have like a Microsoft account though. Like I just got, what's it called? PlayStation, that's it. We had the best. The one where you play with your voice. Don't you got practice tomorrow? Yes, sir. Indeed. I mean, like I was really trying to keep playing on my PlayStation account. You feel me? Alright. I think I'm gonna just have to, you know what I'm saying, go along with the regular schedule. You know what I mean? Actually, let me do a dunk. It's for mine. Is that for computer or? Yeah, but like. I was really kind of chilling. Like, unless you got a PlayStation, then like. So I was just kind of chilling on this. Okay, let me see what this is talking about. It's fine though. I have a PlayStation. I bet. What am I doing? Hold on, let me think. I'm getting the materials to make a hoe. I only got G. You don't got Minecraft on there? Or just, you know what I'm saying, download it. You feel me? More tools. Alright. So right here, I'm getting Minecraft next to you. Alright, then we can play then. You feel me? What you building? I'm building a, what's it called? A farm. Alright, bet. Dang, am I out of iron? I think I'm out of iron. Actually, what does copper even do? I can make a block of copper. Is that for real it? There's no way that's it, bro. There's no way that's it, bro. Can't make nothing with copper. Alright, hold on. Hold on. Actually, let me go down into my mind. I just need one more piece of iron. Boom. Iron right here. Alright, so I can finish my project. Alrighty. I forgot it was raining. Okay. I need to go to sleep. I'm gonna go to sleep at like 10. Alrighty. That's all I need for real. Hold on, let me just get this last piece. Get this last piece of water. I mean, iron. Alright, now let me make this bucket. Bucket. I don't need this flour. Oh. Okay. Alright, bet. Is it nighttime? Like, I definitely can't tell. Hold on. Oh. Hopefully it's not raining when the dude wakes up. And it's still raining. Golly, bro. Wait a minute. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Alright, bet. Okay, so we got this. I really have the perfect space. Alright, bet. What the? Boom. You still need water to be able to take from it? What do you mean? Once it stops moving, you can use it as a source. Oh. Good looks, good looks. Alright, bet. Golly. Junk, how'd I run out of dirt? Oh, goodness. Let me just get some dirt. Get back set. Alright, bet. Oh, gamer. You can actually save water because one block of water wets. Oh, I think it looks better like this though. On each side of it. Alright. Now let me get my seeds. I could really turn up the tick speed. I've never been so interested in something in my life. Alrighty. Is turn up the tick speed cheating? Is that lane line? Yes, sir. Alrighty. Now since I got that, right? I need to make the pen. I need to make the pen for the animals. Alright. can't get no more fences? The dirt bandit. Oh, let me see what you're talking about. Now it's gonna turn the same color. By the way, I might want to change the wall to fences with carpets over them, because mouse can still trample in the dirt. I'm gonna just use it like, how? Alright, hold on. Yo, why can't I make no fences? Oh, I need sticks. Let me do it. Get rid of some of this stuff. Mouse can't jump over fence, but can jump up on the. But you can jump in. Oh. I forgot about that. Hold on, let me see if I have the materials to make a carpet. To make carpet, I mean. Okay, carpet. Yo, how do you make carpet? Oh. Golly. Let me drop this flower. Alright, I just need. Hold on, my mama's calling me. Hello? Hello? Yes. Okay. Alright, bye. Hold on a second. Good with y'all. We just need one carpet, I bet. Alright. What the? Oh, my door is open. Alright. When we come back from TCAP. That is practice twice a day? I thought we just had workouts twice a day. Oh, he dropped the egg for me. Jump. Oh, he's following me because I have seeds in my hand. Oh, I need to eat. I need to eat. Is this cooked? Alright, bet. But did I make the fences? What the oh. Who dropped this broken wooden axe? Okay. What else you need to make a fence? Alrighty. Alright. Oh no. Oh no. Oh, that's bad. Yeah, that's not good. Okay. Alright then. Alright, you know what I'm saying? We just gotta be big brain, you know? Oh, jump. Okay. Okay. I was tripping again. Twice a day? That's still loud. I ain't even gonna lie. Alright, 6:30 a.m. to 8:30 a.m. 6:30. Are you for real? How long does that last for? Until school starts? What the? Dang. I got dang. Or what? Alright. flour, bro. Let me put this chest down. The week we come back from team camp. That's crazy. The kickbacks up. The kickbacks up. The kickback. Alright. Then I need the carpet. There we go. I was just joking. I don't need it right there. Okay, so the plants is growing good. Now I need to build the pen for the animals. Alrighty. What's that sound? Yeah, they say August 2 through 9. E. And then on the 10th we have 5:30 a.m. practice. 5:30. That's the day before, what's it called, school starts. Nah, that's crazy. Oh, no. I shouldn't have even done that, bro. Okay. Alright. Ooh, let me get the lead. Come here, cow. See, now you done led yourself to your demise. You feel me? It's okay though. We all make mistakes sometimes. Actually, ooh, I have an idea. I'm gonna make this, then I'm gonna put one right here too. Okay, then I'm gonna put one right here too, right? Yeah, okay, so boom. I need the cow. See, now the cows just wanna disappear. That's why I shouldn't have killed that cow. See, where do all the tie the cow to one side so you won't run out when you get. Hold on a second. I'm gonna go to sleep, and then when I wake up, I'm gonna pray that there's a cow waiting for me. GLOBs. That's my partner. Them. Alrighty. There better be a cow outside my door. I don't see any. Ooh. That's a baby cow. And a baby cow can't make a baby with a, you know what I'm saying? Or is the cow making that? Ah, you can go, bro. Alright. Golly, cow, get back in. No, this is your new home. There you go. Golly, y'all so disobedient. I'm gonna need those back. Okay, here's my plan. I think I'm gonna wrap it up right here. Or do I feed them a little bit? Let me feed them a little bit of wheat. Get them nice and old. Light skin, heavy set, name Rodney. Come on, girl. Okay. So now they're all grown up and stuff. Now they're gonna make some kids, right? Watch the magic. Boom. Baby cow. Now this cow is grown. Now it's gonna make love. Y'all get to making love, bro. You full? Are y'all full or something? What's going on? How y'all gonna be looking at me asking for food, but y'all don't want to eat it? Now you want to eat it when he's, or whatever gender. Oh. Alright. This is where I'm gonna wrap up the stream, you feel me? Go inside my crib. Well, I'm not gonna wrap up the stream, I'm just gonna wrap up the portion of the stream where I'm on screen, you feel me? You know what I'm saying? I'm gonna keep the, you know what I'm saying? Y'all gonna continue to receive entertainment even when I'm off stream. Hope y'all enjoyed the stream. Hold on, let me get the playlist. W string, yes sir. Okay, let me go to riddle. Good night, yes sir. Good night. Ooh. Oh, this is riddle backwards. I just realized that.
You're struck with paralysis of your whole body. You can't move or breathe. In 5 minutes, if there are no doctors around, you will most likely die. This is just one of the many ways to enter the other world. In this video, you're going to learn about the deadliest poisons that exist in nature. Do you know the Mad Hatter? This Alice in Wonderland character kept saying caustic things and behaving strangely. But the Mad Hatter isn't an invention of Lewis Carroll. You could actually have met such characters in the 19th century. The fact is that in the manufacture of felt, which served as a material for hats of those times, mercury was used. Its fumes caused severe poisoning, from which the Hatter went mad. Tremors, impaired coordination, hallucinations, and memory distortion are the main symptoms of mercury poisoning. In England, there was even a saying, mad as a hatter. The ban on the use of mercury in production was introduced only in 1898. Up to this point, mercury was considered the cure for all diseases. It treated almost everything from depression to syphilis. For example, Lincoln used mercury antidepressants, though they didn't help the U.S. president, but only caused onslaughts of uncontrollable rage. And the healing glasses of liquid silver that the ancient Greeks used to treat constipation simply tore the human intestines apart. After all, mercury is heavier than gold and is not intended for everyday drinking. But it's far from the deadliest poison on Earth. Fans of James Bond movies have probably heard of cyanide, which secret agents carried in vials in case of capture. Hydrocyanic acid and cyanides, which constitute its salts, are found in the seeds of cherries, apricots, and peaches. To get poisoned, it's enough for a child to accidentally swallow 5 or 6 seeds from these berries. And if you eat 150 pieces at a time, an adult is guaranteed to go on into the next world. Hydrocyanic acid is also present in apple cores. If you eat an entire apple, don't worry. To die, you'd need to eat 2 kilograms of cores. It's unlikely that you'd be able to swallow so much in one sitting. Potassium cyanide is popular in spy movies for a reason. It has no taste or smell. The lethal dose is small, only 0.12 of a gram. After consuming cyanide, a person almost instantly loses consciousness, and their respiratory system ceases functioning. The blood ceases to get enough oxygen, and the person dies. In Tsarist Russia, they tried to poison Grigory Rasputin with cyanide by putting it in a sweet pie, but the poison had no effect. After all, glucose is an antidote to potassium cyanide. So if you don't want to get poisoned with cyanide, keep a sugar cube in your cheek. But what sugar won't save you from is botulinum toxin poisoning. This is the deadliest poison that exists in nature. It only takes 0.3 of a microgram to die. 4 kilograms could kill everyone on the planet. Do you think it's being developed by scientists in military laboratories? Not quite. Botulinum bacilli live and reproduce in homemade sausage and bloated canned food, hence the name botulus, which means sausage in Latin. Surprisingly, one of the most dangerous poisons on the planet is used to smooth out wrinkles. The so-called Botox is a botulinum toxin, only in very low concentrations. From 1989 to 2003, 28 people died from Botox injections. Fortunately, scientists produce less botulinum toxin per year than an aspirin tablet. So the risk of human extinction is minimal. But there are places on Earth where you can sign a death pact with your own hands. We're talking about Japanese restaurants that serve delicious puffer fish. One such fish can easily kill 30 or 40 people. Its poison, tetrodotoxin, causes one of the most unpleasant deaths imaginable. After all, until the very end, you remain conscious, experiencing severe cramps throughout your body and suffering from paralysis of the respiratory muscles. To cook fugu, Japanese chefs study for years and then pass exams. However, several cases of poisoning from the dangerous delicacy are registered every year. There's no antidote to tetrodotoxin, so be careful when ordering the delicious dish. Another small but deadly creature lives in the Amazon jungle. Meet the golden poison frog, or the golden dart frog. Its skin secretes the powerful poison batrachotoxin. You shouldn't kiss such a frog if you don't want instant paralysis of the heart. Amazon natives catch these small creatures and rub their arrowheads on their skin to hunt other animals. A shot from a thin dart with batrachotoxin kills the victim in just a second. However, it's not necessary to travel to South America to get poisoned by the toxins of ordinary lead paint, which can be found on toys, furniture, and souvenirs. It's often used to paint walls and ceilings. Back in the 50s to 70s, almost all paints were produced with lead additive. It seems that this problem is in the past. In fact, in the year 2017, more than 1 million fatal cases of poisoning from this metal were recorded. Today, 73 nations have abandoned paints containing lead, but the problem remains global. This is especially true in third world countries. For example, in Russia, 2/3 of all paints are still produced with the addition of toxic metal. The worst thing is that lead tastes sweet. That's why children love to lick toys covered with this paint. Often, lead poisoning causes coma and convulsions. But even lead is hardly a poison of mass destruction. During World War I, Germany used chemical weapons for the first time in history. They tried to develop it for more than 100 years. Under the codename Lost, a group of German scientists developed a gas that causes irreversible consequences to the human body. The name of this gas is mustard gas. it didn't always kill its victims. After the bombardment of Ypres on the 12th of July, 1917, only 87 of the 2,500 British and French died. However, the rest of the soldiers received boils on their skin, damage to their respiratory tracts, and some were permanently blinded. When doctors opened the corpses of the poisoned soldiers, they found an almost complete absence of white blood cells in the bone marrow. Then scientists suggested that mustard gas could treat some types of cancer because it stopped the division of certain cells. After learning about this, chemists synthesized the so-called nitrogenous mustard gas, which was used in chemotherapy. A paradox, but the medicine chlormethine was created on the basis of weapons of mass destruction, which to this day saves lives. However, the development of chemical warfare agents hasn't stopped today. To find out the details, we have to look into the secret archives of the Russian KGB. In the USSR, the development of a poison that would be guaranteed to kill the target and not leave any traces was in full swing. A whole group of substances was created under the codename Novichok. To die from this poisoning, you don't need a lot nor to digest it. It's enough to get it on your skin, and you will inevitably die. An hour and a half after contact with the substance, you suddenly lose consciousness. You aren't able to recover. Then you go into a coma, tachycardia, and severe muscle spasms. The pupils almost stop responding to light. After a while, your heart rate drops to 40 beats per minute. There's swelling of the brain and lungs. The nervous and cardiovascular systems stop working. Death comes soon. To date, we know of at least 3 cases of poisoning with it, but none of them have been proven because Novichok is almost impossible to track. If you don't want to be poisoned by Novichok, don't contact the Russian KGB. But don't forget about other dangers in the world around you. Don't kiss Amazonian frogs. Be careful in Japanese restaurants. Avoid contact with lead paint. Beware of bloated canned food. And if you're depressed, don't drink a shot of mercury for good health. Take care of your health, and thanks for watching. Planes fall to the ground one by one. The roads are chaotic. Mangled cars, some of them engulfed in flames, others pulled over to the side of the road or into a ditch. The railway is also a complete mess. Thousands of trains have been derailed all over the world. On the ground are overturned cars and tanks. Thousands of tons of grain, coal, and oil haven't reached their destinations. At sea, hundreds of ships are wrecked on rocks and icebergs. Tons of petroleum products have spilled over into the water, predicting the imminent death of unsuspecting marine residents. What do you think has happened to the world? All of humanity has just disappeared from the earth. In fact, there are many videos on the internet about the disappearance of humanity from our planet. There are even documentaries, but all of them simulate a situation where people have disappeared forever. You may have seen them before. Today, I want to tell you what would happen if humanity disappeared for just 24 hours. Are car accidents and fallen airplanes all that can happen? happen? I won't keep you waiting. I already have the answer. The burning cars on the roads are just the beginning of the fiery captivity into which many territories on our planet would fall. All living creatures near oil refineries would definitely not be well off. Once people disappeared, there'd be no one to monitor all of the production processes. Even if one of the tanks ran out of oil, this would increase the pressure in the reactor. There would be an explosion. The fire would cover the other tanks, and thousands of tons of oil and refined products would fly into the air. Everything would explode and burn for a very long time because there wouldn't be anyone to come and put out the fire. Local fires caused by lightning strikes, gas leaks, and problems with electrical wiring would also be burning in cities. Without firefighters, the fire would spread from object to object, burning down entire streets and possibly even neighborhoods. The world would gradually sink into darkness. After all, most of the power plants that run on fossil fuels would simply stop working because of the depletion of reserves. Cascading power outages would begin. The only bright spots visible from space would be cities powered by hydroelectric power stations. Las Vegas would definitely shine as a guiding star, continuing to receive power from the Hoover Dam. Disaster would threaten all chemical plants. For many of the gases stored there, it's critical to maintain a low temperature for them to remain in liquid form. If the power was turned off, the gas storage tanks would heat up and the overpressure relief valves would be activated, and tons of different gases would be released into the environment. This would be a local apocalypse. Many animals would die from suffocation, and the plant world would suffer. Natural gas plants might also be responsible for serious consequences. They would continue releasing gas into the atmosphere, which would spread further and further, reaching abandoned cars and gas stations. A spark would be enough to cause an explosion. A huge amount of dangerous substances would be released into the air. But there's also relatively good news. Nuclear power plants would continue working. However, they would have to switch into security mode. This way, they could operate for up to 10 days. But once the water evaporated from the cooling systems of the nuclear reactors and they melted, the world would be shaken by a disaster comparable to the explosions at the Fukushima Daiichi and the Chernobyl nuclear power plant. During these events, a total of about 300,000 people were evacuated, and radionuclides were detected for a long time around the globe. Pumps pushing underground water would stop rather quickly, and the subway tunnels would be flooded. But the effect that the disappearance of people could have on the operation of hydraulic structures could be much more serious. There wouldn't be anyone to monitor the instrumentation. A few hours of inactivity would be enough for the irreparable to happen, the breaking of the dam. The situation could develop at lightning speed, and there would be no one to stop the rapid water flow. This means that huge territories could go underwater. Forests and fields would be destroyed. Animals would suffer again. In plants and factories, production lines would continue to operate without people in complete chaos. Goods and products would be piled up on conveyor lines. Many processes that had been started would continue for a whole day until the equipment overheated or the system crashed. With the power outage, the factories would be quiet, but it wouldn't happen immediately. Retail chains, having lost electricity, would also suffer large losses. The situation would be particularly acute for small farms and stores that didn't have their own electric generators to maintain the desired temperatures in their refrigerators. Whether or not these 24 hours would be a respite for nature is a big question. Factories and residential complexes would be burning in major cities. Broken cars would be smoldering on the roads and generating fuel fuel residues. The air would be filled with smoke. The suburbs would remain relatively calm, apart from occasional forest fires. At least, deforestation would stop here. About 40 million trees would be saved for at least a day. Approximately 300,000 sharks would be able to live a day longer. There'd be no one to catch them for shark fin soup. And it's almost impossible to calculate how many fish and other members of the human food chain would be saved. Globally, 24 hours wouldn't bring positive changes to the Earth's flora and fauna. Humanity has already released so much carbon dioxide into the atmosphere that a day or even a month without people wouldn't be enough to delay the changes to our planet. However, any pets and wild animals that survived would be able to enjoy the amazing night sky, provided that nothing nearby was burning or smoking. Due to the lack of light pollution, along with favorable weather conditions, the entire Milky Way would be visible in the sky. It would be as clearly visible as it is in desolate mountains. And now let's think about space, because people are also involved in its study. There'd be no one to control the flight of the International Space Station from Earth and adjust its orbit so that it maintained the desired altitude and avoided collisions with space debris. During the day, it could collide with an asteroid or satellite, or even fall to Earth. The world's largest observatories may miss the event of the century. Anything could happen in space in 24 hours. Maybe on this particular day, one of the telescopes would reveal the mysterious ninth planet, or Voyager 2 would transmit sensational news to Earth. Just a day would be enough to miss an important scientific discovery. I've described all of these consequences not only for the sake of imagining the next apocalypse. Searching for material on this topic gave me the opportunity to think about how much we affect our planet. It would seem that humanity has existed on Earth less than 300,000 years. This is a drop in the ocean compared to the age of the Earth, which is more than 4.5 billion years. If you compressed the entire history of the Earth into 12 hours, then humans would appear here in the last 2 seconds. However, during this short period, they've been able to actually subdue the forces of nature in order to comfortably exist here. But if you removed humans for 24 hours, everything that's been created over the years could turn to ash or become covered with a thick layer of silt. The great force of nature would have enough time to practically win back its legal rights and interfere in every area of human life. After humans reappeared on Earth, they would need years of hard work to recover from the consequences of their short-term disappearance. How many months or years do you think it would take humanity to restore everything that was damaged? Share your opinion in the comments. If you don't want me to disappear from your gadget for a long time, don't forget to like and subscribe to our channel. I'm already preparing the next exciting video for you. Imagine that the night sky suddenly lit up with a bright flash, and a burning ball appeared in the heavens, illuminating the surface of the Earth like the sun does during the day. But the sun isn't in the sky now, so it can't be that. You're sure of it? You don't hear the roar of impacts, nor any crackling of the atmosphere. Only the howling of dogs that understand before any human does. Something terrible has happened. Maybe a meteorite or a missile strike. Perhaps the change of the magnetic poles have moved the northern lights to our latitude. Your brain is feverishly sorting through options, but one thing is clear. This is a cataclysm of a planetary scale. scale. What to do? One person decides to go outside away from high-rise buildings, fearing destruction. Someone across the street goes down into a basement where they feel safer. Many people are trying to remember where the nearest bomb shelter is. In confusion, you join those who've gone out on the roof watching the flaming ball in the sky, trying to come up with their own versions of what's happened. And then someone asks, where exactly is it? The moon. Everyone then realizes that the fireball pulsating in the sky, flooding the night city with light and instilling it in the horror of the unknown, is all that remains of our moon. This is Vredefort, the largest impact crater on Earth. Its diameter is from 250 to 300 kilometers. Such giant holes are formed due to the fall of meteorites and asteroids with a diameter of more than 10 kilometers, which regularly fall to Earth. There's a possibility that any planet could be destroyed by the huge energy of these giant cosmic bodies. But what if this attacking aggressor is significantly smaller? For example, hundreds of thousands of times smaller. Let's see if it's possible to destroy a small solid planet or its satellite by hitting it with a tiny body the size and mass of a golf ball. When we look at the surface of the moon, we see that it's all scarred with small and more rarely large craters. These are the consequences of meteor attacks, because the moon doesn't and has never had its own protective atmosphere. Therefore, space bodies that attack the surface of the moon at high speed don't heat up nor collapse from friction, but reach the surface perfectly preserved. The maximum recorded speed of such meteorites is about 70 kilometers per second. That's 70 times faster than the record-breaking jet airplane. Of course, for various reasons, we can't physically accelerate a golf ball that much. This speed exceeds the escape velocity, which allows you to leave the solar system forever and enter free space. But we can assume that such a lost ball could come towards us from far away, such as a comet from the Oort cloud. If a golf ball hit the surface of the moon at that speed, nothing terrible would happen. It would break through the lunar soil to a depth of just over a meter and then explode, scattering several tons of rocks around. In the absence of an atmosphere, not even a cloud of dust would remain. The impact energy in this case would be only about 112 megajoules, which can be compared to an explosion of 25 kilograms of TNT. This incident would only leave another crater on the surface of the moon, which wouldn't differ in any way from the neighboring ones, and our satellite wouldn't even feel this mosquito bite. So, at real speeds, a golf ball with a mass of 46 grams can't threaten the moon in any way. But what if we increased this speed? For example, by 300 times. We don't know where or by whom such a ball could have been launched, whether it was spat out by a black hole along with Hawking radiation, or whether it has been flying like this for 12 billion years since the Big Bang, devouring space and time on its way. But we'll find out what it can do at home. 21,000 kilometers per second, 7% of the speed of light. Such a ball would strike the surface of the moon with a monstrous force equal to the explosion in Nagasaki, make a crater 1 kilometer in diameter and up to 100 meters deep. And yes, in fact, that's all. The moon is no stranger to such antics of guests from deep space. On its reverse side, always hidden from Earth's observers, there's even an ancient impact crater up to 2,500 kilometers in diameter. It's the largest impact crater in the entire solar system. So, a golf ball couldn't destroy the moon despite all our assumptions. But I won't give up so easily. I suggest turning the speed up to the maximum, 2 the speed of light. In fact, there's a catch, of course. After all, only zero-mass particles can reach the speed of light, and our ball is clearly not one of them. And the closer its speed approaches the speed of light, the higher its mass becomes according to the laws of relativistic mechanics, and the higher its energy, up to infinity. At 99.99% of the speed of light, the ball's kinetic energy would exceed 60 megatons, more powerful than the Soviet Tsar Bomba, which in 1961 triggered the largest nuclear explosion in history. Earth scientists would be able to observe a strong lunar earthquake and the appearance of a new huge crater. But of course, the moon would not destroyed nor torn apart by such an explosion. Even this speed isn't enough to destroy the moon. Let's add more nines. Then the kinetic energy of the golf ball would exceed the energy of an explosion of 7 billion tons of TNT equivalent, which is comparable to the sum of all the nuclear arsenals in the world. A fire wave would cover the moon. The lunar crust would split, and the red-hot iron from the moon's core would be thrown to its surface. The next day, a stream of meteors could reach the Earth and burn up in our atmosphere, but the moon would still not be eliminated nor destroyed by such an explosion. If we still want to continue to strive for the speed of light and accelerate our ball again and again, well, then we'll have to all agree to break the laws of physics. And today, no one knows how to accelerate it to the speed of light, but we can assume here that it's clearly not without antimatter. Forget about the 46-gram golf ball, because now, despite its tiny size, it's a terrifying monster with infinite mass and, as a result, infinite energy. It flies through the universe, not noticing obstacles. The ball pierces clusters of galaxies and black holes. It destroys everything in its path, and its route can be traced by diverging waves of energy radiation and clouds of burning plasma. You don't have to be a scientist to imagine it destroying our old moon. Of course, no one would see our golf ball through a telescope and wouldn't be able to detect its approach with astronomical instruments. Everything would happen so quickly that our satellite wouldn't even have time to react to the gigantic, incomparable gravitational pull of this object. A ball of energy which, until recently, was a golf ball, would instantly melt the lunar crust at the point of impact to a depth of more than 1,500 kilometers. In 1 second, the impact depth would reach the core of the moon, and it would be torn apart. The liquid core and molten rocks would be thrown out by the explosion and scattered around the point where our moon was once located. But that's not all. The energy of the impact would be so great that it would turn the remnants of matter into gas and make it burn. As a result, in a matter of seconds, the moon would turn into a cloud of high-temperature incandescent plasma, which would flood the Earth and the entire solar system with light and radioactive radiation. Standing on the roof and watching the growing fireball in the once dark sky, we could enjoy the howling of pets and the horror of neighbors who would feverishly be trying to remember the rules of survival in the post-apocalypse from the latest Hollywood blockbuster. However, the mass of plasma wouldn't be large enough to have a lasting effect on the inhabitants of the Earth for decades, nor even a year. In just a few days or weeks, the burning plasma would cool down due to its radiation. At first, it would simply go into a gaseous state, then condense into a liquid molten state, and finally solidify. So the Earth would get an asteroid belt similar to Saturn's belt, which would remain with us forever as a reminder to future generations of our moon. moon. Sometimes we would get reminders of what happened because the orbits of these asteroids wouldn't be stable, and from time to time, they would try to attack the surface of the Earth. But the atmosphere of our planet would be able to protect its inhabitants as it has been for the past billions of years. We would no longer see tides, nor would humans be able to build tidal power plants or use the moon's gravity, which moves masses of water to generate electricity. The night sky would become much darker, almost black, but it would be strewn with a huge number of stars that we previously couldn't observe with the naked eye. Generation after generation, tens of thousands of years in a row, people have dreamed something of their own looking at the moon. In its weak light, a tired traveler found a path. Young lovers confessed their feelings. And ancient ghouls... Oh, sorry. This is from another video. Anyway, life would unlikely disappear after the destruction of the moon. Another question is how our civilization would change. Write in the comments what you think about this. And thanks for watching.
Visa Zero Liability gives you the confidence to shop online because you don't pay for fraudulent purchases. What you do with that confidence is up to you. For peace of mind, online, Visa's got you covered.
The power of their body and the force of their jaw compression is enough to instantly bite off part of the flesh from a human leg or gnaw at the bones of a chicken. Piranhas, fish that we've been afraid of since childhood thanks to legends and horror movies. The ancestors of modern piranhas, mega piranhas, were 5 times longer, 80 times heavier, and their bite force was more powerful than that of the largest lion. How long would you last alone with such a monster? 10 million years ago, the mega piranha was able to devour you on the spot. Its length from its head to the tip of its tail could reach up to 128 centimeters, and its weight reached 80 kilograms. The whole body of the mega piranha, solid muscle. This helped it move actively and sharply in the water, making lightning attacks. Its main weapons were powerful jaws and sharp triangular teeth. They were arranged in such a way that when the jaws were closed, they turned into a solid wall, something like a zipper on clothes. A fascinating sight that suggests that this is what the gate to hell would look like. The teeth had a triangular strong base, which allowed it to bite through shells. The bite force of the mega piranha reached 4,749 newtons. This is 10 times stronger than the bite of a lion, and twice as strong as the compression of the jaw of a great white shark. The power of a mega piranha was enough to contain a large bullfighting bull or 2 average lions with its teeth. Special attention is paid to the lower jaw of the fish. It was pushed forward for a more comfortable closing and frightening appearance. Such a fish was unlikely to be caught and turned into a snack. It just so happened that the mega piranha was also mega shy. When coming across anything larger, one-on-one, the mega piranha in most cases swam away and did so as quickly as possible. But it was almost impossible to find one alone while walking along the river. To feel safe, they, like modern piranhas, huddled in groups and also attacked in a crowd. and they did so from the back. The mega piranha attacks were a theatrical performance. The flock swam around the victim for a long time until one, the most daring fish, decided to take a small bite. This bite was a test signal for the other fish, which made it clear how dangerous the potential victim was and whether it was possible to launch an attack. If there was no response, the fish attacked. The developed herd instinct resulted in a line of very fast attacks. Due to the number of fish and sudden jerks, the water began to boil, resembling a geyser that's about to throw a stream of hot water into the air. Powerful bites instantly penetrated the skin and meat, and the sharp movement of the strong torso tore off parts of the body. The victim didn't have time to recover because in almost no time, nothing remained of it. Mega piranhas attacked only if the victim moved noisily on the water or actively paddled. The same thing if the victim was bleeding. Mega piranhas had stronger senses than sharks. They only needed 1 drop of blood per 75 liters of water. Blood and noise hinted to the fish that the victim was injured or scared, which meant that it couldn't defend itself. Worse was if someone entered the territory of the mega piranha or in shallow water where they laid eggs. Then the attack would have been immediate and with 100% certainty. All these conditions also apply to modern piranhas. Statistics say that no fatal cases of piranha attacks have been recorded, but isolated bites occur quite often. The famous biologist Herbert Axelrod showed by his own example that piranhas aren't dangerous to people. He threw hungry fish into a pool and then climbed in with them. In the same program, the scientist investigated an incident from the 70s. Back then, in Brazil, a bus with passengers slid into the Amazon and the people inside were eaten alive by piranhas. He even managed to talk to eyewitnesses. The bus fell into shallow water. This could provoke a piranha attack in order to protect their offspring. Imagine that you were sailing on a ship on the Amazon River and suddenly your transport started to sink. The noise of the shipwreck and the cries of the drowning would definitely attract piranhas. Flocks of fish would surround you from all sides. If you were injured, you'd probably be dead. Piranhas would instantly sense your blood and identify you as easy prey. Water would boil around you and then numerous bites would follow. If you weren't injured, you would have a chance to survive. The main thing would be not to panic, not create unnecessary noise, and get out of the water as soon as possible. And when you found yourself on the shore and looked back at the drowning, you might think that nothing could save them from the deadly fish. But piranhas aren't at the top of the food chain, and they have enough enemies that could disperse the hungry flock from the drowning passengers. At the surface of the water, piranhas are regularly attacked by caimans. From the depths, they're hunted by freshwater dolphins, and from the air by herons and cormorants. The most unusual enemy of piranhas can be considered the freshwater mata-mata turtle. It belongs to the Chelidae family. Their weight can reach 15 kilograms and their length up to 40 centimeters. Its smooth movements underwater help it get as close to the piranhas as possible. Its triangular head, shell with growths, and skin texture provide a natural disguise. A long, strong neck allows the turtle to attack underwater at the same speed as a snake on land. The mata-mata also has a very wide mouth. This allows it to immediately grasp the whole fish with no chance of it getting free. Also, piranhas are regularly caught by fishermen who sell them to local restaurants. Piranha is a meaty piece of protein that can be used to make soup or be grilled on a banana leaf with tomatoes and lime. Being completely eaten by piranhas is only possible in extraordinary cases that have not yet been officially recorded. They can bite, cause damage, but not gnaw through to the bones of a living person. In any case, it's best to stay away from them. If you found this interesting, you can let us know in the comments about your favorite prehistoric monsters that you'd like to learn more about, and I'll definitely make a video about them. Thank you for watching, and see you soon. At the end of the movie Terminator 2, there's a scene where the T-1000 robot is hit by a stream of liquid nitrogen. In a matter of seconds, it freezes to the asphalt and completely loses the ability to move. And when Iron Arnie shoots it with a pistol, the Terminator crumbles into small shards. What if you tried the same trick with a nuclear bomb? Would it be possible to neutralize the bomb, or would freezing it provoke an explosion? In this video, you'll find out if you can survive one of the most dangerous experiments on Earth. Meet the Gadget, the world's first nuclear bomb, developed by the United States as part of the Trinity tests. It has a capacity of 21 kilotons. This is the sister bomb of the famous Fat Man, which had the same power and was dropped on Nagasaki on August 9th, 1945. On that day, Nagasaki was completely destroyed. 74,000 people died as a result of the nuclear explosion. To freeze the Gadget, like the robot from the Terminator, you'll need to completely immerse it in liquid nitrogen. Since nitrogen evaporates on contact with air, we need a special Dewar flask, the size of a car. Let's leave the nuclear bomb in the vessel for 1 hour and see what happens. Now, let's take a sledgehammer and, in the best YouTube traditions, we will hit the frozen bomb really hard. As a result, only the outer shell broke away from the bomb, but the core remained intact. Now, you can see with your own eyes the insides of an atomic bomb. It's an aluminum sphere with a cylinder of metallic uranium-238 inside. If we open the cylinder, then inside we'll find the plutonium nucleus, which is what creates the huge explosion. This is the part that we need to freeze in order to try to defuse the bomb. But first, you need to get to it. So we'll freeze the aluminum sphere and smash it with a sledgehammer, just like we did to the outer shell of the bomb. The same steps must be taken with the uranium cylinder, and only then will you get to the very heart of the warhead, the plutonium core. If you manage not to die from the penetrating radiation and actually reach the core, you'll be unable to stop the entropy of nuclear decay. Free neutrons will literally crash into other plutonium nuclei, releasing a huge amount of energy. A chain reaction will happen almost instantly. This will lead to an imminent explosion that will blow everything within a radius of tens of kilometers or tens of miles off of the face of the Earth. Liquid nitrogen can stop chemical processes, but not nuclear fusion. Once the decay of plutonium has begun, it can't be stopped, even with a temperature close to absolute zero. Therefore, if there's a plutonium bomb in your yard, don't try to defuse it with nitrogen. Better to move quickly to another city to live. It's another matter if the bomb is not nuclear. It's quite possible to neutralize such a warhead by freezing it. At the end of World War II, British sappers used liquid nitrogen to clear unexploded German shells. When the nitrogen hit the fuse, the bomb's battery froze, after which it turned into a heap of scrap metal and no longer posed a danger to humans. But what if a nuclear bomb has already exploded? Is it possible to prevent the consequences of the explosion by freezing everything around. To neutralize the consequences of the explosion of the gadget, with a capacity of 21 kilotons, 210 million kilograms of liquid nitrogen would be required. In order to lift such a quantity, it would take 10,500 of the largest Mi-26 helicopters, which are used in firefighting. As soon as all these helicopters pour this mass of nitrogen into the nuclear mushroom cloud, then a real apocalypse will begin. In the first minutes, you'll see the liquid nitrogen turn from a colorless liquid to a bluish one. After that, red lightning will begin to strike from the heavens, which will be accompanied by loud sounds of thunder. This is due to the radiation from the explosion. If you irradiate liquid nitrogen with a neutron flux, it becomes explosive. This produces liquid oxygen and ozone. These two elements will lead to non-stop explosions. But what comes next is even more terrible. A nuclear mushroom cloud is very hot, while liquid nitrogen is very cold. When heated, nitrogen becomes a gas and its volume increases by 700 times. In our attempt to put out the nuclear explosion, we get a radioactive cloud with a volume of about 118 trillion liters. After a while, radioactive fallout will fall from the cloud to the ground, which will destroy all living things. If you get caught in such a rain, you'll either die in a couple of hours or in a few days from acute radiation sickness. As you can see, extinguishing a nuclear explosion with liquid nitrogen is a rather boring task. Merely a localized apocalypse is not what I need. There is something more ambitious: the total extinction of all mankind. In order to do this, let's fill the Earth's core with nitrogen. To get to the core, you need to drill a tunnel to the center of our planet. The core is located at a depth of almost 3,000 kilometers. For comparison, the deepest hole in the Earth that humanity could make up until now is at the Chaivo oil well in the Sea of Okhotsk. The depth of the well is 15 kilometers. It's deeper than the Mariana Trench, but it's still far from the core. So, let's suppose that people did manage to make a hole in the Earth 3,000 kilometers deep. And we were able to pass through the red-hot magma, overcome the outer liquid core, and reach the solid metal core, the temperature of which is the same as on the surface of the sun. In order to extinguish it, we will stock up on nitrogen. We take into account that the Earth's core is 30% of the entire Earth's mass, and the diameter of the core is 1,300 kilometers. So, to extinguish it, 144 sextillion kilograms of liquid nitrogen are needed. The mass of our satellite, the moon, is just 76 sextillion kilograms. Now, suppose we manage to get a mass of liquid nitrogen weighing the equivalent of about 2 of our moons and poured it into the core of the Earth. If, up to this point, you've not managed to fly to another planet, it's time to hurry up. Indeed, very soon the Earth will become uninhabitable. When the inner core of our planet freezes, the outer core will stop rotating. The good news, Earth's magma will no longer heat up volcanoes, so they will stop erupting. The bad news is that the Earth will lose its magnetic field forever. The solar wind will blow away our atmosphere in a few hours. All living things will die in minutes from horrific doses of cosmic radiation. The lethal gas, which will become liquid nitrogen in the process of extinguishing the core, will speed up the destruction of life. A cloud will quickly rise from the bowels of the Earth, reach stratospheric heights, and displace any remaining oxygen from the atmosphere. The oceans and seas will dry up in just a few days. All vegetation on the planet will also disappear. The once blooming blue Earth will begin to resemble Mars with its lifeless landscape. Human civilization, as the solar system knew it, will cease to exist forever. The charred stone of our planet will wander aimlessly around the sun, and life here is unlikely to ever be revived again. Fortunately, such an experiment is just a figment of my twisted imagination. Whatever heights science has reached, we'll never manage to find such a monstrous amount of liquid nitrogen here on Earth in order to extinguish the core of our planet. But experiments with liquid nitrogen have not been canceled. Scientific enthusiasts will always find something to freeze. Perhaps in a few years, we'll find a new, hereto unknown application for this substance. What would you like to freeze with liquid nitrogen? Write your ideas in the comments. And as always, thanks for watching. In March 2013, in the province of Shandong, the skeleton of an incredible creature was found. At first, it was considered to be the remains of an ordinary shark that had its fins bitten off. But an examination revealed that such a skeleton of 3.5 meters long, a huge skull, and the structure of the jaw could only belong to a prehistoric frilled shark. This fish existed 80 million years ago and inhabited the planet along with titanosaurs and pterodactyls. Only the frilled shark managed to survive to the present day and practically hasn't changed at all. Is it possible to meet one in our time? And would it really be possible to survive after such a meeting? Now we're going to find out. Fast forward to 80 million years ago in the Mesozoic era, when the owner of this giant skeleton floated freely on the ocean. Meeting one probably would have meant certain death. After all, the main weapon of the frilled shark is its deadly jaws. 25 rows of teeth. Each row has 3 2-centimeter long teeth. The teeth are shaped like a 5-pointed comb-shaped hook, slightly resembling a crown. They're arranged in an uncharacteristic sequence for sharks, small in the front and enlarged in the depths of the mouth. In total, there are about 300 sharp daggers in its jaw, allowing the frilled shark to confidently catch its victim, starting an unequal battle. By the way, it's not completely necessary for it to make a leap for its prey. In the arsenal of the frilled shark, there are 6 gill slits that help create negative pressure. Simply put, you would be sucked into its mouth, no matter how you floundered about and tried to escape. The jaws of the frilled shark are built in such a way that the teeth grow not like they do in humans, perpendicular to the jaw, but inside the mouth. This is what makes its jaws a living death trap. Imagine that the frilled shark has grabbed you by the arm. There's only one way out, to push your hand further and hope that your movement coincides with the moment the shark opens its mouth. If you want to pull your limb back, all the skin and part of the muscle will remain on the teeth, sharp as a blade pointing inward. It turns out that if it grabbed you by the hand, you would either have to be left without a hand or completely climb inside the creature, and from there you'd decide what to do next. Tommy Lee Jones had such a similar experience in the movie Men in Black. I remember that afterwards he wanted his memory erased. So even if you managed to escape without turning into slowly disintegrating food, you wouldn't be able to forget any of it. All that would remain would be to write a book called I Was Inside a Frilled Shark and Survived. Therefore, to escape this killing machine, your only hope would be that there was a bigger predator swimming nearby which would stand up for you. There would be no other options. Sorry. Fortunately, there were plenty of large marine predators in the Mesozoic era. Mosasaurs, a whole family of giant sea lizards, which could reach a length of 10 to 18 meters, 1.5 of which was the skull, and inside its mouth was definitely no marshmallow. In the prehistoric ocean, this largest lizard could easily devour anything, even the frilled shark. But then it probably would have eaten you too for dessert. But let's go back to our time and find out what happens if we come face to face with a modern frilled shark. It doesn't wear wireless headphones or a smartphone. Of its gadgets, it still has the same 25 rows of teeth pointing inward in its mouth. But the size of its torso and jaw have been reduced by half. It feeds on squid, so it probably won't be interested in you. The International Union for Conservation of Nature and Natural Resources has given this species the status of least concern. This was confirmed by people near Tokyo who managed to capture a frilled shark on video for the first time. It happened in the year 2007 when one such creature rose to the surface. Scientists claimed that it was quite old. In relation to the people, it didn't show any action and swam between them as if it didn't even notice them. However, you can't be certain of their harmlessness just because there haven't been any cases of an attack by a frilled shark on a person. After all, on a Discovery Channel episode about the frilled shark, scientists managed to catch a very young one. When they put it in an aquarium and tried to touch it, it quite confidently jerked towards their hand, trying to protect itself. And it was just a small fish. Double its size, and with it, its self-confidence and desire to protect its territory and offspring. Now, are you ready to have a heart-to-heart talk with it? It may not eat people, but you could hardly safely jump into the water to such a toothy creature. Let's be honest, humanity doesn't know much about the frilled shark. We haven't come across this creature very often because it lives at extreme depths. You would have to go down 1,500 meters underwater, where the problems are much greater and make the frilled shark seem quite innocent. Next to this, there's a much more dangerous monster, the Kraken. For many centuries, humanity considered this monster a myth, but today scientists are already actively studying the varieties of giant squid and considering the possibility that in the past, these monsters could really sink ships, like in the Pirates of the Caribbean. Imagine that at least one 27-centimeter black eye of this monster was looking into your eyes. It's an awkward feeling, isn't it? And if it wanted to take revenge on you for all the calamari that humanity's eaten with beer, the fun would end in a matter of seconds. The size of a giant squid can reach 17 meters. This is the height of a 5-story house. In the center of this monster is a chitinous beak that can bite through a steel cable 8 centimeters thick. One of these relatively small nightmares was captured on camera in the year 2013. The person who wasn't afraid to swim up so close to the squid and take pictures of it delights in his nerves of steel. Unlike the harmless frilled shark, this creature is extremely dangerous for people. In 1946, the Norwegian tanker Brunswick was attacked by a kraken. The report from the ship's captain indicates that the squid was more than 20 meters long and swam at a speed of about 40 kilometers per hour and suddenly attacked the ship. Strong blows weren't able to penetrate the steel skin of the ship, and after a while, the squid swam away. However, this is a ship. If you were swimming in a normal scuba suit, it's unlikely it would protect you. We've studied only 5% of our planet's ocean. Until recently, the sea serpent and the kraken were considered fictional myths. But today, we know for sure that they are real creatures. But don't go and cancel your vacation after this video. To be sure you're not exposed to any sea monsters, don't swim beyond the buoys, and keep an eye out if you're in the depths. Thanks for watching. See you soon. Это темная комната. Заброшенная база инопланетян. Это розовый тираннозавр. Он нашел это место еще в детстве. Оно ему понравилось. Он ходил сюда каждый день. Но потом он вырос и застрял. Я был на его месте. Когда кажется, что нет развития, нет перспектив, а попытки пробить потолок в работе приводят только к сотрясению мозга. Если вам это знакомо, вам нужен Яндекс.Практикум. Инновационный подход Яндекс.Практикума к обучению отбрасывает все лишнее и дает только практические, а главное востребованные знания, которые актуальны в современном мире. Дизайн интерфейсов, веб-разработчик, инженер по тестированию, интернет-маркетолог, специалист по Data Science, аналитик данных. Это лишь малая часть возможных направлений. Стоит лишь сделать шаг. Команда наставников будет вести вас на протяжении всего курса. Риск что-то не понять нулевой, если прикладывать усилия к изучению нового. Начать можно прямо сейчас. Главное — иметь желание и большую ответственность. Ведь обучению нужно уделять время и силы. Будет сложно, но у вас получится. По окончанию курса вы не просто получите диплом о профессиональной подготовке. Лучшие HR-специалисты подготовят вас к собеседованию и помогут с трудоустройством. Вы опять ощутите себя ценным сотрудником, и жизнь снова наполнится смыслом. По ссылке вас ждет вводный курс по любой профессии. До 20 часов бесплатного обучения новым знаниям и практическим навыкам. А что на самом деле случилось с тем динозавром, да и со всеми остальными, вы узнаете прямо сейчас. Imagine that on a very ordinary Monday morning, you could wake up and start getting ready for work, not in the office, but on an orbital station that helps humanity extract energy from the sun. Coffee is made by your personal robot assistant, and you fly there in a few minutes on your home transport capsule, because teleportation is already quite a bother. And in the evening, you don't go to a nearby cafe or just drink coffee, but fly to a neighboring planet, because that's where the best chef in the entire galaxy lives, who prepares mind-blowing calzones. What if I told you that you could live to see such a day? Back in 1964, the Soviet scientist Nikolai Kardashev created a scale that classifies global civilizations according to their level of development. He determined that the progress of society depends on two things: energy and technology. The more energy a civilization has, the more technology it can create. And the more useful technologies are created, the more new energy can be controlled. Unfortunately, humanity, with all its achievements, SpaceX, iPhones, and Amazon, still hasn't even reached the first level of this scale. We now proudly occupy the position of a zero-level civilization. How much do we need to do to reach the first level? According to data on global energy consumption, we've passed only 0.16%. To make this clearer, if we compare the level of humanity to a dive into the depths of the Mariana Trench, we have barely wet our feet running away from the wave. We'll reach the first level when humanity learns to extract energy from everything on the planet. Imagine that we'll be able to control earthquakes, tsunamis, and the force of gravity. We'll be able to extract energy from everything around us. Probably there'll be such professions as electrician of ocean waves or tamer of the movement of continental plates. Sounds cooler than manager. Electricity will be extracted from almost everything around us. The issue of charging all our gadgets from the network will become history. Batteries will always be at 100%. The same factor will also affect the charging of your electric cars, finally turning them into an ideal, eco-friendly way to travel around the planet. Rain will no longer be a way to hide tears when parting with your girlfriend, but a unique charge for heating homes. And the developed technologies will turn forest fires into a way to green the planet, because their energy will help irrigate and fertilize trees planted on the site of the burned forest. We'll finally stop extracting minerals from the Earth's interior and thus stop depleting our home planet. But this is all kind of simple and boring. At the second level, civilization will be able to subdue the energy of the sun and the entire solar system. This already looks like the beginning of a script for a new Hollywood blockbuster starring Will Smith. Humanity has already figured out how to do this. Inspired by science fiction novels, American physicist Freeman Dyson came up with a sphere that received his last name. The Dyson sphere is a structure in the form of a huge shell. By huge, we're referring to a galactic scale that covers the sun. No Babe Ruth could hit a ball like that, right? Its main function is to extract the energy of a central star. Sounds ambitious. Exactly the same as the people who will populate not only the Earth, but also the rest of the planets of our system. Venusians and Martians will be like Frenchmen or Spaniards to us, just people from a neighboring planet who can fly for a visit on intergalactic low-cost airlines, save for $50 both directions. I think you'll have to spend an hour and a half traveling, because a good hour of time will be spent waiting for your luggage at baggage claim. Yes, some things in this world are eternal, but this is far from the limit of perfection. Imagine that we could subdue our entire galaxy, all of the stars and planets of the Milky Way, and give their energy to humanity. Dang, this is unbelievable. Fasten your seatbelts. We're moving to the third level. Now, the entire galaxy is under energy control. In our case, humanity will completely harness the Milky Way galaxy. This isn't only all the planets, but also all the stars. We'll build a myriad of Dyson spheres and become the true masters of the world. Imagine that schools will conduct excursions to the Dyson sphere systems. The Galaxy Soccer Championship will be held every 4 light years to allow all players to prepare for the tournament, because the average life expectancy of a person is likely to be approximately infinite. Why? Don't forget that energy storage is now possible not only in material media, but also inside each person. Each of us is a small battery that is constantly being fed. Even the usual dinner, instead of being a mandatory procedure, will turn into a way of passing time and spent for your own satisfaction. My grandmother's phrase, "If you don't want to eat, don't eat," takes on a whole new meaning. After this description, questions arise in my head. What will happen next? The Kardashev classification was ably expanded by science fiction writer Helge Kautz and added several more levels to the classification of civilization. Get ready to unleash your imagination to the fullest. We're moving to the 4th level. Energy is collected and accumulated from all possible galactic superclusters. Each galaxy now has its own Dyson sphere. Here, we can safely say that people are the kings of everything that exists. Completely. Well, not just yet. This is waiting for us at the 5th level, because it's here that we'll get access to all the energy that is available in the universe. Each micron will be able to charge your smartphone. It's during this period that civilization begins not only to extract energy from everywhere, but also to change the laws of physics with its help. Schools will no longer teach Newton's laws, because each of them could easily be changed. Poor Isaac will go mad in the next world and realize that the apple fell on his head for nothing. Okay, but there's also a 6th level. Yes, there's much further and something still much cooler. Let me tell you one phrase that will help you understand it all. We'll be able to light the stars. Yes, the sun went out and we lit it back up. They took a huge defibrillator and resuscitated our star. It may seem that in the last levels, we'll reach the level of the gods. And here the question arises, how real is all this? On the one hand, the probability that humanity will reach even the second level of civilization is still too small. And this whole theory can only be an excuse for writing a new science fiction novel, which Christopher Nolan will then want to make a movie based on. On the other hand, we evolved from primitive Australopithecines to intelligent people about 5 million years ago. 100 years ago was a luxury for a person to just wash themselves. And now you can find out what is happening anywhere in the world with your thumb in a smartphone gadget that's accessible to everyone. The speed of our development is growing. Raymond Kurzweil, futurologist and technical director of Google, claims that in the year 2045, there will be a technological singularity. What does this mean? In his opinion, humanity will unite and turn the Earth into one giant computer, which will speed up progress and make it so fast that every moment there will be a scientific discovery. Who knows? Maybe in such a world, it will no longer be a problem for us to subdue the energy of an entire galaxy. It may well be that in a few decades, we'll see a completely new classification where the current level of development will seem to us like primitive times. I hope that science and man's quest for knowledge will open up possibilities that we can't even guess at yet. In the year 2151, the Klingon Empire received the world's first photon torpedo. If you detonated such a torpedo on the ground, almost everything at a distance of 11.5 kilometers from the explosion would be destroyed, and the surface of the Earth would turn into ashes. Anyone 27 kilometers away would see a bright flash of light in their windows. After that, within a few seconds, the shockwave would take out the windows in their homes. The fireball of the explosion would reach a height of 5 kilometers above the Earth's surface, and its glow would be observable from a distance of up to 1,000 kilometers. Fortunately, photon torpedoes don't exist, like the Klingon Empire. More precisely, they only exist in movies. Photon torpedoes appeared as a science fiction weapon in the Star Trek series in 1966. Well then, humanity's safe and we can relax. Or not. In fact, humanity doesn't know much about how photon torpedoes work. Most of their characteristics are just the fiction of screenwriters. But what seemed impossible yesterday could become a reality today. Many of the technologies that science fiction writers have written about over the past 100 years have become a reality. George Orwell, for example, in the mid-20th century, accurately predicted the mass appearance of surveillance cameras in the novel 1984. Hugo Gernsback, in the distant year of 1911, predicted a solar battery. And in the same Star Trek, for the first time, viewers saw handheld communicators, which today we know as mobile phones. Right now, scientists from the European Organization for Nuclear Research, known as CERN, are investigating the main mechanism of photon torpedoes, antimatter. It's thanks to the huge amount of antimatter inside the torpedo by modern standards that the destructive explosion that we see in the movies occurs. When the torpedo reaches its target, the atoms and anti-atoms touch, and the torpedo explodes. If you were close close to the explosion, you would see an unimaginably bright flash of light. When the brightness returns to normal, you would notice that the epicenter of the explosion had turned into an empty space, and everything within 30 kilometers had been destroyed. That's like a nuclear bomb exploding, isn't it? When a photon torpedo with 1.5 kilograms of antimatter explodes, approximately 50 megatons of energy in TNT equivalent is released. For example, the Tsar Bomba, which was developed in the USSR during the Cold War and detonated over Novaya Zemlya, released about 58 megatons. It was the most powerful explosion in the history of mankind. The nuclear mushroom cloud rose to a height of 67 kilometers that day. At the same time, the Tsar Bomba weighed 26.5 tons. That's like 7 adult African elephants. To deploy the bomb, it was necessary to modify a military aircraft. With a photon torpedo, everything's easier. It weighs only 250 kilograms, of which the antimatter constitutes just 1.5 kilograms. If you really wanted to, you and a friend could drop a torpedo into the courtyard from your balcony. But is it really possible to build a warhead with 1.5 kilograms of antimatter? In the year 2010, scientists from CERN were able to literally catch antimatter for the first time in history. By cooling the antimatter in the Penning trap to minus 73 degrees Celsius, they were able to capture 38 antimatter atoms and hold them for 172 milliseconds. The next year, scientists were able to hold 309 antiprotons, which were under their control for about 17 minutes. In the entire history of mankind, only 500 septillion grams of antimatter have been harnessed. This is so small that you wouldn't even be able to light a light bulb for 1 second using the accumulated energy. Before you had time to eat lunch, all of the antimatter you'd caught would be annihilated. Another problem is that antimatter mining uses as much electricity as it takes to power a small city. This makes antimatter the most expensive substance on Earth. 1 gram of antimatter costs $63 trillion. For comparison, the market capitalization of Apple is only $1 trillion. But there's also good news. If we learn to hold at least 300 antimatter atoms every year, in 9 septillion years, we'll be able to collect 1.5 kilograms of the coveted substance and start an intergalactic war. Perhaps in this century, humanity will discover a way to produce antimatter in large quantities. After all, just 10 years ago, only the theory existed, and today scientists have synthesized real atoms of real antimatter. However, the photon torpedo has something more than destructive power: near light speed. The so-called warp drive accelerates a photon torpedo to 225,000 kilometers per second. That's 3/4 the speed of light. With such an engine in reality, it wouldn't be necessary to extract a huge amount of antimatter to get an explosion. It would be enough to launch a large rock at this speed. When it came into contact with the surface of a planet, it would lead to disaster. Remember the meteorite that fell in Chelyabinsk in the year 2013? It weighed a ton, and its diameter reached 20 meters. When the Chelyabinsk meteorite entered the dense layers of the Earth's atmosphere, the explosive power was 500 kilotons. This is only 1/120th of the power of the Tsar Bomba explosion. But there's a catch. Massive objects cannot move at the speed of light. To do this, you need to have zero mass. Photons, elementary particles of light, have this property. Imagine that your body was entirely made up of photons. Then you could move at the speed of light. But this would have its drawbacks. For example, if you had zero mass, all you could do to amuse yourself would be constantly moving at the speed of light. At this speed, it would only take 1 second for you to see billions of years pass on Earth. But since you'd be constantly moving at the speed of light, the very concept of time would cease to exist to you. You would be able to travel an infinite distance in space before a single moment even began for you. However, there's one problem. It's impossible to build a spacecraft with zero mass. But there's a solution. We could bend space-time itself around a spaceship so that it could move even faster than the speed of light. How is that possible? Imagine a sheet of paper with 2 dots drawn on different parts of it. In a linear world, you need to travel a certain distance to get from point A to point B. But if you fold a piece of paper so that both points touch, you can get from point A to point B instantly. This theory was put forward by Mexican physicist Miguel Alcubierre in 1994. Based on Einstein's work, he came up with a hypothesis that we now know as the Alcubierre drive. By placing any object, such as a spaceship, in such a warp bubble, you can compress the space in front of the bubble and expand it behind it. Thus, an object with mass would move faster than the speed of light through space and time. In fact, the spacecraft could even stand still. Space itself would move around it. This can only be done with the help of antimatter. According to physicists' calculations, the formation of the Alcubierre drive requires trillions of times more antimatter than is needed for the explosion of a photon torpedo. Fortunately, this is only a preliminary calculation. The theories of physicists and mathematicians continue to improve, and the knowledge of quantum teleportation is expanding every year. NASA has an entire division of EagleWorks Laboratories, which is engaged in the study of the Alcubierre drive. Laboratory specialists periodically publish the results of their activities, but no real breakthrough has yet occurred. Nevertheless, the nature of spatial wormholes has become clear to humanity. Scientists have already learned how to teleport quantum particles over long distances and are getting closer to solving this phenomenon every day. Today it sounds like science fiction, but it's possible that in the near future, people will use a spatial teleport in the same way we use ordinary smartphones today. In modern realities, this development of science seems more logical than trite explosions. You wouldn't have to build super destructive weapons either. Star Trek fans know that photon torpedoes were often modified. Antimatter warheads were removed, and instead of these, sensors were installed on the torpedoes, which helped study the expanses of the universe. If scientists manage to create the Alcubierre drive in reality, humanity will be able to make a device to study interstellar space. When we learn how to create wormholes, people on Earth will learn about what the universe has hidden from them throughout its existence. Perhaps we should stop the constant and pointless arms race and start exploring space in new ways. Who knows? Maybe in 100 years, people will be destined to meet extraterrestrial life forms and embark on a new path of development of civilization. Do science, not war. And as always, thank you for your attention. Scientists never stop predicting many distant and not so distant events. They know approximately when Betelgeuse will explode and when the sun will turn into a white dwarf. They can tell when all the glaciers will melt and the The Sahara Desert will again be covered in a lush green carpet. Scientists can do a lot, but can they guess what will happen in a few Googleplex years? This is so far away that it's difficult to imagine such a figure, but I did try. Today, we'll take a real dive into the life of the universe, from today to the extinction and death of the stars. In 10 minutes, we'll jump forward billions of years. What's waiting for us in the very, very distant future? A void? Something more. The journey begins. Googleplex years. How many is that? In words, it's 10 to the degree of Google. I'd love to write this number in its entirety, but that's not possible. It would require more space than exists in the visible universe. Do you know how many average-sized books it would take to print this number? 10 to the 94th power. If the mass of each of them was about 100 grams or 3.5 ounces, the total mass of all these books would be more than the mass of the entire Milky Way and Andromeda Galaxy. So let's all agree that a Googleplex years is 10 and an infinite number of zeros. That is so far off from today that it's not clear if there will be anything familiar to us in such a world. Well, let's not flatter ourselves. According to scientists, the Earth will reach a maximum age of 7.5 billion years. By then, the sun will be a huge, fire-breathing red giant. It will start attracting the Earth like a magnet and eventually destroy it. According to another version, the sun will absorb Mercury and Venus, but it won't touch our planet, though the Earth will still get scorched. Humanity will have only one chance at surviving. To do so, we'll need to move the Earth to a safe place from the sun. Currently, scientists are a long way from figuring out how to do this effectively. So far, the most realistic option looks like via gravity assist. With this method, we'd need to redirect about 1 million asteroids in space to fly towards our planet, which would change Earth's orbit. But at the moment, this idea sounds too improbable, and it's more likely that humanity will simply move to another Earth-like object. In a couple million years, surely scientists will find an exoplanet with ideal conditions. They'll also find a way to get there quickly. In about 1.5 billion years, the average temperature on Earth will reach 40 degrees Celsius or 104 degrees Fahrenheit. This will be enough to make our planet uninhabitable. So humanity doesn't have much time left. In 10 billion years, all that will remain of the sun is a carbon-oxygen crystal in the form of a white dwarf. But what will happen outside of our solar system? Stars will still be born and die there, releasing their light to distant planets. In about 4.5 billion years, the Andromeda Galaxy will collide with our Milky Way galaxy. A new giant elliptical galaxy will be formed. When this happens, it's hardly likely anyone will be able to come up with a name for it. But now, scientists call it Milkomeda. This collision will move the solar system about 100,000 light years away from the center of the galaxy we're currently in. By that time, everything will be different here. There are several versions of how these events will unfold. The planets will be released to a wider orbit around the dying sun, or they'll be thrown out of the solar system altogether. When the Milkomeda appears, the supermassive black holes from the two galaxies will merge, and there'll be a huge black hole weighing billions of solar masses. Some stars will be thrown out of the galaxy, but many new ones will appear. Perhaps there'll be at least one of these stars in the light of which new life will be born. In what form it'll be, it's difficult to imagine, but I like to believe that someone with a mind and eyes will be able to see this amazing light show through a telescope. In 10 billion years, the current galaxy and the entire universe will slowly be moving towards their extinction. The energy once generated by the Big Bang will be getting smaller and smaller. But when 100 billion years years have passed, all the galaxies will be old. They'll consist of burnt-out, cold red dwarfs. They'll burn dimly, surrounded by a large number of neutron stars, black holes, and white and brown dwarfs. The life of the stars will gradually come to an end. If humanity survives, it won't be on planets. Perhaps it'll be possible to build Dyson spheres and live on them using the energy of the cooling stars. Another 50 billion years will pass, and in any local supercluster, it'll become impossible to see anything other than the celestial bodies of your galaxy. But in fact, other galaxies won't disappear. They'll simply become invisible to the astronomer of the future. The fact is that one day, these galaxies will start moving away from us at supersonic speeds, and the light that they emit won't be able to surpass expanding space and will cease to reach the observer. In order to see other galaxies in 150 billion years, you'll need a radio telescope the size of the Earth. Trillions of years will pass. And because of the lack of hydrogen and helium in space, frozen stars may begin to form in the universe. Scientists estimate that the universe will be about 100 trillion years old when almost all of the stars finally stop shining. Only occasionally will the cosmos be pierced by bright supernova explosions. The universe will get colder and darker. White dwarfs will remain, whose luminosity will be comparable to several electric light bulbs. In a quadrillion years, most planets will be forced out of their orbits and will be traveling through space, or maybe they'll collide with the remnants of their former stars. Between 10 and 100 quintillion years, most of the objects will have been thrown out of the Milkomeda, and a very small percentage of them will fall into a supermassive black hole. The further unfolding of events will depend on whether the proton is still stable or not at this time. Some experiments claim that the minimum decay period of a proton is 10 to the power of 32 years. If this is true, in 10 to the power of 40 years, the remnants of every star will disappear in the universe, and only black holes will remain. And after 10 to the power of 100 years, due to Hawking radiation, black holes will evaporate. The universe will be almost completely empty. In it, photons, neutrinos, electrons, and positrons will be flying around, occasionally colliding with one another. But if the protons are stable, then in 10 to the power of 1,500 years, iron stars will appear in almost complete emptiness. We're now steadily approaching a googolplex years. This matter, consisting of spherical drops of liquid iron, will be unstable. Over time, it will collapse into either black holes or neutron stars. The first ones will start to evaporate. It's unknown whether the transformation of iron stars will be accompanied by a supernova explosion. If so, then even after a googolplex years, the universe will light up with bright fireworks. But what will happen next? Well, then there might be another Big Bang. And the result will be either the exact same universe or a completely different one. What will have happened to humanity by that time is difficult to say. Perhaps we'll have already discovered other universes. If so, that means we'll one day have to leave this familiar world and build a life from scratch in a new one. Scientists haven't ruled out that if the multiverse exists, then there may be the same or almost the same universe as our own hiding somewhere out there. And then nothing will end. Do you think that humanity could be saved even when there's no matter? Let us know in the comments. And don't forget to like and subscribe to our channel. See you in the next video. Sometimes a vacation by the lake can kill you. I'm not talking about the possibility of drowning, running into a hungry animal, or eating something poisonous. Death is literally in the air, silent and painful. One breath and you can't be saved. All it takes is being in the wrong place at the wrong time. Today, I'm going to tell you about one of the most dangerous places on the planet. You're going to learn how an ordinary lake can destroy life in several villages and what risks face a person who comes too close to it. Welcome to Lake Nyos. You're sitting on the shore of a large lake. It's quite hot, but the water is cool. Nothing portends trouble, as suddenly the color of the lake begins to change. It recedes from the coast, like the sea before tsunami, and suddenly becomes almost red. You may be starting to suspect that you have sunstroke, or maybe it's harmful emissions, or even aliens. But there's no time to think about it. Suddenly, the lake explodes like a huge bubble. There's a terrible crash. You lose consciousness, and then instant death. If you're a little further from the lake, you won't see all these strange effects. There will only be a crash, and then perhaps you'll smell gunpowder or rotten eggs. A sharp attack of vertigo will make you sit up, and an unbearable headache will make it difficult even to walk. Your mind will start to get confused. You won't even be able to breathe. You'll probably feel or hear yourself wheezing. Your cough will choke you, and the burning pain in your eyes and nose will bring tears to your eyes. But you'll be so weak that it will be impossible to wipe them away. You won't be able to control your hands and coordinate your movements. This is followed by loss of consciousness, coma, and death. But what's going on? A very rare natural disaster is the Limnik eruption. In fact, this is an eruption of carbon dioxide from an open reservoir. In recent history, this phenomenon has been observed only twice. The first recorded eruption occurred in Cameroon on Lake Manoon in 1984. About 10:30 in the evening, a cloud of carbon dioxide escaped from the reservoir and filled the valley near the road. Early in the morning, people from a nearby village went to work on this road, entered the cloud, and instantly died. Then, 37 people became victims of the eruption. 2 years later, on the 21st of August, 1986, a similar and even more deadly event occurred on Lake Nyos. Then, 3,500 head of cattle and 1,746 people were killed. It was a real local apocalypse that no one could have predicted. It's not known what caused the catastrophic release of gas. Most geologists, including those from Cameroon, believe that the cause was a landslide that allowed carbon dioxide to escape to the surface. But there's another version. According to it, a small volcanic eruption could have occurred at the bottom of the lake, which triggered the disaster. However, the trigger could have also been rain or just a very strong wind. It's impossible to guess what exactly brought nature out of itself. The phenomenon appeared to be similar to the movement of soda from a bottle that has been shaken. A bottle lying at a depth of more than 200 meters, or just under 700 feet, with a liquid 5 times more carbonated than regular soda. Due to the release of gases and the oxidation of iron-rich water, the lake changed color. A nearly 100-meter or 300-foot column of water and foam formed on the surface, which triggered a giant wave of about 25 meters or 82 feet in height. And this whole mass of water fell on the shore. Every tree in its path was broken. About 100 to 300,000 tons tons of carbon dioxide, and some sources say more than 1.5 million tons broke free in just 20 seconds. Since the density of carbon dioxide is 1.5 times the density of air, the cloud covered the Earth and moved down the valleys at a speed of more than 100 kilometers or more than 60 miles per hour. What was happening on the lake was accompanied by a rumble that local farmers heard. Out on the street, they instantly lost consciousness and were paralyzed. People in the affected areas collapsed and died after a few breaths. Some suffocated in their sleep. Many people went to the door to find out the source of the strange smell. Carbon dioxide poisoning is often accompanied by the smell of sulfur. But as soon as anyone opened the door, they immediately fell dead. In many cases, their relatives then rushed to check what had happened. They also died. In Nios and Cam, the first villages to be hit by the gas, all but 4 of the residents who were on high ground at the time were killed. People, as well as livestock, within 25 kilometers or 15.5 miles of the lake simply suffocated. Some sources claim that birds and even insects have become victims of carbon dioxide. This is a terrible picture of genocide arranged by nature itself. Could this happen again? Unfortunately, yes. And you won't be able to hide, climb higher, or run away from the wave of suffocating gas. It will be moving too fast. Today, Lake Nios is under constant surveillance. There are still people living in its vicinity who may be at risk of exposure to a new eruption of carbon dioxide. To prevent a disaster, in 1995, scientist Michael Halbwachs proposed installing degassing columns. They use a pump to lift water that is highly saturated with carbon dioxide. But degassing doesn't solve all of the problems. In the year 2005, geologist Isaac Njila from the University of Yaoundé suggested that the natural dam of volcanic rock that holds back the waters of the lake may collapse in the near future. Up to 50 million cubic meters, or 2 billion cubic feet of water would spill out, partially flooding Taraba State and Benue State of Nigeria. This may happen in the next 10 or 20 years. If the dam collapses, the lake will sink at least 40 meters, or 131 feet. This will greatly relieve the pressure on the gas that remains in deep water. This means that it could again break free. All of this could cause 2 natural disasters at once, something like a combination of flooding and the release of deadly gas. The worst thing is that the 2 deadly lakes I mentioned aren't the only ones like this in the world. Moreover, they're not even the only ones in Africa. After the disaster, which claimed the lives of almost 2,000 people, scientists began exploring other reservoirs. It was necessary to find out if something like this would happen again, and most importantly, could it be prevented? As a result, Lake Kivu was found to be at risk. This lake is located on the border between Rwanda and the Democratic Republic of the Congo and has an area of approximately 2,700 square kilometers, or about 1,040 square miles. This makes Kivu the 8th largest lake in Africa. And this huge lake is another time bomb. Around Kivu, geologists have found evidence of mass extinction every 1,000 years or so. Presumably, the death of all living things here has been caused by gas emissions. But this lake is about 2,000 times larger than Nios. Its water contains about 65 cubic kilometers, or 15.5 cubic miles of methane, as well as about 256 cubic kilometers, or 65 cubic miles of carbon dioxide. Scientists don't know exactly exactly when Lake Kivu last erupted, and a new disaster could happen very soon. The release could be so powerful that it could surpass the events of Lake Manoon and Lake Nyos combined. Approximately 2 million people living near Kivu would die on the spot. Of course, I'm not saying that near these lakes you're simply waiting for certain death. I'm not a fortune teller or even a scientist, just a person who really likes science. But anyway, I would prefer having a rest near any other body of water. If you like the video, give it a thumbs up. Don't forget to subscribe to the channel if you haven't already. Click on the bell to receive timely notifications of the release of new, interesting videos that are waiting for you ahead. Gabby Scanlon celebrated her 18th birthday at the Oscar Bar. The bartender made her an incredibly beautiful cocktail. After sipping the drink, the girl began to choke. She was then taken to the hospital. Gabby began celebrating her birthday at the bar and ended up on the operating table alongside the doctors who were performing emergency surgery to remove part of her stomach. Everything ended well. Gabby survived and sued the bar. Such cases are not uncommon. Any adequate bartender should warn you that you can drink a cocktail with liquid nitrogen only after the magic fog has dissolved. But Gabby's case is perhaps the least that liquid nitrogen is capable of. It's all about the extremely low temperature of nitrogen, minus 196 degrees Celsius. If you swallowed even a small amount, you would feel the cold, which would seem hundreds of times stronger than any substance that you could taste on this planet. Only liquid helium, which is about 70 degrees colder than nitrogen, can surpass these sensations. But the searing cold is just the tip of the iceberg. As soon as the substance passed the esophagus and entered the stomach, you would experience a truly hellish pain. The internal organs of a person are not protected by dense skin, such as the entire outside of your body. The deadly cold liquid would destroy everything it came into contact with. If you drank a cocktail that has just a tiny dose of nitrogen in it, you could get rid of belching, heartburn, indigestion, or even lose half of your stomach, as in Gabby's case. Not exactly the gift people dream about on their birthday, but you could live with it. But as soon as you drank a whole shot, you would immediately experience an incredible range of different sensations. The boiling point of nitrogen is minus 195.7 degrees Celsius. This means that when it entered your body, the substance would immediately begin to evaporate. Moreover, as a result, gaseous nitrogen is hundreds of times more expansive. One shot is capable of forming about 25 liters of gas. If your stomach can accommodate such an amount, you should make sure that you're really human. Your stomach would begin to swell quickly until it burst like a balloon. Further, everything depends on the individual characteristics of each organism. But in most cases, there would be loss of consciousness and then death would be close. In 1997, a student at Worcester Polytechnic, for some unknown reason, poured liquid nitrogen into his mouth and decided to blow out a few rings of smoke. but instead, he accidentally swallowed the substance. As a result, the guy received a punctured hole in his stomach and a destroyed lung, and also lost part of his stomach and badly damaged his gastrointestinal tract. I cannot guarantee the veracity of this story since it doesn't say anything about his mouth, which should have also suffered serious injuries, which is strange. However, that isn't important right now. You get the point. The gas would look for a way out and would find one. And yet, even in this case, you could still be saved if you promptly called an ambulance. But I wouldn't test it in practice. And now, something really extreme. After which, you would have to call the funeral home, not an ambulance. I would call this experiment the Big Bang. Now that you've tasted a shot, it's time to increase your dose and drink a whole glass of nitrogen in one gulp. In this case, more than 100 liters of gas would evaporate inside your stomach. This would create pressure that would lead to... You already understand what this would lead to. 2006, Texas A&M University. An explosion of incredible force thundered on the second floor. As Derek Lowe writes in his blog,
the front door and the wall of the laboratory were blown out into the corridor. All the other walls of the laboratory were 4 to 8 inches off the floor. All windows, except one open one, were blown out into the courtyard. The tank itself punctured the ceiling and came to rest under the roof on the 3rd floor of the building, leaving behind a 20-inch hole in the ceiling.
And as you can probably already guess from the context, inside this tank was just that, liquid nitrogen. So, after drinking a whole glass, you would feel like this building, an incredibly spectacular and almost instant death. I won't describe the bloody details because a story about scattering human intestines may not please YouTube. And you wouldn't be able to watch this video. There's no point in increasing the nitrogen dose further, so we move on to the second phase of our experiments. Right now, turn up your imagination to its maximum. Imagine a huge pool filled with liquid nitrogen. What would happen if you jumped into it? The first problem is that it would be impossible to fill the pool with liquid nitrogen. In any unprepared container, the substance very quickly turns into gas. But you could use a Dewar vessel or a cryostat, special containers that maintain the necessary temperature so that liquid nitrogen remains liquid and doesn't evaporate. It doesn't matter where we got such a large vessel to fit an entire person inside it. This is just a thought experiment. It all starts with a drop. If only one drop of this substance fell on your hand, or for example, you put your hand into a reservoir of liquid nitrogen and quickly pulled it out, nothing would happen. You wouldn't even get frostbite. It's all about the Leidenfrost effect. Liquid nitrogen doesn't burn immediately. On average, a person's hand temperature is a little over 29 degrees Celsius, and the boiling point of nitrogen is much lower, minus 195 degrees Celsius. Thus, when in contact with the human body, nitrogen forms an insulating vapor layer. Thanks to this layer, the drop seems to float above the surface and doesn't come in contact with any part of the body. But this effect only lasts for a few seconds. After that, the magic disappears. And if you didn't shake the nitrogen off your hand in time, you could get frostbite. But if you poured a whole bucket of liquid nitrogen on your neighbor, you could win your war with them. Their hair and clothing would immediately absorb large amounts of nitrogen. Due to the constant contact of wet clothes against the skin, a layer of steam wouldn't appear. And as a result, a person could go to the hospital with severe frostbite. And if you somehow immersed your neighbor in the nitrogen tank, something truly epic would happen. In a matter of seconds, the process of destruction of the body cells would begin. And since the human body is about 60% water, when the tissues froze, the water molecules in the cells would start to combine and form ice crystals. The growing ice would remove all of the moisture from the cells and cause them to shrink. They would then be crushed between ice crystals. Cell membranes would lose their elasticity, and the structure of proteins would be disrupted. All of this means that within about 7 minutes, the consequences would be irreversible. And after an hour, your neighbor would be completely frozen. Moreover, everything wouldn't be as romantic as it was in the legendary Terminator 2. In the film, T-1000 literally turns into an ice sculpture in an instant from the splash of liquid nitrogen alone. And then the Terminator's bullet shatters him into small pieces. Very impressive, but nothing to do with reality. In the life of a robot, you would have to marinate in a vat of liquid nitrogen for at least an hour. As for a person, such experiments were carried out on a famous American show. They froze a pig's head with nitrogen and tried to break it, but the head just cracked, not flying apart into fragments. There are a number of similar experiments that can be found on the internet, but I didn't find a specific explanation for why the body doesn't fly apart. Our fibrous tissue has such incredible elasticity that it doesn't allow the body to effectively fly into millions of small fragments. But why? And under what conditions would a person be scattered into pieces? Perhaps some of you will answer these questions in the comments. I would be grateful for that. And now something that doesn't fit into my head at all. Tardigrades and Osobronchus leeches thrive when completely frozen with liquid nitrogen. Plus, they also come back to life after defrosting. It turns out that tardigrades in extreme situations shrink and retain only 1% of the total moisture in their bodies. This allows them to survive even in outer space. According to researcher Thomas Boothby, it's the protective mechanism of dehydration that allows these creatures to exist in any conditions. But how exactly they do it is still a mystery. As for leeches, according to a study by Japanese biochemists, even after 24 hours in liquid nitrogen, they felt perfectly well.
The organism of leeches has some mysterious mechanism that prevents them from dying from low temperatures,
says Professor Takahiro Kikawada.
I would really like to get to the bottom of this issue.
I hope you understand what all of this means. Big, global teleportation is coming. As soon as humanity unravels the secrets of such organisms and learns to return to life after cryo-freezing any creature on the planet, a truly amazing time will come. A new era. If you and I caught this time during our lifetime, we could freeze ourselves and unfreeze in 100, 200, or maybe in 1,000 years. Sounds pretty dang cool to me. But so far, all that science can do is carry out successful cryopreservation of a body in liquid nitrogen. This special freezing technology allows you to preserve biological tissues without the formation of ice crystals, and therefore without damage. It remains only to figure out how to bring a person back to life after defrosting. That's all for me. I finish my broadcast and start working on a new release. Maybe you should try drilling a hole to the center of the planet and throwing a huge reservoir of liquid nitrogen into it. Or try to freeze and smash a nuclear bomb. But I promise that it will be incredibly interesting. Subscribe and also write your ideas for new experiments in the comments. No more paradise islands at the equator, and no more mountain ski resorts, no beaches or small quiet villages. Hurricanes and typhoons of incredible incredible powers sweep away everything in their path, wars have become even more destructive. One nuclear warhead can destroy half of the world's population. Sounds like the plot of another disaster movie, doesn't it? But I'm talking about the possible future of our planet. In less than 10 minutes, you'll find out why what's happening right now under our feet can destroy our entire familiar world. Why might the dense Amazon rainforest disappear completely, while normal winds cause millions of deaths? And what does the route from Antarctica to Uruguay have to do with it? Almost from the 150 million square kilometers, or 58 million square miles of land, 361 million square kilometers, or 139 million square miles of water. This is exactly what the Earth was about 300 million years ago. At that time on our planet, there were no islands nor separate continents, only the supercontinent Pangaea and the huge ocean of Panthalassa. Then Pangaea began to disintegrate, and after hundreds of millions of years of slow movement of the lithospheric plates, we got the familiar Earth we know now. However, this process didn't stop. It continues to this day. The planet gradually changes its appearance every second. You likely won't notice this without special instruments, but 300 million years will pass and you'll no longer recognize Earth. Christopher Scotese, a geologist and paleontographer at the University of Texas at Arlington, made a hypothesis about Neo-Pangaea. If you believe the scientists, then over time, the movement of the continents will lead to the formation of a new supercontinent. It's called Pangaea Proxima. To see how this will happen, you'll have to fast forward. The Atlantic and Indian Oceans will continue to expand until all continents come together in one place. It's very likely that most of them will collide with Eurasia. But first, North America will move to the west, Eurasia to the east. Perhaps Great Britain will approach the North Pole, and Siberia will move south towards warm subtropical latitudes. It will become unusually hot and humid there. Africa is expected to collide with Europe and the Arabian Peninsula. The Mediterranean Sea will disappear altogether. In its place, huge mountain peaks will form, which may significantly exceed Mount Everest. California will be right against or very close to Alaska, also creating new mountain ranges. Then, the Atlantic Ocean will begin to shrink. Antarctica will move to the north towards Madagascar. In the end, North America will collide with Africa, and South America will, as it were, embrace it from the south. By this time, the Pacific Ocean will be so huge that it will take up half the Earth. Of course, this isn't the only scenario for the formation of a supercontinent. The world will change completely. Paul Valdez, a climatologist from the University of Bristol, believes that life on the future supercontinent will be extreme. Earthquakes, volcanic activity, tsunamis, and asteroids. All this would continue to threaten humanity. But the likelihood of being destroyed by something like this would become much less. Much less, that is, than the likelihood of becoming a victim of an incredibly powerful hurricane, the winds of which can destroy even the strongest skyscraper. If a supercontinent forms at the end of an active volcanic phase, then the atmosphere will be rich in carbon dioxide. As a result, there will be such global warming that it will even warm the oceans, and we'll have a planet with raging hypercanes. These huge tropical cyclones are 50% more powerful than the worst hurricanes of our time. Forget about the light breeze that may be blowing outside your window. The winds will be hundreds of times stronger. To give you even a rough idea of such power, here is an example. The Category 5 Hurricane Irma reached a wind speed of 285 kilometers per hour, or 180 miles per hour. The north coast of Cuba was hit by waves up to 11 meters or 36 feet high. Not the biggest ones in history, but hardly anyone would want to be nearby. Then, in Florida, a major natural disaster was declared. Millions of people were evacuated. As a result of the hurricane, the economic damage amounted to more than $77 billion. Now, multiply all this by 1.5. Wind speed, waves, damage, and similar natural disasters will occur on Neopangaea all the time. Perhaps, with the dividing of territories in such conditions, problems will arise. There's no time for agriculture and various forms of production. But just think how much energy can be obtained with the help of wind generators. So, you think that humanity is somehow too belligerent today? Oh no. Conflicts on Neopangaea will become commonplace. Humans are capable of inflicting much more harm on themselves than nature. Today, mankind has fighter jets, intercontinental ballistic missiles, drones, various chemical weapons. The number of threats that can send you to meet your late great-grandmother is increasing every year. Add here nuclear weapons or some particularly dangerous strain of virus. And this is only the weaponry that exists today. But what will they come up with in the future? A world in which countries are not separated by seas and oceans, where you have to constantly fight for resources and habitable territory. Yes, this is some kind of ancient world. Correction, an ancient world where there are nuclear warheads, and the population density is such that almost any infectious disease risks becoming a pandemic. And hurricanes. Don't forget the constant hurricanes as a bonus. But I haven't even covered all the climate issues. To form Neopangaea, the continents are likely to shift from the poles to the equator and very much change their position. This means that many countries will have a truly hellish climate. Tropics in the United States, easy. Desert instead of Brazil. Yes, you have to get used to that too. Portugal under ice. On Neopangaea, even this could be possible. Nigeria and Morocco would also be very cold, and the climate in Spain would no longer be different from Iceland's. However, why are we talking about bad things all the time? A single supercontinent would still have its advantages. For example, travel. From the noticeably warmer Antarctica, Uruguay could be reached on foot, and from Mexico to South Africa, just catch a ride. True, it's better not to dream of any vacation on the Italian coast, unless, of course, you're a fan of extremely low temperatures. It will be quite frosty in Italy in 300 million years. Okay, let's be honest. If Pangaea still existed or formed again, you would hardly be happy about it. Yes, me too. Terrible scenario, to be honest. The fact that Christopher Scotesi's hypothesis is just that, and no one really knows what the movement of lithospheric plates will lead to for the inhabitants of the Earth. The best news in this video. Perhaps you'll be glad that fish and other sea life feel much better in the vast ocean. After all, people will not have to cross it to get somewhere, which means less pollution and other negative impacts. But no, life in the oceans is directly linked to currents that oxygenate the water and provide other nutrients. The currents depend on the location of the continents, and if they all gather in one place, currents may cease to exist. No currents, no oxygen. Few creatures can survive in such water. Of course, I could have made a mistake during my research. I'm just a guy on the internet trying to tell you that science is very interesting. Maybe some of you, after watching my videos, will get so carried away by all this that you'll make an amazing discovery one day. Maybe even construct a rocket that will send us to the distant borders of the universe. But you won't envy those who will live on our planet because, well, I won't get ahead of myself. This is the topic of one of my next videos. In the meantime, remember to like the video, subscribe to the channel if you haven't already, and click on the bell. This way, you definitely won't miss anything. There are a huge number of apocalypse scenarios that people can arrange with their own hands, but there is one happening unnoticed, and right now, overpopulation, lack of resources, territory, constant illness, unimaginable heat, violent conflicts, and this is just the tip of the iceberg. Could overpopulation turn the Earth into a black hole?
How realistic is such a forecast? How many years will humanity need to create a real catastrophe? Would we be able to survive if there were 1 nonillion people on the planet? I'll try to tell you about all this in detail in just 10 minutes.
A nonillion is a huge number that's difficult even to imagine. 10 to the 30th power. The sun weighs 2 nonillion kilograms. The lifespan of a proton is at least 1 nonillion years. There are 10 nonillion individual viruses on our planet, and this is enough to spread one virus to every star in the universe. Moreover, several times. The population of the Earth is growing gradually, but let's say that there was some kind of failure in the logic of the world, and suddenly there were not just 8 billion of us, but rather 1 nonillion people. The air would become polluted at an alarming rate. This would lead to a spike in respiratory illness and asthma. The International Agency for Research on Cancer also believes that such contamination contributes to the development of cancer. High population density will allow any infection to spread at an awful rate. People will have much less personal space, leading to much higher risks of contracting deadly diseases such as meningitis, typhoid, cholera, and others. The world will be constantly in a state of pandemic, and if one fades, another will immediately arise. The more carbon dioxide in the environment, the more likely major natural disasters such as hurricanes are. A 2009 study published in Global Environmental Change analyzed the impact on the environment of having children. It turned out that today every additional child adds about 9,500 tons of carbon dioxide to the atmosphere. And if the number of children were to become 1 nonillion, the vast majority of people would starve because the planet's resources are simply not sufficient for such a large number of consumers. All fish and other marine life that might meet the need for food would be eaten up. The same fate would befall wild and domestic animals. An attempt to increase the number of livestock would lead to overgrazing, overconsumption of plants. This, in turn, will cause soil degradation and desertification. A population increase would endanger the world's oceans, not to mention the problems that would affect the world's supply of drinking water. Today, humanity is faced with a lack of it. According to the WWF, the Worldwide Fund for Nature, more than 1 billion people currently have no access to water. If the world population grew to 1 nonillion, this number would increase by a factor of sextillion. And don't forget about wars. The fewer the resources and the higher the population density, the greater the tensions between countries and communities. Tensions that could lead to violent, armed conflicts. But these aren't really the main problems. It's unlikely that every one of these 1 nonillion people on Earth will have to face all these problems. We simply don't have enough space on the planet. The land looks massive. Large areas are still unoccupied. But even if you use every inch of dry land, it won't help. For every square meter of land, there will be almost 7 to 10 to the 15th power of people. Let's say they all have an average height of 165 centimeters. If you stack these people on top of each other, then such a pyramid would reach far beyond the Earth's atmosphere into open space. Living in such tight quarters would not only be difficult, but absolutely unrealistic. There's neither enough space nor air. Anyone in such a situation is likely to face a quick but painful death. what if you use the entire surface of the Earth? Most of our planet is covered in water, and this is critical for many reasons. But in a case that the population has grown dramatically, will drainage of water bodies help? The entire surface area of the Earth is approximately 510 million square kilometers. If you use it in its entirety, there will be about 2 people for every square meter, or rather 2 by 10 to the 15th power of a person, 2 quadrillion. If there were 1 nonillion people on Earth, the planet would change forever. It would simply become a huge ball covered with people by more than 1 trillion layers. For such a large number of people to feel even a little comfortable, it would require more than just our planet. The current population density of the Earth is 50 people per square kilometer. This includes the entire continental and island territories, even Antarctica. If we adhere to such a plan, then for the comfortable settlement of 1 nonillion people, it will take approximately 20 octillion square kilometers to obtain such a vast territory. One would have to make 134 quintillion clones of the Earth. At the very beginning of the video, I mentioned a black hole, and this is no coincidence. 1 nonillion people will add at least 62 nonillion kilograms to our planet. This is more than the mass of the Earth itself, and even more than the mass of the Sun. The planet would become very heavy and very dense. But to turn it into a black hole, you first need to become a supernova. Even such an overpopulated Earth will not have enough capacity and temperature for this. But is overpopulation really worth worrying about? Many scientists believe that the Earth's maximum capacity is between 9 and 10 billion people. This point of view is shared by biologist Edward Wilson. As pointed out by Wilson in his book, The Future of Life, the limitations of the biosphere are unchangeable. Aside from fresh water, there are indeed problems with the amount of food the Earth can produce. Even if 100% of the grain is consumed and absolutely all people become vegetarians, the planet will only be able to feed 10 billion people. At the same time, a biologist, Joel Cohen from Columbia University, admitted that no one knows when or at what level peak population will be reached. As of August 6, 2020, the world's population is estimated at 7.8 billion people. The United Nations expects that by the year 2050, Earth's population will reach 9.8 billion people. In the year 2100, the figures will exceed 11 billion. This could be a real disaster. The disadvantages of overpopulation are felt by many today. The most populous cities in the world are Tokyo, Delhi, Shanghai, Mumbai, and Sao Paulo. The population of each of them exceeds 20 million people and continues to grow. And along with this comes growing air pollution, the amount of garbage, poverty. Perhaps over time, there will be more and more cities with high populations. According to the UN, 250 babies are born every minute, and technology is helping people live longer. To cope with overpopulation, analysts suggest improving the quality of education and educating people about the environmental and financial costs associated with large families. Will it help? We'll find out in a couple of decades. Most likely, humanity will never be able to reach the 1 nonillion mark. However, this is just my guess. Who knows what the future of our descendants will be like far beyond planet Earth. If you like the video, give it a thumbs up. Don't forget to subscribe to the channel if you haven't already. Click on the bell to be notified right away when new interesting videos are released that are waiting for you ahead. Even children know that mercury is incredibly dangerous, but it wasn't always so. Until the middle of of last century, people took mercury as a cure for many diseases. Fortunately, those days are gone. And today you must be extremely careful when working with this metal. What happens if a drop of mercury gets on your skin? No, it's something even worse. What if you were immersed in a pond of mercury? In this video, you'll learn how truly dangerous mercury is. I'll talk about its terrible effects on the human body. Let's flood a lake with a huge amount of this metal and put an imaginary swimmer there. Want to see if they can survive and what exactly will happen to them? Let the experiment begin. But don't even think about doing something like this at home. It's life-threatening. If you've ever smashed a mercury thermometer, you must have seen shiny silver balls. Sure, mercury is extracted in a completely different form. Like other metals, it's extracted from ore, mostly from cinnabar. In general, mercury content in the Earth's crust is negligible, only 0.08 of a gram or 0.02 of an ounce per ton. This is why mercury is an extremely rare element. Condensate forms from its vapor, which, when cooled, collects as a liquid. Then the mercury is packaged in cast iron or steel flasks. Each one weighs 34.5 kilograms or 76 pounds. In this form, it's supplied to industrial enterprises. But enough theory. Let's move on to practice and fill the whole lake with elemental mercury. Let's not joke around. Let it be a lake the size of an Olympic pool. Don't even ask how much mercury we need. Given that this metal is more than 13.5 times denser than water, we'll need a lot. A little less than 1 million flasks to be precise. But what can't be done for the sake of the experiment of the century? Well, the lake is filled and shimmers in the sun like silver. I must say right away, it's better not to jump in from a hill. Jumping from a height into a mercury tank would be worse than falling onto a concrete floor. If you jump from the shore, it will also be unpleasant. At a minimum, you'll get some bruises. Mercury is so dense that you can't even be submersed in it by a couple of centimeters or inches. But you'll probably be able to stand on the mercury lake. It's better to hone your balance skills to perfection in advance, because just standing on mercury will not be easy, not to mention taking a step. To get out of it by yourself will also be a problem. It would be good to tie a rope to a tree before the experiment to pull yourself ashore. By the way, mercury has a high surface tension, therefore it wouldn't stick to your body. But in any case, poisoning from vapors can't be avoided, even though the lake is in the open air and the time of exposure wouldn't exceed a minute. The fact is that mercury has the properties of a neurotoxin. This means that even small doses of this metal can cause great harm to human health. Just think about what serious measures are taken when breaking a thermometer at home. But it contains less than a gram or 0.03 of an ounce of mercury. Furthermore, exactly the same amount is enough to poison all the fish in a pond with an area of about 80,000 square meters or 870,000 square feet. And now back to our mercury lake and imagining the effects of poisoning when getting into it. As I said, you won't be able to swim. I don't advise kneeling down to take a closer look at the amazing metal. It's better to lie on your back and look at the sky. It's still impossible to hide from the harmful fumes, but at least they'll penetrate less into your respiratory tract. Do you remember that a very small amount is enough to get acute poisoning? For example, just a drop smaller than a pea. The substance in our lake is millions of times more dangerous. But it's also of great importance how long the swimmer stays in the pond of mercury. Nothing serious will happen in 1 minute. So long, of course, if they'll not breathe often. In general, it's ideal if the swimmer holds their breath for a while. As for contact with the skin, the consequences cannot be avoided. Nothing fatal, but you need to be prepared for a rash, itching, sensitivity changes, and hair loss. But a lake of mercury is much more dangerous than it may seem. It will begin to kill a person as they approach it. After all, the metal itself is not as dangerous as its vapors. Maybe you should just wait until the mercury evaporates, and then you can swim in what remains. I must say right away, the idea is not the best. Physicists estimate that a 3 millimeter or 1/1200th of an inch mercury ball takes 3 years to vaporize. Now imagine how long it will take to evaporate a whole lake of mercury. Therefore, all the time, while the swimmer is approaching this dangerous place, they'll inhale the vapors of a dangerous metal. The problem is also that the vapors have no smell or color. Perhaps right at the very shore, a person will have double vision and begin to experience problems with hearing and movement. Their feet will become cottony. A metallic taste will appear in the mouth. Nausea and a headache will begin. It may even increase the body temperature. The heart will beat more quickly as when running. Then it's better not to even test yourself for strength, but to immediately dial 911 and try to get away or crawl away from the killer lake. Shock and loss of consciousness can happen at any moment, and then there will be no chance of survival. Mercury vapor poisoning is dangerous with its growing symptoms. They'll manifest themselves within a day after being exposed. Therefore, you can only enter the lake if you drive up in a tightly closed car directly to the shore. Then take a deep breath in the car and go. A couple of memorable shots, and immediately after, you must run back to the car. In this case, there's a chance to escape with mild poisoning and dermatitis. Even better if you have a gas mask and a protective suit in your car. The main thing is not to bring these protective items home after the dive. There's a high probability that you'll not even reach your house after inhaling the mercury deposited on them. The most interesting thing is, if you swallowed a little mercury while in the lake, nothing bad would happen. It will transit through your digestive tract and exit naturally. But it's better not to do so even in small quantities. A dose of 2.5 grams or 0.08 of an ounce of mercury is generally fatal. That is, if you inhale just so much mercury through some kind of inhaler in a small enclosed space, doctors will not be able to help. Now, do you understand how dangerous this metal is? By the way, the idea of immersion in mercury is not at all new. Just look at this photo taken in 1972. On it, a brave miner sits in a tub of the toxic metal. I hope this was only for the sake of the photo and for a couple of seconds. In ancient times, people generally considered mercury to be an elixir of immortality. Therefore, emperors drank mercury tablets and took mercury baths. What was the outcome after such procedures, I think you can guess. But mercury, to be honest, is just a harmless metal compared to its compounds. In the Japanese city of Minamata, thousands of people have been poisoned by the dangerous mercury compound, methylmercury. It arose due to microorganisms living in the water. Using elemental mercury, they converted it into a harmful neurotoxin. And a couple of drops of dimethylmercury that were spilled cost the life of chemistry professor Karen Wetterhahn. The substance didn't even get on exposed skin, but on a glove. But that was enough to deliver a lethal dose. Now, the whole world closely monitors the release of mercury into the environment. It's used less and less in the manufacture of products for people. So far, it's not possible to completely abandon it, but this is only a matter of time. To protect protect yourself from dangerous fumes, you can replace a mercury thermometer with an electric or infrared one. When buying fish, try not to eat too much swordfish, shark, tuna, and mackerel. And for all experiments with mercury, there's the Riddle Channel. Write in the comments which issue we should take next for testing. Please remember to like and subscribe. See you in the next release. People just can't sit still. We want everything at once to conquer space, to explore the depths of the sea, and of course, to penetrate the depths of the earth. What we haven't tried is just to travel to the Earth's core. Before the invention of special drilling rigs, people tried to dig tunnels. Then we drilled wells, both on land and underwater. But alas, people could not penetrate deeper than 12.3 kilometers or 7.6 miles. Today, we'll take a different approach. So wear a protective suit. We're going to the crater of a volcano. I suggest we throw in a tungsten ball and see what happens. Will it be able to go through the Earth's crust and hit directly on the solid core of our planet? Before we begin our scientific experiment, you probably want to ask, why is the ball made of tungsten and not another metal? The answer is very simple. It's the most refractory metal in the world. Its melting point is 3,422 degrees Celsius. That's 6,192 Fahrenheit. And in the vent of a volcano, and even underground, it's hellishly hot. Therefore, there simply aren't any other candidates. As you know, there are volcanoes on our planet both on land and underwater, and it's precisely the underwater ones that have the largest and most powerful eruptions in terms of force. But throwing heavy objects underwater isn't a good idea. Therefore, any active volcano is suitable as long as it's on land. Perhaps we can do without exact names and geometries for the sake of the experiment. Well, are you ready? 1, 2, 3, throw it! The density of tungsten is almost 7 times greater than the density of lava, so the ball begins to sink easily. But if you think that it will be like an object thrown into the water, then you're going to be disappointed. Lava isn't like water. It's nearly 3 times denser than water, and its viscosity may be 1,000,000 times higher. It follows that our ball will not instantly go under the lava. It will slowly sink lower and lower until it's completely hidden from view. I immediately recall the final moments of famous films. For example, in the final scene of The Lord of the Rings, Gollum falls into the lava of the volcano Orodruin. A frail hobbit with translucent skin in real life would float on the surface of a hot stream, slowly burning. And the golden ring of omnipotence would float somewhere nearby. In the film, he, along with his jewelry, almost instantly went under the lava, as if it were water. But as for the Terminator, no questions. It was made of metal and had a much greater density than Gollum. Therefore, he quite realistically drowned in a boiling lava cauldron. But back to our tungsten ball. It's already in the volcanic vent and slowly sinking to the bottom. It's not lava that boils here, but magma, the temperature of which can reach 1,300 degrees Celsius or 2,400 Fahrenheit. But where did the lava go? The fact is that magma is lava. The difference is only in the location of the substance. That molten rock inside the volcano is magma. If it comes to the surface and continues to flow like a liquid, then this phenomenon is called lava. By its consistency, magma is different. It can be liquid like stock and as thick as putty. It must be seething and hissing like soda, as a large amount of gas is dissolved in it. But really, what magma is there inside the volcano, no one knows. No one has ever seen it. Only a few times in history has anyone managed to get to magma using drilling rigs. However, it hasn't yet been studied. But maybe things will change with the construction of the International Magma Observatory, for which a location has been chosen. It's the volcano Krafla in Iceland. Scientists hope that as a result of studying magma, an answer will be found to the main question: how to control volcanic eruptions. And who knows, maybe then we'll be able to subdue one of the most unpredictable elements of nature. Meanwhile, our ball continues on its path, moving lower and lower down the mouth of the volcano. What awaits it at the bottom of the fire-breathing monster? Actually, nothing unusual. The volcano vent connects to the magma chamber. This is sort of an underground tank. What's in it is easy to guess. It's here that a volcanic eruption arises. And this happens quite simply. The pressure in the magma chamber becomes too great, and the gases in the magma begin to rise rapidly, pushing it out. This process is very similar to shaking a soda bottle. If the cap doesn't hold well, the gases force it to pop off under pressure, and the contents fly in all directions. I think you can imagine what awaits our tungsten ball if it's involved in this process. It will instantly be knocked out of the volcano crater. And then it will turn into a cannonball. But there's another fate that might await this ball. This will happen if it's thrown into the mouth of the largest volcano on Earth, Mauna Loa in Hawaii, or any other shield volcano. Most likely, magma streams from the chamber will lift it up, and together with the lava, it will float smoothly in an unpredictable direction. The fact is that eruptions of such volcanoes are usually not explosive and are more like a lava flood. Therefore, the appearance of the ball won't be so spectacular. It turns out that the ball can't go beyond this point. Any subject will be forcefully pushed back by a powerful element of nature. Even if we ignore this enormous pressure, our ball will still be stopped. It simply won't be able to pass through the harder, lower layers of the mantle, and the temperature will clearly limit the progress of our subject. As you approach the center of the Earth, it will get hotter and hotter. And on the border with the core, the temperature can go up to 4,000 degrees Celsius. That's 7,230 Fahrenheit. This means that, at best, only a pair of hot drops of tungsten will reach the outer core of the Earth. The turbulent ocean of liquid metal, penetrated by magnetic and electric fields, will forever absorb the remnants of the ball. Too bad the volcano isn't a tunnel through which you can get directly to the center of the Earth. But just wait a while. Nothing prevents us from imagining that we can do it. And the volcano is really connected by some miracle of engineering with the core of the Earth. Let's put aside the incredible temperature in the depths of our planet, the tremendous pressure that will crush any object in a matter of seconds, and other physical properties. In this case, it won't be difficult for our tungsten ball to sink below the Earth's crust and move along the mantle ever closer to our grand goal. But even here, we are destined for failure. Halfway to the core, the ball will start to move sideways. Its speed will be about 2,400 kilometers an hour, or 1,491 miles an hour faster than the walls of the tunnel itself. After all, we can't turn off the Earth's rotation. At such an incredible speed, the ball simply can't move further down. It would fight endlessly against the walls of the tunnel, trying with all its might to punch them until it turns into a flattened disc and then finally becomes a puddle. The ball's journey seems very exciting, but I wouldn't envy it. How much has it suffered in today's video? It's great that in the 21st century, experiments can be carried out virtually, and no one throws anything into volcanoes. We shouldn't clog them, even in the name of science. After all, they have an impact on the climate of our planet. Due to volcanic eruptions, atmospheric haze is formed from ash particles ejected into the troposphere and stratosphere. Small particles of ash reduce the sunlight reaching the surface of the Earth. Thus, the average temperature on our planet falls. This is surprising, but the fire-breathing giants striving to destroy everything in their path are natural regulators of Earth's climate. Therefore, a volley of tungsten directly from the mouth of a volcano is not a good idea. And what do you think? Will humans soon be able to control volcanic eruptions? Write in the comments. And if you like this thought experiment, don't forget to give it a thumbs up and subscribe to the channel. Each of you probably knows that nuclear weapons are extremely dangerous. But this is true not only on land, but also underwater and in space. The consequences of explosions in each environment differ. While it's more or less clear what happens on Earth, in outer space, it's still a mystery. What do you think would happen if nuclear weapons were set off in space? Not one charge, not 10, but all of them at once. For today's video, I decided to conduct this exact experiment. In fact, I'm not the first person who's thought of this. Similar experiments have already been performed. Moreover, several times. One of them was Operation Argus, a series of covert U.S. nuclear weapons tests over the Atlantic Ocean. The explosions were carried out at different altitudes in August and September of 1958. The first two warheads managed to fly 170 kilometers, or 105.6 miles, and 310 kilometers, or 192.6 miles above the Earth. The third exploded at an altitude of 794 kilometers, or 493.4 miles. But the launched shells weren't powerful enough to cause any damage. All three W-25 nuclear warheads had the same blast power, only 1.5 kilotons each. However, Operation Starfish Prime turned out to be much more interesting. In this experiment, a series of charges were launched to great heights. The goal was to study how a nuclear explosion in outer space would react. As it turns out, scientists also found out what consequences such an explosion can have here on Earth. The very first test was conducted on June 20th, 1962. A minute into the launch, everything was going according to plan. Then, a malfunction in the Thor launcher engine caused it to fail. For safety reasons, they destroyed the rocket and its warhead right there in the sky. By that time, it had reached an altitude of between 9.1 and 10.7 kilometers. That's between 5.6 and 6.6 miles. Debris from the rocket and nuclear device landed on Johnston Atoll, the location of the launch. And as you may know, the consequences were serious. The results were radiation contamination of the whole launch area. The second attempt at a launch was scheduled for July 9, 1962. This test was conducted on the same atoll in the Pacific Ocean. A new Thor rocket and new nuclear warhead set off for space once again. The 1.44 megaton W-49 thermonuclear charge reached an altitude of 400 kilometers, or or 248.5 miles, which is, by the way, extremely high. For comparison, the International Space Station sits at 417 kilometers or 259 miles above the Earth. Thankfully, at the time of this nuclear explosion, the ISS hadn't been created yet. So, how did this warhead react in space? Obviously, the explosion was completely different from what we'd ever seen on Earth. Here, we would normally see a familiar nuclear mushroom cloud, but at such great heights, there's practically no air, and thereby no radioactive cloud. What happened instead was even cooler than the special effects in the movies. The high-altitude nuclear explosion created a powerful electromagnetic pulse, a short-term electromagnetic field. Such a pulse can disable electronic equipment, electrical appliances, and power lines. So, in Hawaii, within a radius of about 1,500 kilometers, or about 932 miles from the epicenter of the explosion, 300 street lamps and other electronic devices failed. In the same region, for about 7 minutes, an aurora-like glow was visible in the sky. But that's not all. The shell explosion affected spacecraft as well. The same electromagnetic pulse immediately disabled 3 satellites. The explosion also generated charged particles. Due to the high concentration of these particles, the solar panels and electronics of 7 other satellites were also damaged. In total, the explosion disabled 1/3 of the spacecraft in low orbit at the time. All these tests taught us one very important lesson. Nuclear weapons are no joke. Such experiments can have absolutely devastating consequences. And what I've mentioned so far isn't even the worst of what could happen. That's why in 1963, a special treaty was signed. It prohibits the testing of nuclear weapons on land, underwater, and in space. But let's imagine for a few minutes that this treaty doesn't exist. What would happen if every nuclear warhead on Earth was detonated in space at the same time? The global nuclear arsenal is improving every year. Countries are creating increasingly powerful and destructive weapons. However, according to official figures, the total number is gradually declining. At the beginning of 2019, there were only 13,865 warheads in the world, while in 2018, there were 14,465 of them. This entire arsenal belongs to only 9 countries: the United States, Russia, Great Britain, France, China, India, Pakistan, North Korea, and presumably Israel. Russia and the United States own 90% of these warheads. The rest belong to the remaining countries. But no one knows the exact number of nuclear weapons there are. Some remain hidden and others unaccounted for. So let's take an average number, 15,000. That's how many devices I'm going to launch into space. The power of modern nuclear warheads from strategic carriers ranges from 150 to 550 kilotons. But instead of calculating the exact power of each one, let's take an average. Suppose that every nuclear weapon launched into outer space creates an explosion with a power of 350 kilotons of TNT. Would this grandiose show of fireworks really be worth it? Definitely. However, aside from a light show, we'd also receive a strong electromagnetic pulse. Remember the Starfish Prime operation? The consequences of a 1.4 megaton warhead explosion knocked out 1/3 of the satellites in orbit and a slew of electrical equipment. Its wreckage led to the contamination of the whole launch area. Through simple calculations, I've determined the degree of devastation that we could expect from an explosion of 15,000 warheads. It turns out it's pretty sad. Such a number of shells would create an explosion with a capacity of 5,250 megatons. That's 3,750 times more power than the warhead launched from Johnston Atoll. Can you imagine? Suppose the nuclear devices didn't reach a high altitude before detonation. An explosion at 400 kilometers or 248.5 miles above the Earth would be enough to disable every active satellite. There are currently more than 2,000 in orbit. Remember that the ISS is located at this exact altitude. It's unlikely the crew would be able to survive. Firstly, all of its onboard electronics would stop working. Secondly, in airless space, nothing would slow the spread of gamma radiation. And what about the inhabitants of the Earth? An explosion with a capacity of 1.4 megatons influences electronics within a radius of 1,500 kilometers, or about 932 miles from the epicenter of the explosion. A 5,250 megaton shell then could disrupt all equipment within a radius of 5,625,000 kilometers. That's 3,495,213 miles. For comparison, the radius of our planet is 6,371 kilometers, or 3,958.7 miles. The resulting zone of destruction would be 883 times larger. Simply put, all of the Earth's electronic devices would suffer in such a large-scale explosion. But this isn't the worst that could happen. There's always the possibility of contaminated land from falling radioactive debris. You're probably thinking, what would happen if we launched warheads a little further into space? At the moment, almost all of our current launch vehicles are designed for flights to the low Earth orbit. The only exception is Saturn V, which participated in the moon landing. But launching such an apparatus costs quite a lot, and it's unlikely that anyone would be able to produce the necessary number of missiles. So, the bombardment of celestial bodies is a completely different story. I'll save that for another video. If you like this video, give it a thumbs up. Don't forget to subscribe to the channel if you haven't already done so, and click on the bell to receive timely notifications of new interesting videos that await you ahead. Huge waves that wash away everything in their path. Destroyed homes, human casualties, utter chaos, and numerous fires. Does this sound like the plot of a disaster movie with multi-million-dollar special effects? Well, this can happen in reality if a region is hit by a seaquake, an earthquake that is centered underwater or very close to water. Many settlements in coastal zones around the world are in danger, but today I chose one location to experience the power of the elements, the state of California. What would happen if a mega earthquake hit this area? To understand what would happen to California, we'll use the theory and experience of other regions. Nothing like this has ever happened here before, but California is one of the most seismically active states in the United States. Many geological faults run through its territory. The most famous and largest of them is the San Andreas Fault. This is the boundary between the Pacific and North American plates, with a length of 1,200 kilometers or 750 miles. The plates slide, touch, and move on top of each other. This leads to constant tremors. According to data from the year 2020, in California, several earthquakes are recorded per day. The magnitude of the earthquakes fluctuates around the mark of 3 on the Richter scale, far from a disaster. But according to a forecast from the U.S. Geological Survey of 2013, earthquakes of a magnitude 6.7 or more occur throughout the state about once every 7 years. At the same time, an earthquake of a magnitude 8 or more may occur here in the next 30 years. Scientists have also tried to assess the effects of a strong earthquake in Southern California. Earthquake shocks of a magnitude 7.8 along the southern part of the fault could lead to the death of about 1,800 people. The damage from such an earthquake at this time could amount to $213 billion. billion. All of these studies relate to the land. But what if the center of the earthquake wasn't in the San Andreas Fault, but underwater or near the coastline? Anything can trigger a seaquake. The movement of lithospheric plates, impressive landslides, or strong eruptions of underwater volcanoes. Anything that can bring a large mass of water out of a state of rest will do. Take the city of Santa Monica as an example. This is a coastal city that borders 3 districts of Los Angeles and is adjacent to the Santa Monica Bay, a nice resort place that tourists love. For a huge seaquake, it would be easy to erase such a beach town from the face of the earth, and with it, a couple of nearby ones. Could this turn into a disaster for the entire U.S.? First, let's determine the strength of the shocks. What about an earthquake of a magnitude 13 on the Richter scale? A shake of this magnitude corresponds to that which occurred during the fall of the Chicxulub asteroid 66 million years ago, the one that destroyed the dinosaurs. Perhaps this is too strong of an influence. Its results are already clear. Life on Earth could again be partially extinct. So, we need something less global. For example, an earthquake of a magnitude 9.5 occurred in 1960 in Chile. And although its epicenter wasn't under the ocean floor, Chile's experience allows you to imagine the possible destruction in California. Earthquake shocks of tremendous force caused a tsunami that hit the coastline in waves up to 25 meters or 82 feet high. But the elements didn't stop there. Waves about 11 meters high, or about 36 feet, were recorded 10,000 kilometers, or 6,200 miles from the epicenter. They reached Japan and the Philippines. The total number of deaths ranged from 490 to 5,700. The government of Chile estimated that 2 million more people were left homeless. The damage amounted to $550 million US. Now we have all the necessary information. Based on the aftermath of the most powerful earthquake in Chile, as well as a 9-point earthquake in Japan, and a slightly stronger one off the coast of Sumatra, you can predict the consequences. In addition, some data can be obtained using mathematical modeling. So, the California seaquake begins. The tremors would be incredibly powerful. According to calculations, a magnitude 9.5 is equivalent to about 2.7 gigatons of TNT. If the planet shudders with such force, then people within a radius of 560 kilometers or 348 miles would feel a strong shake. And by strong shake, I mean the kind where you can't stay on your feet. Most residential buildings within this radius would be destroyed immediately. The seaquake would begin to destroy not only Santa Monica and Los Angeles, the tremors could reach San Francisco, San Diego, Las Vegas, Phoenix, and these are only the places that would be affected by the same magnitude 9.5. Many local residents could die under the rubble or be seriously injured. But it's unlikely that they would have time to escape because the tremors are only the first part of the disaster. It would take time for the ocean to bring down giant waves on the coast. By the time they reach land, much of California would literally be cracked. Roads and all of the underground communications would be affected. The runway at the Santa Monica airport would be at risk of becoming unusable. Due to the strong shaking, a large part of the state could be left without electricity. The water pipes would start to burst, and with them, the gas pipes. This would lead to explosions and fires that would quickly spread. They could cause panic and general chaos. It's almost impossible to restore order in such a situation. The 4 local Santa Monica fire stations are hardly designed for destruction of this magnitude. Neighboring cities wouldn't be able to send aid because they would be in the same situation. Then, sometime after the devastating earthquake shocks, a tsunami would crash down on Santa Monica. A wave of up to 25 meters or 82 feet would hit the town, the bay, and all of the islands in its path. A huge mass of water at a speed of about 800 kilometers per hour, that's 500 miles per hour, would demolish everything it came across. Santa Monica would just be washed off the face of the earth. The good news is that a tsunami could put out fires if they occurred on land. The bad news, I don't think many people would be happy about this. The wave could reach Los Angeles. But it's not just these cities that could suffer. As is the case with all of the other major marine quakes, underwater tremors are enough to cause the destructive waves to travel a considerable distance. A 10-meter or 33-foot tsunami would reach both San Diego and San Francisco. But by that time, these cities would have already suffered from earthquake shocks. For sure, you could say goodbye to the Golden Gate Bridge. The famous prison on Alcatraz Island would be at risk of being washed away. Moreover, a wave at such a high speed could reach Indonesia, Japan, Russia, and even Australia. Hawaii, they would also suffer. This was the case after the earthquake in Chile, but a seaquake off the coast of Santa Monica would only be worse for them. And after the first wave, often comes a second. How much economic damage would California take? It's hard to say, but we can predict the number of victims. After the seaquake in Japan in 2011, almost 16,000 people died. The infamous seaquake in the Indian Ocean claimed the lives of 230,000 people. A California seaquake might take an intermediate position between these two disasters. If you like this video, give it a thumbs up. Don't forget to subscribe to the channel if you haven't already. Click on the bell to receive timely notifications of new, interesting videos that are waiting for you ahead. Science is more advanced than ever. Seriously, just a little more progress and we'll settle on Mars or even outside the solar system. AI, robots, gadgets available to everyone. The internet everywhere. All this may seem ordinary. But what if I tell you that even with the genius of modern scholars, something is still missing? And I'm not talking about something new, but about the long-forgotten technologies used by our ancestors. First of all, I should say that even though we think technologies shown online are unique and unexplainable, they really aren't. Something is always happening in science. New discoveries are made, theories are refuted, and the internet is far from always keeping up. In the end, some people are still convinced that the Egyptian pyramids could not have been built by the ancient Egyptians without the help of aliens. In general, the involvement of aliens can explain almost any incomprehensible technology, but let's leave this to the conspiracy theorists and turn to the real story. I'll start with one of the most famous ancient technologies. Even if you aren't interested in history, nor Greece, nor fire, you must have heard about Greek fire. This special incendiary weapon was used by the Eastern Roman Empire from about 672 AD. In fact, Greek fire was based on a flammable mixture used to set ships on fire using an ancient flamethrower. Yes, in the 7th century, there were already devices resembling flamethrowers. And you thought ancient people didn't know how to come up with really cool cool inventions. Greek fire was first used by the Greeks during the Arab siege of Constantinople. Such an incredible weapon for its time, it gave a serious military advantage to the Greeks because it could practically set fire to water. Okay, in fact, it just burned on the water. Even now, it's somewhat shocking. But imagine the reaction of people at that time. It's not surprising that the recipe for this combustible mixture and everything connected with it was carefully guarded and was considered a state secret. The secret was so strict that the recipe for Greek fire was lost forever. Of course, incendiary mixtures were used long before Greek fire. People have long understood that fire is a useful defense in battle, but nothing could compare with the weapons of the Greeks. Despite the fact that we know about Greek fire only thanks to eyewitness accounts, it's still clear how formidable it was. It burned on the surface of the water and, according to some accounts, ignited even more when they tried to extinguish it with water. Also, according to numerous authors, Greek fire could be extinguished by only a few substances, including sand and wine vinegar. Now, imagine that your ship is on fire. What's the likelihood that there's enough sand on board to stop a fire of this size? Witnesses also claimed that a Greek fire attack was always accompanied by a roar and a lot of smoke. To throw the incendiary mixture, copper pipes and siphons were used, installed both on ships and on portable platforms. Of course, scientists have repeatedly tried to unravel the secret of this ancient weapon. It probably contained naphtha, sulfur, tar, and quicklime. According to other versions, it was made with oil, sulfur, nitrate, and various resins. And although many tried to recreate the same Greek fire, nobody has yet been able to unravel its original recipe. Another famous but now lost technology associated with weapons is Damascus steel. It was a special type of steel with a characteristic pattern of spots and stripes resembling ripples on water. Such blades, appearing in Western Asia before our era, were very durable and incredibly sharp. Legends claimed a blade made of Damascus steel could cut the barrel of a rifle and even cut hair if it falls onto the blade. According to modern research, Damascus steel was really strong. What more is needed for a good sword or saber? It's known that the alloy contained a high percentage of carbon, as well as sulfur, silicon, and arsenic, as well as nanowires and carbon tubes. But even all this knowledge doesn't help to recreate a real Damascus blade. The production of these patterned swords fell off sharply by the 18th century, and by about 1750, it had ceased altogether. Some gunsmiths in the 18th and 19th centuries used this technique to create firearms, but the beginning of the 20th century saw the last attempts to preserve this ancient art. There are various theories why it gradually disappeared. It seems to me that this was due to the fall of the trade routes along which the necessary metals were delivered, plus a gradual change from steel weapons to firearms. We can add here the shroud of secrecy that accompanied the manufacture of Damascus steel. It led to the loss of critical knowledge. We can only try to unravel the secrets of the blacksmiths of the past, well, and read about this unique steel in chivalric novels. And by the way, the exceptionally strong Valyrian steel from the Game of Thrones is a reference specifically to Damascus steel, along with a touch of magic. But not all lost technology relates to weapons. In the end, our ancestors not only fought, they were able to create architecture that was quite amazing for its time. And I'm not talking about the Egyptian pyramids, and no, not even about Stonehenge. Have you ever heard of Sacsayhuaman? This word, which is not so easy to pronounce the first time, is the name of the citadel where the garrison and the temple complex were located. Sacsayhuaman is located near Cusco in Peru at an altitude of 3,500 meters. That's about 11,500 feet. The first settlement on this site appeared around 900 AD, and in the 13th century, it was expanded by the Incas, who built a fortress made of huge stones. And this is where the unsolved mystery lies. The creators of the walls used something called the dry masonry method. The stones were simply stacked on top of each other without any bonding substance. Such walls can be found all over the world. However, there's just one difference. They are much smaller than the buildings in Sacsayhuaman. Most likely, the stones were first cut in the nearest quarry, giving them an approximate suitable shape, and then they were pulled to the construction site. For this, ropes and the labor of hundreds of people were used. Perhaps the stone was then further modified after it was put in place, but this is just a guess. The method by which the Incas achieved such accuracy when placing and adjusting the stones is still unknown, and scientists have not yet attempted to repeat something like this to find out empirically. And, you know, I understand them. And I left the technology, which for many seems like just a legend, for last. However, it is considered one of the lost inventions of the past, flexible glass. In the modern world, this doesn't sound so sensational, in the sense that today, scientists can achieve so much more. However, writings about flexible glass are associated with the period of the reign of the Roman Emperor Tiberius, that is, from 14 to 37 AD. If you believe the ancient scientist Isidore of Seville, the master who invented flexible glass brought the emperor an unusual bowl. Tiberius tried to break it, but it only crumpled. The master easily corrected the defect and then revealed that he alone knew the technique for making such glass. In response, the emperor ordered the execution of the inventor, fearing that the new material could undermine the value of gold and silver. This sad story was told again and again by various authors, but no one was able to reveal the secret of flexible glass. According to one theory, it consisted of specially treated wood resin, but this is just speculation. Today, flexible glass actually does exist, but it's not made according to ancient recipes. For example, in 1903, French scientist Edouard Benedictus accidentally dropped a flask filled with nitrocellulose. The glass cracked, but didn't shatter into small pieces. And in 2012, an unbreakable transparent material made of optical fiber, Gorilla Glass 2, was introduced. This is chemically tempered glass of special strength, and for the most part, it can be called flexible. However, it's still not possible to unravel the secret of the ancient masters of that time. If you liked the video, give it a thumbs up. Don't forget to subscribe to the channel if you haven't done so already. Click the bell to receive timely notifications of new, interesting videos that are waiting for you ahead. More than 10 billion light years separate us from one of the most dangerous space objects in the universe, the ultramassive black hole TON 618. This is the largest largest known black hole at the time of this video's release. Scientists estimate that its mass is equal to 66 billion solar masses, and its event horizon extends for 200 billion kilometers. That's 124 billion miles. The gravity of black holes is incredibly strong. Even an object moving at the speed of light can't escape it. We're extremely lucky to have been born so far from TON 618. But what if things were different? What if a similar black hole somehow appeared near our planet? Due to super strong gravitational influence, the black hole would begin attracting the Earth towards it, and at the same time slow down the passing of time. For example, if a planet's path to a black hole took only a few minutes, on Earth this would turn into hours, days, or even months or years, depending on the effect of the gravity. We wouldn't know the difference, but if there was an outside observer, they would notice the planet changing rapidly. Perhaps for this person, millions of years of evolution would fly by in just a minute. But it's simply impossible to predict the appearance of a black hole near the Earth. There would be no black disk on the horizon. The sky would not darken. Our planet could be destroyed by a black hole with a radius of only 2 centimeters or 8/10 of an inch. If we were to encounter such an object one day, our demise would be very sudden. Any black hole has an event horizon near which tidal forces are activated, but their effect is uneven. One side of the Earth would experience more gravity than the opposite. So-called spaghettification would begin. It's quite difficult to imagine this in the example of an entire planet, but it's easy if we talk about a person. If you fell into a black hole feet first, your feet would be more intensely attracted by gravity than your head. They would be stretched first. Even worse, your hands would be pulled a little in the opposite direction. As a result, you would not only stretch out, but also shrink towards your center. At some point, you may realize that you feel strange, but there would be no time to understand what was happening. You'd be stretched out in a matter of seconds. For the Earth, falling into a black hole can be compared only to the apocalypse. You wouldn't be able to twist the Earth with such great force without damaging it. The tidal forces of the gravitational field would turn you, rivers and lakes, forests, and the entire planet into threads of atoms. And then the singularity would split it all down into literally nothing. But how soon this would happen, and if it would happen at all, depends on the mass of the black hole. In the case of black holes formed as a result of the collapse of a large mass star, this apocalypse on Earth would occur a few hundred kilometers or hundreds of miles from the event horizon. However, with an ultramassive black hole, not everything is so simple. Tidal forces near its event horizon are significantly weaker than those of medium-sized black holes. Because of this, we wouldn't feel the extreme impact until we were very deep inside it. Simply put, the Earth could pass the event horizon before spaghettification. To anyone watching this process from the outside, it would seem that the planet was gradually slowing down and then beginning to melt. So, the Earth has passed the event horizon of the giant TON 618. Our planet will be affected by the gravitational pull of a supermassive black hole, but it will be much weaker than if the black hole were small. For a while, people wouldn't even notice that the Earth was being consumed by this black monster because the passing of time would slow down. Catastrophic changes wouldn't occur immediately. In the case of an ultramassive black hole, we may even be able to live the rest of our lives out normally inside it. But there is another possibility. Most likely, most of humanity would perish before the Earth crossed the event horizon. Because of the gravitational attraction, the Earth would constantly be shaking. The power of the tremors would only increase. Cities would begin to collapse. The Earth would be covered by tsunamis. Volcanoes would wake up, including those that have been inactive for centuries. Numerous eruptions, the sky covered with ash, landslides, waves, giant faults, fires. It's almost impossible to survive under such conditions. If the Earth collided with a black hole with a mass of 66 billion masses of the sun, a huge amount of energy would be released. According to scientists, it's about 32 decillion megajoules of energy, or 32 with 33 zeros. This power is equivalent to 500 septillion of the bombs that were dropped on Hiroshima. It's not difficult to imagine the fate of the Earth under such a bombardment. It would simply turn to ash. It's impossible to escape a black hole after crossing the event horizon. Nothing else would remind us of our planet's existence. It would simply disappear from the universe. And by the way, the other planets would also be dragged over the event horizon and cease to exist. Eventually, the black hole would swallow the sun. Even if the planets survived, it wouldn't be for long. Their orbits would be disrupted, and the result would be rather predictable. What would happen to you personally if you somehow survived all the cataclysms and, together with the planet, found yourself drawn into a black hole? Nothing good, of course. What we know about the interior of black holes comes from Albert Einstein's general theory of relativity. Beyond the event horizon, all laws of physics cease to exist. Space and time are no longer interconnected realities. Inside a black hole, they merge, losing their independence. Scientific publicist Amanda Gefter writes that the moment you reach the event horizon, you seem to freeze in one place. So it would seem to any outside observer. A planet, a person, any object in a black hole would freeze, as if someone has put them on pause. And then reality would split in two. In one reality, you'd be torn apart along with the planet, or incinerated by the heat of the Hawking radiation near the event horizon. But in another, you would dive into the black hole alive and unharmed. That is, you would be both alive and dead. You can't stay alive and dead at the same time unless you're Schrodinger's cat. But black holes make all the difference. On the one hand, according to the laws of quantum physics, you can't cross the event horizon. You must remain on the outside of the black hole. After all, no information is ever lost forever. But on the other hand, the laws of physics require that you fly through the event horizon alive and unharmed. Otherwise, the general theory of relativity would be violated. So, the only reasonable explanation of what would happen is an instant cloning of the Earth and you. Despite the description of such a hypothetical scenario, there's still a chance that the Earth could collide with a black hole. In May 2020, the European Southern Observatory recorded an object as similar as possible to a black hole. It's only 1,000 light years from Earth, and it's supposed to have a mass 4 times that of the Sun. This object has not yet been fully studied, but if it was formed by the explosion of a star, it could move quickly enough with the help of the received energy. Whether it would move towards our planet or away from it remains a question, but I wouldn't rule out the possibility of a complete disaster. Finally, I want to say that no spacecraft has ever come close to a black hole. The only thing that humanity has at the time of the release of this video is a photo of a supermassive black hole obtained in the year 2019. Therefore, all the data that scientists use for research is based on Einstein's theory of relativity, mathematical modeling, and the study of certain areas of the cosmos. All of the information I've used here is from open sources. Perhaps when the planet comes in contact with a black hole, everything will happen differently. But I still don't want to see it for myself. If you like this video, give it a thumbs up. Don't forget to subscribe to the channel if you haven't already. Click on the bell to receive timely notifications of the release of new, interesting videos that are waiting for you ahead. What are the consequences of the most powerful hydrogen bomb explosion? A destructive shockwave, sweeping away everything in its path. The strongest rays of light, penetrating radiation. Houses are leveled to the ground. Fires are blazing everywhere. And those who survive by some miracle will suffer a painful death from radiation sickness or cancer. But could there be anything worse than this? Unfortunately, yes. And that's a cobalt bomb. In the next 10 minutes, I'll tell you how one of the most terrible weapons of mass destruction in human history works. You'll find out if there's at least a chance of survival after such a bombing, and how much cobalt is needed to destroy the Earth. In reality, it's difficult to create a weapon that surpasses the cobalt bomb. But in the world of dark fantasy, the well-known Raid Shadow Legends, you can equip your choice of almost 500 champions and be more powerful than any bomb known to mankind. Collect endless artifacts, power up your squad, and emerge victorious from the battlefield. Personally, my favorite thing is to fight with millions of players from all over the world in PvP arena mode. Most importantly, I can kick butt against these noobs from both my smartphone and my computer. But there are 3 champions that I like to win with the most. Magical Stout Axeman inflicts powerful attacks on the enemy, and at level 5, this strength increases by 20%. Sorceress is an equally skilled fighter, using Crystal Bolt, magic arrows, or Vine Trap to attack. And finally, Acolyte, which, in addition to helping in battle, strengthens the aura of all allies by 30%. But enough about me. The developers have added a lot of new content over recent weeks. First, Champion Fragments, which will allow you to piece together a unique champion. With it, you can participate in special events throughout the entire duration of the game. Secondly, a new bazaar has appeared, where you can unload valuable items won at Tag Arena. Also, daily login rewards have been extended to 270 days. Follow the link in the description and get 50,000 silver plus 50 gems plus 1 energy refill plus 1 clan boss key plus 5 mystery shards plus 1 day XP booster plus 1 free champion Hexweaver. All of these rewards will be available for just 30 days and for new players only. Hurry up to quickly collect all these treasures. And now, back to the bomb. In 1945, the first nuclear explosion in history took place. Several scientists came together for the creation of this deadly weapon, including Leo Szilard. Then, nuclear bombs were dropped on Hiroshima and Nagasaki, but Szilard didn't stop his research. In 1950, he spoke about the concept of the cobalt bomb, a weapon with the power to potentially destroy humanity. Its structure is very simple. The cobalt bomb is a thermonuclear bomb encased in cobalt-59. It's the only stable isotope of cobalt found in nature, but it doesn't make the nuclear bomb even more destructive and won't increase the height of the nuclear mushroom or the power of light radiation. The main damaging factor of a cobalt bomb is the maximum possible radiation contamination of the area after the explosion. Have you ever heard about dirty bombs? A cobalt bomb can be called super dirty. So, if a cobalt bomb is dropped to Earth for a while until it reaches the ground, nothing happens. It's just a shell. But as soon as the bomb detonates, the reaction begins. The source of energy for the explosion are processes similar to the processes taking place in the sun and other stars. A thermonuclear weapon has much higher potential explosion power than a conventional nuclear bomb. It's limited only by the number of components that its creators use. So, the Tsar Bomba was designed for 100 megatons, but then the charge was reduced to 58. A bomb of 100 megatons could wipe out any city from the face of the Earth: London, Boston, Paris. But back to the topic of the video. The cobalt bomb has just detonated, but the cobalt itself has not even begun to act. When the bomb explodes, neutrons from the fusion reaction convert cobalt-59 into radioactive cobalt-60, which is vaporized when it explodes. After a while, it condenses and falls back to Earth along with dust and debris. As it falls, it contaminates everything around. Cobalt-60 has a half-life of just over 5 years. This is enough to generate powerful radiation. You won't be able to wait in the shelters until it's over. The area will remain contaminated for too long, perhaps even longer than a human life. For understanding, I'll give you a simple example. The radiation consequences of an ordinary hydrogen bomb by the 6-month mark, or even earlier, already poses less danger to humans. At the same time, a cobalt bomb can poison the affected area for decades. Theoretically, it'll be possible to stay there, but not to live permanently. And if on the day of the explosion, the wind gusts turn out to be strong enough, then the radioactive fallout will be carried across a huge distance. According to the words of the American scholar Stephen Schwartz, a cobalt bomb explosion in Washington, D.C. could lead to contamination of the Canadian or Mexican soil. And judging by the information published by the Federation of American Scientists, the consequences will be much more terrible than in your worst nightmares. If the bomb contains even 9 grams or 0.3 of an ounce of cobalt-60, it would detonate with the force of 4.5 kilograms or 10 pounds of TNT. Such a weapon, activated on the outskirts of Manhattan, would render the entire area uninhabitable for years to come. Suppose that the fallout from a 60-kilogram or 132-pound cobalt bomb releases 10 sieverts per hour radiation doses over a distance of 100 kilometers or 62 miles. Under these conditions, any unprotected person will receive enough radiation to die within 2 to 3 weeks. In more than 5 years, when the first half-life is over, the radiation intensity in the affected area will be 5 sieverts per hour. Under these conditions, without serious medical attention, half of the people will die within 1 to 2 months, and the survivors will have a high probability of developing cancer. That is, theoretically, you can be exposed to such radiation for less than 60 minutes and survive, but will have to say goodbye to good health. After a period of time equal to 10 half-lives, which is about 53 years, the dose rate will drop to about 10 millisieverts per hour. This means that you would have spent from 1 to 4 days in the contaminated zone without fatal consequences. For comparison, a person receives a dose of 30 millisieverts from dental x-rays, but a walk through the contaminated area isn't advisable. After 4 days, the likelihood of gene mutations would double, and with an irradiation of 300 millisieverts, the first signs of radiation sickness will appear. When a period of time equal to 20 half-lives has passed, which will be more than a century, the dose rate will be reduced to about 1 microsievert per hour. At this stage, people may remain in the affected region without protection, even on a permanent basis, not just occasionally visiting the ruined city, but even living in it. They would not be at risk of radiation sickness, but the radiation levels will still be high enough. This will lead to an increase in the number of cancer patients. And now, after 25 half-lives, that's about 130 years, the intensity of exposure to cobalt-60 will drop to the level of natural background radiation, about 4/100ths of a microsievert per hour. For example, about the same background radiation in Finland. But this is far from the worst thing. The cobalt bomb is considered to be a doomsday device, a hypothetical device capable, when triggered, to destroy all life on Earth, or even the Earth itself. Leo Szilard was also convinced that such a weapon could put an end to humanity, and data from open sources confirms that he is right. To ensure contamination of the entire surface of the Earth at a level of 1 gram gram, or 3/100ths of an ounce, for every square kilometer, or 3/10ths of a square mile, it takes about 510 tons of cobalt-60. If the isotope is evenly distributed throughout the planet, then such a bomb can completely destroy humanity, and at the same time, all animals. Of course, not everyone will die instantly, but no one will have a chance of survival, except for tardigrades. However, there are two items of good news. First, according to research in 1957 in Maralinga, cobalt-59 is not as actively irradiated by neutron flux as scientists thought. This means that even with a powerful explosion of radioactive isotope, little results will be obtained. Secondly, radioactive fallout of cobalt-60 falls unevenly. Even if the wind blows it over a long distance, there will be clean zones. So people have a chance of survival. The main thing is to be in the right place at the right time. And finally, a fact that has reassured me a little. Today, a cobalt bomb is considered as only a theoretical modification of a nuclear weapon. Despite this, cobalt-60 is actively used in various fields. For example, for the sterilization of medical equipment. But no one on Earth has yet produced hydrogen bombs in a cobalt shell. Anyway, this is according to the official data that I managed to find. But is a cobalt bomb worth serious concern? Everyone must decide for themselves. After all, who knows what information is hiding under the heading Top Secret? If you liked the video, give it a thumbs up. Don't forget to subscribe to the channel if you haven't already. And click on the bell to be notified in time when new, interesting videos are released that are waiting for you ahead. They come unexpectedly, grow to the size of a multi-story building, and destroy everything in their path, taking thousands of lives. No. These aren't monsters from popular films. I'm talking about ordinary seawater that suddenly gathers into a tsunami. If you think they'll never concern you, I wouldn't be so sure. How do you recognize such an impending threat? And how does the ocean produce such killer waves? A tsunami's biggest danger is its suddenness. It's no wonder that in Japanese, tsunami means wave in the harbor. They say it was thought up by fishermen. Returning with their catch, they saw that their port had been destroyed by a fierce wave they hadn't even seen. The fact is that in the open ocean, tsunamis are usually no higher than a meter or 3.3 feet. But in length, that is, the distance between the ridges, they can reach from between 100 to 200 kilometers or 60 to 120 miles. That's at least 1,000 times larger than ordinary waves. And their speed is like that of a jet plane. And only on the coasts do tsunamis grow to incredible sizes. So how do we explain this sudden fury of the elements? The wind, as in the case of ordinary waves, has nothing to do with it. The mass of water is literally pushed by a short, powerful impulse from underwater, and a large-scale sharp shift in the ocean occurs. The cause may be an earthquake, volcanic eruption, landslide, explosion, the collapse of rocks and glaciers, or asteroids impacting the water. But the main culprit in 88% of cases is seismic. The driving energy of a tsunami, unlike an ordinary wave, passes through the water, not on top of it. So 95% of the life cycle of a tsunami is invisible to the eye, and only at its end does it come to the surface. Now, take a deep breath and dive deep into the very epicenter of these events with me. to the moment that the lithospheric plates of the Earth's crust shift. The shake is powerful, almost 8 points, which means that a tsunami can't be avoided. Because of the shock, part of the seafloor rises while another drops. And the ocean begins oscillating vertically, launching a series of waves. If a ship is sitting above the center of this earthquake, it's safe. The height of the waves beating on its side is about half a meter, or 1.64 feet. But in the depths of the ocean, everything is shaking from the bottom to the surface. Imagine the huge mass of water now rushing to the coast, and at a speed of between 400 to 880 kilometers an hour. That's between 249 to 547 miles an hour, and in some cases, up to 1,000 kilometers an hour. That's 621 miles an hour. What will you see from the shore? If you're waiting for a killer wave, like in disaster films, then you may not be ready for what will really happen. And you yourself will certainly meet your death, transfixed by the unusual behavior of the water. Before a tsunami, it often recedes, exposing the coast due to the land settling at the site of the earthquake. So, the worst thing you can do at this moment is start collecting shells and animals from the seabed. That's what many people have done when encountering a tsunami for the first time. Meanwhile, off the coast, part of the wave slows down to 50 kilometers or 31 miles an hour, and the rest of the water mass begins rising due to the congestion. The deeper the ocean, the higher the crest. And the farther the water recedes, the more grandiose the tsunami. But now that you know the reason for this strange behavior, you can warn others of the impending catastrophe, as the English schoolgirl Tilly Smith did at the coast of the Indian Ocean in 2004. By a lucky coincidence, she had just learned in geography class that the water quickly retreats from the shore before a tsunami. Tilly convinced her parents and everyone around that they needed to save themselves, and thus helped about 100 people. Keep in mind that you have to act quickly. Despite slowing down, once the wave reaches the shore, its speed is still tens of kilometers or miles per hour. So by the time an alarm is issued or a tsunami appears on the horizon, you have a maximum of 20 minutes. Spend it retreating 10 kilometers or 6.2 miles inland. If that's not possible, climb up onto a roof or at least a strong tree. A car isn't always the best choice. You don't want to get stuck in traffic among all the others fleeing the elements, do you? If you find yourself in water, then first of all, get rid of heavy shoes and clothes. You could easily be hit by debris and be carried into the ocean, and in such clothes, it would be extremely difficult to escape. Also, don't rush to joyfully return to the danger zone once the water recedes. This is what residents of the Soviet city of Severokurilsk did during a tsunami in 1952. As a result, those who survived the first wave were swept away a half an hour later with the second, which was about 15 to 18 meters or 49 to 59 feet tall. Alas, that's not uncommon. There are several waves, and the first isn't always the largest. The next may not arrive for 2 to 3 hours, and it won't face any obstacles. The first wave clears the path, taking cars, trees, and property with it. The second one carries it all back, destroying buildings and anything in its way. This is exactly what happened in Severokurilsk. Tremors began at about 4 a.m., and when the morning fog cleared, fragments floating in the water were the only remnants left of the city on the shore. Therefore, not until 3 to 4 hours after the final attack can you finally take a breath. But don't think that for salvation it's enough to notice only the strange behavior of the water in time. It doesn't always recede before a tsunami, so relying on this sign alone isn't enough. The most accurate information about the threat will be provided by tsunami warning centers. The fact is that seismic waves move much faster than normal waves, and an alarm from such a center gives coastal residents a couple of precious minutes, sometimes even hours if the source of the earthquake is far from the coast. Yet, not all strong underwater quakes lead to tsunamis. An increase in water level in a particular area of the sea or ocean will give the most accurate forecast. And it's important that the alarm from the measuring point comes no later than the wave itself. While we discuss underwater earthquakes, you shouldn't discount other causes of tsunamis. For example, the world's largest tsunami ever occurred in Alaska. 90 million tons of rock and ice fell from the mountains into the bay. Water shot up 524 meters, or 1,720 feet into the air. A wave swept across the bay, ripping out trees and throwing one ship, which sat 10 kilometers, or 6.2 miles from the epicenter, across the island. And the tsunami resulting from the eruption of the Indonesian volcano Krakatoa in the 19th century destroyed thousands of ships and claimed tens of thousands of lives. Although, according to statistics, volcanoes are the cause of about only 5% of such disasters. Not only can killer waves be created by nature, but also by mankind itself. For example, by blowing up an underwater atomic bomb, as it happened in the mid-20th century. An explosion at depth lifted a wave 29 meters or 95 feet high. However, there was no damage. After breaking 300 meters or 984 feet, it calmed down. The rarest cause of tsunamis are asteroids with a diameter of more than 1 kilometer or 0.62 miles falling into the water. For example, according to one version, the Chicxulub asteroid with a diameter of between 11 to 81 kilometers or 6.8 to 50.3 miles and with a crater 20 kilometers or 12 miles deep caused the extinction of dinosaurs. It deprived the Earth of sunlight due to the release of dust into the atmosphere and triggered a tsunami 14 meters to 1.5 kilometers or 46 feet to 0.93 miles high. These waves swept across the planet, stirring up the oceans. The deadliest one was the already mentioned tsunami near the island of Sumatra in 2004. It touched 14 countries and claimed more than 200,000 lives. The energy from the earthquake that triggered it amounted to 20,000 atomic bombs like the one dropped on Hiroshima. If you've made plans for a future vacation but are suddenly hesitating, don't rush to postpone it. First of all, the biggest danger in terms of tsunamis is the Pacific Ocean area called the Ring of Fire. And secondly, in terms of small waves, even there, they usually occur no more than 4 times a year. And only once a decade, record holders with a height of 10 meters or about 30 feet are born. Have you ever witnessed a tsunami or other natural disaster? Let us know in the comments. If you liked the video, give it a thumbs up, subscribe to the channel, click on the bell to receive notifications for new videos, and don't forget to recommend us to your friends. About 66 million years ago, at the end of the Cretaceous period, the planet lost its dinosaurs. Everyone knows that this happened because of a global catastrophe. But what happened immediately after the mass extinction? I decided to go back in time for a while and see for myself. And it turns out that everything was completely different than we're used to thinking. Today, we're going to visit a planet that humans haven't yet set foot on. A planet that was almost destroyed by a meteor strike. You'll find out which of the ancient inhabitants of the Earth died immediately. you'll see who managed to survive. You'll learn what climate changes they had to face and how the Earth was recovering from a monstrous disaster. At the end of the Mesozoic era, a huge asteroid or comet crashed into the Earth. Scientists are still arguing about this. The diameter of this celestial body was anywhere from 11 to 80-odd kilometers, or from 7 to 50 miles. That is, on average, it might have been the size of the city of Washington, D.C. When one edge of the asteroid had already hit the ground, the other end was still higher than the flight zone of the Boeing 747. Such a collision couldn't pass without a trace. The asteroid left behind a giant crater. It covered half of the Gulf of Mexico, and no wonder. The crater has a diameter of 150 kilometers, or 93 miles, and a depth of about 20 kilometers, or 12 miles. This wasn't the first collision between our planet and a celestial body, but it has become one of the largest. The world changed in an instant. The impact caused mega tsunamis with a height of more than 100 meters, or 330 feet, that reached the territory of modern-day Texas and Florida. Other sources indicate a height of 300 meters, or 985 feet. That's, for example, the height of the Eiffel Tower. And some claim that the first wave rose up to 1.5 kilometers, or 9/10 of a mile tall. 5 Eiffel Towers. The asteroid displaced so much water from the ocean that huge waves crashed on the coastline for 10 hours. And this isn't even the worst case scenario. If the impact had been deeper, the tsunamis would have been even taller. The explosion that occurred when the celestial body fell was about 100 million times more powerful than the famous thermonuclear Tsar Bomba. Forests within thousands of kilometers, or hundreds of miles, were destroyed in just a second. Some scientists believe the explosion was equivalent to 100 trillion tons of TNT. It was enough to destroy the coastline, cause 12-point earthquakes and landslides all the way to Argentina. And these, in turn, caused new tsunamis, a real chain of horror. Impossible to survive if you found yourself in its path. But this was only the beginning of the disaster. The energy with which the asteroid crashed into the Earth was enough to set fire to the landscape within a radius of 1,500 kilometers, or 930 miles. Even huge dinosaurs like Diplodocus died. Those that weren't hit by the explosion or fire were dragged away by the retreating wave. Tiny particles of rock and other fragments were thrown high into the atmosphere. Later, geologists have found these fragments all over the world because after being blown into the air, about 40 minutes later, the particles began to fall rapidly. They were like drops of hot glass. Their kinetic energy was equivalent to 20 million megatons of TNT, and all of it was converted into heat. Each falling particle turned into an incandescent lamp. Together, they quickly warmed up the atmosphere, and the Earth became a real hell. The vast majority of dinosaurs and many other terrestrial organisms were in the affected area. After avoiding a tsunami or earthquake, they likely died after a few hours from intense heat. The planet, previously covered with forests, almost instantly caught fire. About 75% of living things were destroyed, including any mammal weighing more than 25 kilograms or 55 pounds. Acid rain oxidized the oceans. Half of the plant species also died immediately or within a few hours. Soot from the fires combined with dust from the impact blocked the sun's rays. The Earth was deprived of sunlight for about a year. This greatly affected the climate. In the end, some of the plants that managed to survive the impact also died. After these, large herbivores miraculously survived. Then carnivores. Water ecosystems were also destroyed, but not completely. For example, turtles and the ancestors of crocodiles managed to survive. Some researchers call the environment of that time lunar, desolate, and barren as it was. It was almost impossible to survive in such conditions, yet life on our planet didn't stop. As I said, all of the big animals died. Those who remained began to repopulate the land. The foraminifera were the first to recover. These are single-celled organisms that appear in the crater a few years after the impact. Then the ferns awoke. In just a millennium, they were able to expand and occupy almost all of the space that was left. But large mammals faced different conditions. There wasn't enough food. Therefore, only small animals weighing no more than 600 grams, or 1 3/10 of a pound, roamed among the ferns. There were just a few flowering plants and nutritious seeds in the world. But after 100,000 years, mammals returned to the size of a raccoon. The ferns were replaced by palm forests. There was more food. The world was gradually returning to normal. 200,000 years later, the so-called palm period was replaced by the period of pecan pie. Of course, no pies were prepared then, but there were nut-like plants. This means that there was much more nutritious food. Mammals took advantage of this. The diversity of species increased by about 3 times. The largest individuals reached 25 kilograms or 55 pounds. This is the weight of a fairly large beaver or gazelle. It seems that mammals evolved along with plants. Finally, about 700,000 years later, there were beans. And this is much more important than it seems at first glance. Beans worked as protein bars for ancient mammals. They further increased the size of the animals and at the same time, the diversity of species. At this stage, the future rulers of the planet weighed more than 50 kilograms or 110 pounds. This is about the weight of a large modern cheetah. The ancient mammals were 100 times heavier than their ancestors who lived among the ferns, and less than 1 million years had passed. Yes, for a human or any other creature, that's a very long time, but for evolution, it's nothing. The oceans recovered much more slowly. Scientists estimate that it took them about 3 million years. Only then did the flow of organic material return to normal. New species took over the vacant ecological niches. Paleontologists consider birds to be one of the few surviving dinosaurs. Their non-avian relatives died out, but a small portion of lizards still adapted. Most likely, their ability to dive, swim, or seek shelter in water and swamps helped them. Many bird species can build nests on the ground. All of this helped their ancestors cope with the horror that was happening around them. As a result, life on Earth returned to normal. Over time, evolution led to the appearance of humans. This wouldn't have happened without the asteroid hitting the Earth. We can say it was a trigger for human evolution. But what would happen if such a disaster struck again? Well, you already have a rough idea. Surely most of humanity wouldn't survive a new attack from space, but our planet would certainly recover. Life goes on. Despite the fact that we're talking about events that occurred tens of millions of years ago, today scientists know quite a lot about them. This was made possible by fossils, as well as various samples of earth and stones. For example, from the bones of ancient mammals and lizards, scientists have learned when the age of dinosaurs ended. It took a long time to figure this out. If you liked the video, give it a thumbs up. Don't forget to subscribe to the channel if you haven't already, and click on the bell to receive timely notifications of new, interesting videos that are waiting for you ahead. Just imagine you turn on the news only to find out that several tourist cities have been wiped off the face of the earth. Many people died. Millions were left with no roof over their heads, and a huge cloud of ash and smoke has turned the sky black. Power lines have been cut off. All air traffic has ceased. The climate is about to change. You can't believe your eyes and ears. The story has repeated. Vesuvius has again awakened, and mankind still doesn't know what to do about it. How real is this picture? How widespread will the destruction be if the planet's most famous volcano erupts again? Which cities will suffer? How many people will die? And what will it cost all of humanity? Vesuvius began to form 25,000 years ago and has erupted many times. Today, it's the only active volcano in continental Europe and is considered one of the most dangerous in the world. And this is not just because of the case of Pompeii. About 3 million people live near Vesuvius, and 800,000 of them are in the so-called red zone. This is an area of 200 square kilometers, or 77 square miles around the volcano that will be affected first. Do you understand what this is all pointing to? We have a volcano that is considered active. That is, it periodically erupts, and there are many people living at the foot of it. In addition, Vesuvius is located above a huge reservoir of magma located deep in the ground. It has an area of approximately 400 square kilometers, or 154 square miles. This is a huge reserve in which the concentration of various gases increases over the years. The longer Vesuvius is silent, the more dangerous it becomes. We can even say that it's just gaining strength, but one day the patience of the volcano will end. First, a powerful explosion will occur. Then a pyroclastic flow will follow, sweeping away everything in its path. This is a mixture of hot volcanic gases, ash, and rock fragments. The streams are expected to accelerate to about 160 kilometers per hour. That's 100 miles per hour. Perhaps they'll be even faster. You definitely can't outrun the eruption. Scientists believe that during the destruction of Pompeii, the volcano produced 6 separate pyroclastic emissions. So the area that would be immediately affected could be huge. At the same time, a huge pillar of smoke and ashes would rise up, the height of which can reach 32 kilometers or 20 miles. During the eruption, a huge amount of thermal energy is released, leading to the death of many people. In just a second, everyone in the affected area will die. We can say that it will become hellishly hot, and this is not even a metaphor. The sky over the region will turn black. People and animals will have nothing to breathe. Even if the weather is windy that day, it will only make it worse. Air currents will not bring fresh air, but they can spread the ash far beyond Italy. This will disrupt air traffic throughout the continent for several weeks. Pompeii will again be under a layer of ash and pumice, and along with it, Naples. Smaller settlements will simply be razed to the ground. No modern construction methods can prevent this. Very quickly, houses can be buried under a thick layer of pumice and volcanic ash. In places, it can reach up to 20 meters or 66 feet. Most likely, the roofs of homes will not withstand such weight and will crush anyone who decides to hide inside. Strictly speaking, people can't defend themselves against anything with such natural power. Everything that I described here will happen very quickly, perhaps in just 15 minutes. The only thing people can do is flee. But this is not a situation after which it will be possible to return home. There simply will not be any houses in the affected area. It's not as simple as just sweeping the ashes out into the street, unless after many years, archaeologists decide to unearth the destroyed cities, as they did with Pompeii. In any case, all settlements affected by the eruption of Vesuvius will no longer be suitable for life. Survivors will lose access to water, electricity, and transportation. Naples, like other cities near the volcano, can only become a memorial. If we don't evacuate on time, hundreds of thousands or even millions of people will die. And it won't be just citizens of Italy. According to the Italian National Institute of Statistics, more than 3 million tourists visit this region annually. So the eruption will turn into a tragedy for the entire planet. Mourning will be declared around the world. The entire zone of destruction will turn into a lifeless desert. And of course, it will be a huge blow to the Italian economy. According to some reports, the loss will amount to about 24 billion US dollars, excluding the cost of housing for displaced residents. But the locals are ready for a powerful eruption. At least they think they're ready. Scientists monitor the activity of Vesuvius 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. They're doing everything they can to predict a disaster. As I said at the beginning, the most dangerous area near the volcano is the red zone. It will be almost impossible to survive here. Therefore, when Vesuvius begins to erupt again, the Italian government will conduct an urgent evacuation. The plan provides for the use of buses and cars, but trains and ships may also be required to meet deadlines. In 72 hours, the red zone should be completely cleared. This is pretty tricky. Too many people live there, and they're not military or in a constant state of readiness. However, now the situation is much better than before. Data from 2003 looked disappointing. It would take at least 2 weeks to evacuate 800,000 civilians. If we reduce the population, we could accomplish it in 8 days. But Vesuvius is unlikely to wait so long. You're probably thinking, why settle at all so close to the volcano? Yes, it would be easier if people stayed away from it. The Italian authorities are actively trying to reduce the population near Vesuvius by demolishing illegal buildings and creating a national park around the volcano. Starting from 2004, the government has developed a program of payments to the population. 46,000 US dollars can be received for every local resident who agrees to move from the red zone. But there are not many who want to. However, there's a more terrible thing than the eruption of Vesuvius. Phlegraean fields. The last time the volcano erupted was in the 16th century. But even earlier, it was the Phlegraean fields, together with a couple of other volcanoes, that caused such a disaster that resulted in the Neanderthals dying out. Imagine what would happen if the Phlegraean fields were to wake up today, when the Earth's population density is much higher. If something like this really happens, the eruption of Vesuvius will seem like just a small nuisance comparatively. Although then, in 79 AD, it still made an incredible amount of noise. During its explosion, 100,000 times more thermal energy was released than during both the bombings of Hiroshima and Nagasaki. Under a layer of volcanic ash and debris, not only Pompeii, but also Herculaneum, with a couple of other settlements around Vesuvius, were buried. During the eruption, temperatures near Vesuvius could reach 500 degrees Celsius. That's 932 degrees Fahrenheit. According to open sources, this was enough to kill people in a split second. The temperature was so high that all the bodily fluids and tissues in the body of the victims simply evaporated. Now, imagine that something similar could happen in the modern world if measures are not taken. I wouldn't wish this even upon my worst enemy. If you want to know about the consequences of the eruption of other volcanoes in our time, write about it in the comments. Like the video and don't forget to subscribe to the channel if you haven't done so already. Click on the bell quickly to receive notifications of new interesting videos that are waiting for you ahead. The oldest photograph of nature taken and preserved to this day is a frame called View from the Window at Le Gras. The photo was captured by French inventor Joseph Nicephore Niepce in 1827. In schools, they even teach about the first photo ever taken in history. But what if I said none of that was true? What if there was a photograph that wasn't just a few hundred years old, but much, much more? For example, 13 billion. Well, this isn't some myth. Anyone can see it, and I have the evidence. In the modern world, photographs have long ceased to be considered something amazing. You no longer need to have professional equipment to take good pictures. Anyone can do it. The simplest smartphone is enough. Surely right now, each of you has hundreds of shots at your disposal. A photo of a pet, a beautiful sunset, a bunch of unsuccessful selfies, a recent tasty dinner. I think you know what I mean. But there are still photos that are considered unique. These are made by the Hubble Space Telescope. Can you guess what I'm going to talk about today? First, a little history. The Hubble Space Telescope was launched into orbit in 1990 and is still actively in use. This wasn't the first space telescope, but it's one of the largest and most universal. You may be wondering, why do we need a telescope up so high in the air? It's all quite simple. The Hubble is in low Earth orbit, but beyond the limits of the Earth's atmosphere. Some types of radiation, for example, gamma and X-rays, cannot be observed from the Earth at all because they're completely blocked by the atmosphere. Bringing telescopes into space is the only way to find out what the universe looks like at these wavelengths. Basically, it's extremely useful for space exploration. I would like to say a few words about the structure of the Hubble telescope. Such telescopes use a system of precise mirrors instead of lenses as cameras do. The mirror and optical systems are considered the most important parts of its design. With Hubble's help, we plan to observe everything in the range from ultraviolet to near infrared. So, the main mirror needed to be a special one. As a result, it took much more time than we initially thought it would to create the Hubble, and much more money. The initial amount was $400 million, but by the time of launch, the cost of the telescope had amounted to about $6 billion. And this is only from the American side. Another $651 million was allocated by the European Space Agency. Hubble finally entered orbit on April 25th, 1990. Scientists breathed a sigh of relief. But after a couple of weeks, it turned out that its mirror had a defect. Hubble wasn't able to achieve the desired sharpness. It turned out that the mirror was polished to an irregular shape. It was too flat around the edges. They weren't able to fix the problem until 3 years later. After this, the Hubble began to photograph space. In almost 3 decades, the telescope has taken millions of amazing shots. As I said, Hubble is capable of capturing a number of different types of electromagnetic radiation. It captures more objects than Earth-based telescopes. Meanwhile, the universe is expanding, and the fabric of space is expanding with it. When light passes through the universe, its wavelength stretches, as does space. Therefore, by the time light reaches the Hubble, its wavelength has become longer than it was at the very beginning. This is called redshift. As logic suggests, the greater the distance to the object, the longer its light will travel through space, and the redder it will become. The greater the redshift of the object in the picture, the farther it is located from the camera. So far, this is all quite simple. One of Hubble's goals was to find the light of the farthest galaxy that humans could detect, and scientists managed to do so. In 2016, they spotted the galaxy GN-Z11. They detected and photographed it. This galaxy is located in the direction of the constellation Ursa Major. GN-Z11 has the same redshift and is located at a distance of 32 billion light years away. But don't forget about the expansion of the universe. Today, we can observe this distant galaxy in the state it was 13,400,000,000 years ago. That's about how long it took for its light to reach the Hubble telescope. So, formally, are the GN-Z11 photos over 13 billion years old? That's right. In any case, it captures the events of such a distant time. Despite the fact that the photo was taken 189 years after the view from the window at Le Gras, it's still older. What's in it is the image of a distant galaxy that is older than all of us. It's amazing what things happen to time and space when it comes to the cosmos. By the way, it's believed that our universe is only about 13,800,000,000 years old. That's how many years ago the Big Bang took place. So we observe the galaxy GN-Z11 as it was 400 million years after the very emergence of the universe. Just think how cool that is. Humanity literally has in its hands a snapshot of the distant past. Scientists believe that GN-Z11 in the Hubble image is very close to the end of the so-called Dark Ages. In simple words, this is the period of formation of the first stars. Almost the very beginning of everything. No bright light sources. Dark ages end when the universe enters the matter era. But before we can see how this happens with GN-Z11, a lot of time still needs to pass. This galaxy is located at the very edge of the view of the Hubble telescope. Perhaps we would never have been able to see it if not for an amazing combination of circumstances. It just so happens that GN-Z11 is located in an area where the intergalactic environment is mostly reionized. This helped the telescope take a fairly clear picture. Well, given the distance, of course. The light from GN-Z11 crossed another galaxy, which then acted as a huge lens. Without it, the light would have simply passed by and never reached the Hubble. But the gravitational pull did its job, and we now have a photograph of events more than 13 billion years ago. However, even though the image of GN-Z11 may be considered the oldest in history, there are many others, photos whose formal age is billions of years old. For example, the galaxy EGSY 8P7 in the constellation Camelopardalis is the previous record holder. The light from its location took 13,200,000,000 years to reach the Earth. That far, just to have its photo taken. Another galaxy called A2744YD4 lasted only 600 million years after the Big Bang before it was photographed by Hubble. But not only galaxies have fallen into the frame of scientists' lenses. On April 23, 2009, the Swift Space Observatory recorded the gamma-ray burst GRB 090423. This massive release of space energy occurred 13,035,000,000 years ago, 630 million years after the Big Bang. Thus, scientists have confirmed that massive stars formed and died even in the very young universe. And on December 6, 2017, astronomers discovered a quasar, which was given the very complex name ULAS J1342 plus 0928. It's considered the farthest known quasar. In addition, it's connected with the farthest and oldest known supermassive black hole. Its mass is 800 million times the mass of our sun. But what about the time it took for its light to reach us? The quasar first emitted light about 13.1 billion years ago. Can any conclusions be drawn from this study? I think so. Most often, humans have associated the cosmos with the future, but with space, you can also look far into the past. Just look at the stars. If you like this video, give it a thumbs up. Don't forget to subscribe to the channel if you haven't already done so. And click on the bell to receive timely notifications of new, interesting videos that are already waiting for you ahead. Can you immediately name the largest snake in the world? I'll give you a hint. This is the name of a very famous horror movie. Did you guess? Right. It's the anaconda. If we pair it with the largest crocodile, Cassius, weighing almost 1 ton, you can write a script for a new horror film. But these giants are just babies compared to those that once lived on Earth for a long time. Take, for example, Kronosaurus and Titanoboa. Once, these two predators were a threat to all life, both on land and in water. But what would happen if they still lived today? Could humanity survive, or would it be the end of us? Now, I'll tell you about the ancient monsters that terrorized everything in their path. You'll learn when and where these monsters lived, and then we'll bring them to the present. You'll see whether these giants will capture our world, and if people will be able to put up a fight. Something tells me that today it's going to be very hot. Before turning on the time machine, let's get to know our characters better. We'll start with Titanoboa. This ancient snake lived about 58 million years ago, and according to scientists, for at least 10 million years, it was the largest predator on the planet. Its length reached 13 meters, or 43 feet, and its weight exceeded a ton. Can you imagine this giant? Here's an illustration for you. If you laid 2 giraffes on the ground, then Titanoboa will still be longer. Or you can just look at these 2 vertebrae. The model on the left belongs to the anaconda, and on the right, Titanoboa. It turns out that the largest snake living today is half the size of the ancient reptile. In width, the mega snake could reach 1 meter, or 3 feet. It could easily swallow a young hippopotamus. True, in ancient times, there were no hippos. Titanoboa preferred to eat fish, and this monster could be found in dark swamps and rivers. In addition to fish, it could feast on crocodiles. It was a sophisticated killer. The giant monster attacked its victim and strangled it in its strong embrace. Then the snake swallowed it whole and digested it for a long time. The victim suffered a compression force comparable to 1.5 times the weight of the Brooklyn Bridge. So, put in numbers. That's 28 kilograms per square centimeter, 400 pounds per square inch. Even though the Kronosaurus was smaller in size, it was also a very bloodthirsty predator. Its wide-open mouth, full of many small teeth, speaks for itself. And the size of the predator is comparable to the dimensions of an orca, also called a killer whale. To be more precise, the Kronosaurus reached a length of more than 10 10 meters or 33 feet, and its weight could reach up to 12 tons. In its appearance, it was remotely similar to a modern crocodile, only in a very enlarged version. And even their bite strength is a close comparison. It was also a skilled swimmer that probably attacked its prey from the depths. Kronosaurus had a very powerful rib cage, 4 flippers, and a small tail. It literally gnawed at its victim, leaving no chance for survival. Kronosaurus couldn't have encountered Titanoboa. They lived in different periods, and even perhaps loved a different habitat. Kronosaurus could live in fairly cold southern seas, but Titanoboa loved a hot climate. But this didn't stop the two predators from instilling fear and terror into all living creatures in the area. Now, let's imagine that these two monsters didn't die out and that they still peacefully coexist with us. Although, would it be peaceful? This is a big question. If Titanoboa survived to this day, it could well be found in the equatorial tropics. For example, Titanoboa would love the hot climate of Colombia or neighboring countries like Venezuela, Brazil, Ecuador, Peru, or Panama. Obviously, people would have to more carefully protect their homes from the intrusion of Titanoboa. However, it's unlikely that the snake could crawl unnoticed into a house. It would have no trouble knocking out a window or even breaking a door. Fortunately, this behavior is still unusual for snakes. But all the same, in order to protect themselves from intruders, people would have to surround their homes with high-voltage fences and keep a big stun gun under the pillow, just in case. In noisy megacities, a huge snake would not have a single chance of survival, only if the snake doesn't accidentally wind up somewhere under the heating main, a comfort that a reptile might appreciate. But food in the form of rats would hardly suit it. By the way, most likely she wouldn't be interested in people as a food source. In horror films, the anaconda often devours people. However, in reality, it rarely attacks a person. It can be assumed that its distant ancestor would also be indifferent to us. But for people, Titanoboa could be a welcome trophy. Any zoo in the world would dream of getting such a valuable specimen, and its skin would be a real hunt. People who catch these huge snakes would become real national heroes. As for the super snake diet, in our world it would find something to eat. Alligators, turtles, river dolphins would suit the giant in all respects. Animals on land would also have a hard time. Giant armadillos, manatees, tapirs, cougars, jaguars, caimans, and Brazilian otters would be endangered. Sure, adults would be too big, so cubs and young animals are what they need. Titanoboa wouldn't mind eating fish, since it's a more familiar diet. As a result, the food chain would be broken. Some animals would probably migrate to safer areas, but the fauna of the forests of Amazonia would be greatly impoverished, although insects and fungi would start to flourish and evolve. Very soon, there'd be no trace of the once lush vegetation. Kronosaurus would hardly have liked life in our condition either. In ancient times, even turtles were the size of a kitchen table. Eat just one and feel full all day. But such a monster would need about a dozen modern turtles, and then I still doubt it would be enough to eat. In addition to turtles, the ancient monster fed on Plesiosauria, but in our world, he'd have to look for an alternative. Most likely, it would switch to large marine mammals. It wouldn't be able to swallow a whale all at once, but in parts, then sure, it could eat it completely. Such a huge body would need tons of food. Like a giant meat grinder, it would sweep away everything in its path. People would suffer greatly due to a shortage of fish in the seas and oceans. Fishing itself would be very risky due to the existence of an underwater hazard. Ships would have to be built to be much more solid, and in the event of the extinction of whales, a climatic catastrophe would begin. There would be nothing to extract thousands of tons of carbon from the air. In the underwater depths, there would be a daily battle for life. Given the size of the monster and its ferocious disposition, there could only be one winner. We'd have to forget about tourism and sea traffic in the monster's habitat completely. This place would be marked on all maps in red, and anyone who dared to go there would practically write their own death sentence. If Titanoboa had the most valuable skin, then a Chronosaurus would have had its teeth. Small and sharp like a saw, they could cost more than the horns of a rhino. Today, they're one of the most expensive materials in the world. Their price is about $65,000 per kilogram, more expensive than gold. By the way, did you know that there's a danger of the return of extinct animals to Earth? I'm not joking right now. Scientists don't rule out the possibility. First of all, I'm talking about Titanoboa. There's speculation that it lived at a temperature of 32 degrees Celsius. That's 90 degrees Fahrenheit. And given the growth rate of global warming, such average temperatures can become a reality. I'm glad it will take millions of years. Would you like to see ancient monsters with your own eyes? Write in the comments. If you liked the video, be sure to like and share it with your friends. And I'm already preparing a new exciting issue for you. What's the largest number you can imagine? Trillions of trillions. If you're not a professional mathematician and not some cool physicist, the answer is probably approximate. And could we visualize this number? No. We're not going to write out all those zeros on paper. I suggest having a look at a device that shows the total number of atoms in the universe and even surpasses it. I agree this doesn't sound very realistic, but such a mechanism does exist, and I managed to find it. Just imagine a device that counts a number with an unrealistically large amount of zeros, so big that neither you nor me nor even our descendants would have enough time to wait for the count to finish. What's this mechanism? In fact, it's all quite simple. But to create such a device, first you need to grasp other really large numbers. I'll start with some simpler ones, just to help you understand the scale. Take, for example, 1,000,000. That's 10 to the 6th power. We come across millions of things quite often. Modern blockbusters like The Avengers worth hundreds of millions of dollars. With enough patience, you could even count up to 1,000,000. 1,000,000 seconds is only 11.5 days. A stack of 1,000,000 standard books placed on top of each other wouldn't even reach beyond the Earth's atmosphere. In turn, one thick book can be made from 1,000,000 letters. And if we constructed a building with 1,000,000 floors, it wouldn't be able to stand, it would collapse. But using your imagination, such a building would rise to a height of 3,000 kilometers or 1,864 miles. What about 1 billion? This is a bit more serious. That's 10 to the 9th power. 7.5 billion people live on Earth today. On average, the human brain contains about 100 billion neurons. For $1 billion, you can buy a luxury cruise ship. But it's unlikely anyone could count to 1 billion. That's almost 32 years. Now, 10 to the 12th power is a trillion. 3.5 trillion fish inhabit our oceans. 1 trillion bacteria take up no more space than 1 cube of sugar. 1 trillion seconds is approximately 32,000 years. That is, 1 trillion seconds ago, in some places on our planet, the last Neanderthals still walked the earth. In total, every printed book in history together contain about 100 trillion letters. A quadrillion is 10 to the 15th power. A 1 with 15 zeros. This is so large that I had to search a bit to find an example. It's believed that about 1 quadrillion ants live on our planet, although I doubt that anyone's conducted a census. Once, American Chris Reynolds was mistakenly credited $92 quadrillion to his account. This made him the richest man in the world, though not for long. And in another 200 quadrillion seconds, our sun will have become a red giant. 10 to the 18th power is a quintillion. This is 1,000 times larger than a quadrillion. It's believed that the diameter of the Milky Way galaxy is about 1 quintillion kilometers, a little more than half a quintillion miles. 5 or 6 quintillion glasses would be enough to scoop all of the water out of the world ocean. And lastly, the number of possible combinations of a Rubik's Cube is 43 quintillion or more. Now, let's take a really big number. For example, a septillion, 10 to the 24th power. About 10 septillion water molecules fit in one glass. And lastly, the number that we came here for, a 1 with 100 zeros, 10 to the 100th power. This number is called Google. Don't confuse it with the Google search engine, even if that's what your grandmother calls it. The term Google was coined by 9-year-old Milton Sirota, nephew of American mathematician Edward Kastner. This happened back in 1920. 20 years later, Kastner popularized the number Google with the help of his book Mathematics and the Imagination. Later, the consonant word Google became known around the world, and all because of a mistake made by the founders of the company. They wanted to call the search engine Google, hinting at the large amount of information that could be obtained, but they messed up the letters. But it's too late to change anything now, don't you think? Despite this, there's probably hardly anything in the world that could be described with a figure containing 100 zeros. Yes, I used to think so too. But it turns out that with the help of the number Google, it's possible to portray the number of hypothetical possibilities in a chess game. But a Google is larger than the number of atoms in the known part of the universe. According to various estimates, this number ranges from 10 to the 78th power to 10 to the 82nd power. So, can you imagine just how big the number Google is? It's also useful for discussing black holes. The time it takes for a supermassive black hole to decay, whose mass is equal to that of one galaxy, is 10 to the 100th years. See? So convenient. But what about the visualization that I spoke about at the beginning of the video? For this, it's worth thanking the artist named Daniel De Bruin. This guy just loves all kinds of mechanisms and seems to have quite an affinity for math. On March 1st, 2020, at 2:52 p.m., Daniel celebrated his anniversary. He turned 1 billion seconds old. If you feel like there aren't enough holidays in your life, you can also celebrate such dates. To celebrate, the artist created a machine that produces a representation of the number Google. The result is a transmission system that needs to be activated more times than there are atoms in the universe. And all of this for the sake of obtaining one single output. The machine is quite simple. It consists of 100 gears, all of which are connected to one another in a special way. If you turn the first wheel 10 times, the second wheel attached to it makes exactly one revolution. If you turn the wheel 100 times, the second one revolves 10 times, allowing the third wheel to revolve once, and so on. As a result, in order for the last gear wheel to make one revolution, the first one must be rotated a googol times. Cool. However, the mechanism has a serious drawback. We won't be able to see the results. Even if De Bruin himself rotated the mechanism all his life, at one revolution per second, he would only reach the 9th level of wheels. And this is without interruption or breaks for sleep, food, and other things. It's completely unrealistic. But what if you used a motor instead? It could spin the wheels at a tremendous speed. Surely this would help it reach the number googol. Alas, most likely, the wheels would simply wear out or break, and this would happen long before the mechanism reached the 100 zeros it aimed for. But don't think that a googol is the largest number imaginable. A googolplex is 10 to the power of a googol, or a 1 followed by googol zeros. This term was also proposed by Edward Kastner's nephew. If you printed googolplex in a series of books, each one containing 1,000,000 characters, then you would need 10 to the 94th power of these books. And together, they would weigh more than the entire Milky Way galaxy. So, with the simplest visual representation of a googolplex, serious problems still arise. But okay, then is googolplex the biggest number in the world? Nope. There is, for example, Graham's number. Graham's number is an unimaginable number of times greater than a googolplex. The entire observable universe is too small to contain an ordinary decimal notation of this number, and degrees don't help here either. So, pass this information on to Daniel De Bruin. Perhaps he's looking for a way to celebrate his next birthday. If you like this video, give it a thumbs up. Don't forget to subscribe to the channel if you haven't already done so. And click on the bell to receive timely notifications of new interesting videos in store for you ahead. How much do we know about our planet? People are constantly studying it. They climb mountains, descend to the ocean floor, and wander through dense forests. It seems that by the 21st century, there should be no mysteries left on Earth, but it's not so. It's enough to visit the Bay of Bengal to find one of the most mysterious places on the planet. I suggest North Sentinel Island. It won't be an easy journey. In this video, you'll learn what's hidden on a closed island in the Indian Ocean. I'm going to show you how dangerous other people's secrets can be and what sacrifices curiosity leads to. You may even get to know one of the most mysterious tribes on the planet, and it's better to do so virtually. Why? You'll see for yourself. First, a few facts. You've probably already heard of North Sentinel Island. This is just one of the many islands in the Indian Ocean. Not very large, about 60 square kilometers or 23 square miles. However, this particular island is completely closed to the public. Neither tourists nor residents of the nearby islands can approach it. Even scientists aren't allowed here. But why is this particular place so infamous? I'll tell you right now, it's not because of poisonous spiders or snakes, and certainly not an ancient curse. It's just that this island is home to the most unusual people on Earth. On a small square of land, there lives anywhere from 15 to 400 people, and this spread isn't accidental. Today, there are simply no guests on North Sentinel. There's no one to count the people, to create any records. Most likely, the local population can't read or write. I say most likely because there's no confirmation of these facts. Scientists can only speculate and observe from afar. Of course, in such a situation, you can call on modern technology for help, for example, satellite images. But even here we fail. The island is covered in dense forests, everything but the shore. It's simply impossible to see anything through the vegetation. Theoretically, anything could be hidden there. Living dinosaurs, traces of an alien civilization, the underground city of Atlantis. Why not? Little is known about the people who live on this island. They're called the Sentinelese. They're one of the Andaman indigenous peoples that live on their own. According to scientists, for about 60,000 years, the Sentinel people have lived in almost complete self-isolation. That is, since primitive times. All of this time, they've developed independently without seeing the rest of the world. Yes, these are people who have no idea what Bitcoin, global warming, and Netflix are. Why, they don't even know what a horse is. Some researchers have still managed to get a look at the natives. The local residents are described as relatively short people, about 165 centimeters or 5.5 feet. This may be due to island dwarfism. Scientists also noted dark, shiny skin, even teeth, and strong muscles. Sentinel people are hunter-gatherers. Despite the past millennia, they haven't changed their habits. The tribe probably uses bows, arrows, and spears to hunt land animals. They collect seafood by hand, such as crabs and shellfish. It's believed that the natives eat them in large quantities. Their settlements are full of empty shells. Some of their practices haven't developed at all since primitive times. It's believed that Sentinel people don't engage in agriculture, though they can build canoes. But the most interesting thing is that it's not clear whether the natives know how to make fire, although they do use it. Even in the year 2020. Just imagine that. The Sentinel people live in small, temporary huts, appreciate metal, dance, and speak an unknown language. That's about it. A unique island of a unique civilization. Scientists would be willing to do anything to learn about the local tribe, but it's forbidden. Not by the islanders themselves, of course. Officially, North Sentinel Island is administered by India, although there's no agreement between the natives and the government. However, the Indian authorities make sure that the Sentinels are not disturbed. The main reason is the isolation of the tribe. Having lived for thousands of years without contact with the outside world, the tribe hasn't been able to develop immunity to common diseases. Even a short interaction with a person from the outside could end very sadly. Within a primitive community, the disease would spread very quickly. The Sentinels risk simply being killed. And these aren't empty threats. In the 19th century, British officer Maurice Vidal Portman studied the inhabitants of the island. These studies cannot be called humane. At one point, Portman kidnapped 6 sentinels. He then took them to the nearest major city. All the natives soon fell ill, and 2 adults died. Portman returned 4 sick children to the island and left them on the beach. Fortunately, despite such experiments, the tribe survived. The island is protected so that diseases from the mainland don't reach it. Indian Border Patrol boats periodically patrol the coastal waters. You can only come within 9+ kilometers or about 5 nautical miles. Anything closer is a restricted area. North Sentinel Island is protected as a rare treasure. And this is partly true. There are very few non-contact peoples like the Sentinels left. However, the islanders can also stand up for themselves. Moreover, they do it regularly. They deliberately refuse to contact the outside world, and they react very aggressively to foreigners. When I say aggressive, I mean that the Sentinels are ready to kill any outsider, even if they aren't threatened. Of course, there have also been peaceful contacts. The first one took place in 1991, but in 1997, visits to the island stopped. Now, they try not to contact the Sentinels at all. In 2004, after an earthquake in the Indian Ocean, the government of India sent a helicopter to the island. The disaster, which claimed the lives of more than 200,000 people, should have destroyed the Sentinels. But the natives survived the disaster. How did they manage? It's unknown. The elements damaged the coral reef where they foraged for food, though the islanders adapted. But they weren't too happy about the helicopter. They began throwing stones and spears at it and shot at it with arrows. In general, they made it clear they were okay. By the way, scientists believe that the hostility of Sentinels is a sign of the physical and cultural stability of the community, not just a desire to shoot down a huge iron bird. Despite official bans and life-threatening risks, people are still drawn to North Sentinel Island. On January 27, 2006, Indian fishermen were illegally fishing for crabs near the Forbidden Island. They didn't respond to the warning signals of other vessels as their boat drifted into shallow water. Alas, these fishermen never returned home. The ship was attacked by Sentinel soldiers, killing the intruders. 3 days later, an Indian Coast Guard helicopter flew to the island to collect the fishermen's bodies. The Sentinels met them with spears and arrows. The resistance was so strong that the bodies had to be left on the island. They say the natives buried the fishermen. Almost everything that reaches North Sentinel Island disappears without a trace. In the year 2018, the fate of the unfortunate crab catchers was repeated by missionary John Allen Chow. To get to the island, he paid two fishermen about $30,000. Chow tried to make contact with the natives several times, but it all ended as expected. The Sentinels killed him with bows and arrows. The fishermen who brought him to the island were later arrested. Chow's body remained on North Sentinel and may have been buried. Today, North Sentinel Island remains one of the most poorly studied places on Earth. We can only guess what's hidden in the depths of its forests and what's really hidden by a tribe that is forever stuck in the primeval era. If you like this video, give it a thumbs up. Don't forget to subscribe to the channel if you haven't already. Click on the bell to receive timely notifications of new interesting videos that are waiting for you ahead. We're used to anticipating danger from outer space. A huge, almost unknown space, hostile to humans, and no wonder colossal explosions take place. Asteroids and comets travel at tremendous speed. There are black holes. And all this can potentially cause the death of the Earth. But what about something small? For example, an ordinary sewing needle. What if one finds itself in space, accelerates to the speed of light, and then crashes into our planet? Any object consisting of matter can't move at the speed of light or faster. So, scientists from NASA are unlikely to ever consider such a disaster. Well, I will do it for them. Today, you'll see how dangerous such small things can be if they are properly accelerated. And at the same time, you'll learn about another strange scenario of the end of the world. Our planet is constantly bombarded by various cosmic bodies. We don't even notice most of them. They just burn up in the atmosphere. Sometimes celestial bodies manage to reach the visibility zone and even make some noise. Take, for example, the Chelyabinsk meteor, or the very asteroid that caused the dinosaurs to become extinct. But the fact is that all these celestial bodies move very slowly, of course, considering the scale of the universe. For example, the Chelyabinsk meteor was moving at a speed of 60 to 69,000 kilometers per hour. That's 37 to 43,000 miles per hour. Now, imagine that one day scientists will report the terrible news. An unknown object is approaching Earth at the speed of light. It's very small, the size of a needle, or even a grain of sand. If at this stage you had time to think that there's nothing to worry about, it is in vain. What seems ridiculous at first glance poses a serious danger to our planet. The consequences would be terrible. It's all about speed. For example, take a car. If it moves at a speed of about 50 kilometers per hour or 31 miles per hour and hits a person, the person will survive. If you accelerate the car to 65 kilometers per hour or 40 miles per hour, then the collision could result in death or serious injuries. The speed of light is almost 300,000 kilometers per second. That's 186,000 miles per second. This is very fast. In nature, visible light and other types of electromagnetic radiation travel at the speed of light, and also possibly gravitational waves. Scientists believe that massive particles can't move at the speed of light. They can only come close to it. For example, protons are accelerated just to near light speed in the Large Hadron Collider. So a needle approaches the Earth at the speed of light, or a grain of sand. In general, something very small. The length of the simplest sewing needle is about 35 millimeters, or 1 4/10 of an inch. The size of a large grain of sand can reach 5 millimeters, or 19/100ths of an inch. For comparison, the same Chelyabinsk meteor had a diameter of about 20 meters, or 66 feet. The difference is huge, but in this case, the size does not matter. Even a tiny object, having accelerated to tremendous speed, will become deadly. It won't burn up in the atmosphere and will not explode in flight. The bonds that ensure the integrity of an object will stop working. A grain of sand or a needle will simply become a bunch of atoms passing through the air. But the real danger is kinetic energy. I won't bore you with calculations. We'll immediately get to the result. The kinetic energy, for example, of a grain of sand, which has nearly accelerated to the speed of light, will be equal to the kinetic energy of an object weighing 100 tons that has fallen from a height of a 15-story building. It is as if the largest part of the Statue of Liberty fell from its pedestal in one fell swoop. So, if a needle rushing at the speed of light strikes the Earth, will scientists have time to notice it? It's hard to say, but in a collision with the surface of our planet, all the kinetic energy will go into the energy of the explosion. The power released will be similar to the energy of a nuclear bomb. Approximately 43 kilotons of TNT, and that's a lot. The bomb Fat Man, dropped on Nagasaki, had a capacity of about 21 kilotons. Just compare the two, an ordinary needle and a nuclear bomb that destroyed an entire city. In order to understand what kind of destruction such a collision can make, you need to choose a city. For example, New York. Where else should a needle moving at the speed of light strike? if not Manhattan. Cinematic alien invasions happen here. If an atomic bomb of the same power were dropped here, then most of Manhattan and the surrounding area would be destroyed. Even at a distance of 4 kilometers or 2.5 miles, building windows would break. People who are a little closer to the epicenter would suffer serious harm. For example, all the inhabitants of Hell's Kitchen would get third-degree burns. Central Park will be almost completely burned. People who are within 1.5 kilometers or less than a mile of the place where the bomb falls are likely to die within a month. However, the needle bomb can also penetrate below ground, creating a huge crater with its explosion. And yes, the Statue of Liberty will definitely fall from its pedestal, perhaps right into the water. What about the big wave? There is another version of how this might go. It's less scientific, but much more spectacular. I'm sure you'll want to see it. Crashing into the planet, the needle disappears into the Earth's crust. A plasma cloud will spread from the entry point to the sides. Energy will escape through the body of the planet, and along with it, many particles created by the collision with the Earth's crust. It will become a colossal fountain of everything that our Earth is made up of. In a split second, it will become so hot that there will be nothing left alive on the surface. The energy will be so great that it will exceed the energy of the gravitational coupling of the planet. See what all this means? Explosion. The Earth will simply be torn apart faster than you have time to blink. However, there will be no one left to do so anyway. The solar system will change forever, and all because of some small needle. However, this whole situation is, of course, hypothetical. So there's an alternative point of view. Some physicists believe that because of too much kinetic energy and enormous inertia, the needle will simply pierce the Earth through. And this will happen so quickly that no one will even notice. The needle will come out the other side of the planet and continue its flight. Perhaps due to interaction with the mantle and the Earth's crust, earthquakes will begin, but they are unlikely to be strong. Ultimately, humanity will easily survive whatever happens. But what if the needle doesn't strike the ground or even the water, but rather a person? The probability of this is quite small, but it's still there. It would seem that this is just like the Statue of Liberty, which drops on your head. Yes, and from the 15th floor. It sounds like it's impossible to survive. The kinetic energy of the needle will be very strong. If your body absorbs it completely, it will simply explode. But physics is a tricky thing. Due to the high energy and small size, the needle, in contact with the skin, will immediately begin to destroy all the bonds between cells. In this case, the rest of the body will feel almost nothing. The object will simply move through the body, dissipating a little of its energy into friction and slightly increasing your temperature. As a result, the needle will be able to make an almost perfect hole in your body. Not a single vital organ is affected, not seriously anyway, and the wound is likely to be cauterized. I'll try to summarize. Does it make sense to fear needles that travel at the speed of light? I think everyone will decide for themselves, but still, I hope that extraterrestrial civilizations are sufficiently developed and will so with the help of something else. If you like the video, give it a thumbs up. Don't forget to subscribe to the channel if you haven't done so already. Click on the bell quickly to receive notifications of new interesting videos that are waiting for you ahead. In 1869, the famous scientist Dmitry Mendeleev developed the first version of the periodic table of elements. Since then, It's been used all around the world. But today I want to explore an unexpected use for it. What would happen if you built a periodic table in real life? Spoiler, never try it at home. In today's video, you'll learn how dangerous chemical elements can be. I'll show you what happens if you set them too close to each other. Wear protective suits. This video from Riddle will be truly explosive. First, let's look at the periodic table itself. All of the elements in it are in order according to their atomic number, electron configuration, and recurring chemical properties. They're built in a special way. Rows in the table are called periods, and columns are called groups. To date, the table consists of 118 elements, although initially there were only 63. According to legend, the table first came to Mendeleev in a dream. Just imagine how strange it must have been. But enough of the boring theory. What would happen if you built this table from cubes made from the corresponding elements? For example, about 5 by 5 centimeters or 2 by 2 inches. In fact, this is quite possible. There are people who collect chemical elements. They try to collect as many samples as possible and put them in boxes. Even in some schools, you can find things like this. Some of the items can simply be purchased in a store. For example, helium, carbon, aluminum, iron, or sulfur. These won't be a problem. Other elements can be obtained with a little effort by breaking some devices. In fact, elements can be found in the most unexpected places. A sample of americium can be found in a smoke detector. Others can be ordered online. You'd be able to collect about 80 elements. If you risk your health just a little, then 90. However, it may not be entirely legal. In any case, you wouldn't be able to collect every element from the entire periodic table. Some are too radioactive or short-lived. But let's assume that you're in ideal conditions in some laboratory, and somehow the elements could be built into a real table. I won't dwell on every element. I'll take into account only the most interesting ones. What would happen? The very first cube would be made of hydrogen. It's gas, so it would just float away and dissipate. The same would happen with its neighbor, helium. The first row is quite simple. The second row is a bit more complicated. A cube of lithium would immediately darken in the air. Beryllium is quite toxic, so it would need to be handled carefully. Cubes of oxygen and nitrogen would slowly melt in the air, gradually disappearing. Pale yellow fluorine wouldn't retain the shape of a cube at all. It would immediately spill onto the floor. By the way, fluorine is a very aggressive element. Additionally, it's a strong oxidizer. It can set fire to almost anything in its path. It should be kept away from other elements, except perhaps chlorine and neon. The latter, by the way, is lighter than air. The neon would have long since flown to the ceiling. The reaction of fluorine with other elements would be violent, and its contact with the human body is fatal. We haven't even reached the radioactive elements, but we're already risking our lives. The third row. Here, you should be afraid of phosphorus, but it depends on the kind that you come across. Red phosphorus is relatively safe. White flares up on contact with air and burns with a hot flame that's difficult to extinguish, and it's poisonous. Are you wearing a protective suit? And now sulfur. Usually this just smells bad, but in our table, it's sandwiched between burning phosphorus and fluorine with chlorine. Upon contact with fluorine gas, sulfur also starts burning. Nearby is the inert gas argon, but this would just spill onto the floor. And this is the least of our problems. A fire is raging in the table. As a result of the burning, there's also smoke. If you built the table in a closed room, soon you would probably suffocate. There are too many toxic fumes, and your lab might burn down. Let's say you managed to survive the third row. Let's move on to the fourth. Arsenic is quite toxic. In very small quantities, people can easily handle it. But burning phosphorus, along with potassium, which would also be burning, could ignite the arsenic. The resulting chemical would be arsenic trioxide. It's poisonous. Don't breathe it in. However, not only because of the arsenic, selenium and bromine would also react violently, and they just smell awful. By the way, I didn't mention aluminum. It was in the third row and may have survived the fire. But if it touches gallium, it turns into something like cardboard. It could be broken with one finger. Meanwhile, the sulfur would continue burning and touch the bromine. It's liquid, but very toxic. Even at low concentrations, bromine vapors can cause nosebleeds, dizziness, and mucosal irritation. If there's a lot of bromine, a person would simply suffocate. Even a gas mask wouldn't help. And now we're only at the fifth row. Here, we're dealing with technetium, the first radioactive element. However, a cube of technetium definitely wouldn't kill you. I mean, if you just place it on the table. The sixth row contains several radioactive elements, including promethium, polonium, and radon. But the most interesting is astatine. This is the rarest member of the periodic table. In nature, it's almost negligible. And artificial astatine isn't possible to create due to its radioactivity. Any large piece of it would quickly evaporate in its own heat. But let's say we managed to make an entire cube out of astatine. It wouldn't last long, and it would turn into a column of incandescent gas almost instantly. The heat alone would cause third-degree burns to anyone nearby. The building where you built the table would be destroyed to the ground if it was still intact. A cloud of hot gas would quickly rise into the sky, emitting heat and radiation. Then, the remains of the house and table would fall to the ground. It would be debris covered in radioactive elements. The resulting rain would destroy life in at least the nearest neighborhoods. You and everyone around you would receive a lethal dose of radiation. No one would survive, but the table itself still isn't finished. Let's imagine that there was no column of incandescent gas. There are elements called transuranium elements. Most of them are very unstable. They can't exist for more than a few minutes. If you had 100,000 atoms of livermorium, in just 1 second, you'd have only one left. Then it would disappear too. But this doesn't mean that transuranic elements simply dissolve. They disappear in the course of radioactive decay. So the cube of such an element would disintegrate in a few seconds, and it would leave a huge amount of energy in its place. Do you understand what this means? Instantaneous nuclear explosion. The flow of energy would turn you and the rest of the table into plasma. What would happen would resemble an explosion of a medium-power nuclear charge. But don't let out your breath yet, because the consequences would be 1,000 times worse. Not only would nuclear fallout descend to the ground, but every other element that was in the table would as well. Elements would turn from one into another with incredible speed. It would be like a nuclear bomb that keeps exploding again and again and again. What conclusion can I draw from this? Collecting is an interesting hobby, but it's better to choose something like stamps. If you like this video, give it a thumbs up. Don't forget to subscribe to the channel if you haven't already, and click on the bell to receive timely notifications about the release of new, interesting videos that are waiting for you ahead. Is there anyone on Earth who doesn't dream of seeing Niagara Falls? I don't think so. Every year, this natural wonder is visited by about 14 million tourists. Everyone dreams of taking a photo here. Refreshing themselves in the cool spray of the waterfall, and of course, tossing in a coin for luck. It would seem, what mysteries could possibly be hiding in a place with such a huge flow of people? It turns out, it still has its secrets. Some of them are pretty eerie, but I still try to unravel them. Today, I'm going to tell you something that likely isn't told in geography lessons. We're going to visit one of the most terrifying places within the vicinity of the waterfall. Then we're going to learn about the brave people who risk their lives for the sake of conquering the dangerous element. We'll then walk along the bed of the Niagara River and discover many interesting things. It's time to get out your raincoats. The journey begins. We used to refer to it simply as Niagara Falls, but in fact, this is a whole complex of waterfalls on the Niagara River. Horseshoe Falls is a waterfall located in the Canadian province of Ontario, and American Falls and Bridal Veil Falls in the state of New York, USA. Niagara Falls serves as a kind of border between the two countries. Its history began about 16,000 years ago during the last ice age. At that time, the northern regions of the North American continent were covered by a glacier more than 1.5 kilometers or 1 mile thick. When the ice retreated, the Great Lakes were formed. About 12,000 years ago, the waters flowing from the lakes made a path for themselves, later cutting a channel, the Niagara River. The lakes were arranged in a cascade, and the water flowed from one to the other. This is how one of the world's most famous waterfalls was born. Today, its size is admired. You can draw a parallel between it and the world's most famous attractions. For example, the height of Niagara Falls can be compared to the Arc de Triomphe in Paris or the famous Leaning Tower of Pisa, and the speed of its flow is so incredible that it's comparable to a tsunami. It would take the average family about 7.5 years to use up the volume of water that flows through Niagara Falls in just 1 second. But what's hidden behind this mighty column of water? I'll start with the fact that Devil's Hole is located on the territory of the national park. This is the name of a cave, which it's best to steer clear of. This may not seem very scientific, but it's believed that evil spirits live here. And for anyone who dares to climb inside, trouble awaits. It sounds improbable, but even in the guidebooks, this place is not recommended to visit. Fatal accidents always happen here. The sinister power of the cave was tested in the 17th century by the famous explorer of North America, La Salle. Legend has it that an evil spirit spoke to him and ordered him to return home immediately and end his expeditions and exploration of the world. The traveler ran out of the cave in horror, but chose not to believe the evil spirit. He continued to conquer new lands. Bad luck came to him one by one. Diseases, pirates, shipwrecks. But La Salle continued his expedition. Unfortunately, somewhere off the coast of Texas, it all came to an end. Tired sailors mutinied and simply killed their leader. The predictions of the evil spirit came true. We can only wonder if it was just a beautiful legend or really the machinations of the same spirit. But in the 18th century, something much worse happened here. In the year 1763, 81 British soldiers met their death here. They were attacked by the Seneca Indian tribe. The natives outnumbered their opponents by at least 3.5 to 1. The outcome of the battle was predictable. Some were killed, some were thrown into the abyss. Then the horses and wagons were also thrown in. After this terrible story, the place was considered cursed. There's another another feature of the waterfall. The fact is that in the summer, the water flow becomes weaker than in other seasons. And at night, it generally decreases by half. Who or what is stealing the water from the waterfall? It turns out that these are power plants. A strict schedule for water intake from the waterfall was developed in the middle of the 20th century. This was done on account of tourism. In order to continue attracting thousands of people to the waterfall every day, it was necessary to maintain the same water pressure. Therefore, it was decided to conduct the main water intake at night and during the low tourist season. However, there were times in the history of the waterfall when it could have lost its tourists altogether just because it stopped. In the mid-19th century, this stop lasted 30 hours. A strong storm broke the ice on Lake Erie, and one of the ice flows blocked the course of the Niagara River. This natural dam shifted only when the wind changed direction. 121 years later, the waterfall dried up again, but this time it was a planned operation. Unprecedented measures to stop the waterfall were taken in order to preserve it and reduce rock erosion. A temporary stone-earth dam was built. The best specialists were sent to study the riverbed and repair any damage. Deteriorating pieces were fixed together with bolts. All of their forces were thrown into the fight against erosion. When the work was finished, the artificial dam was blown up and the waterfall resumed its torrents. Stopping the waterfall revealed not only piles of stones and many coins, bodies were also found under the waterfall. Surprisingly, there were only 2 of them. There should have been a whole cemetery. About 40 people die here every year. But it seems that the bodies of others are simply carried away from the waterfall by the rapid river. In general, jumping into the waterfall was once considered almost a folk sport. Since the 19th century, it has attracted daredevils from all over the world. First, people tried sending a boat with animals on board down the waterfall. These pioneers were a bear, a bison, 2 foxes, and 2 geese. But only 1 goose survived. People weren't deterred by such a bleak result. It's believed that the tradition of jumping from the waterfall was established by a certain Sam Patch. He jumped from a high tower into the gorge below the waterfall and survived. Then the crazy race to conquer the stormy elements began. People tried swimming under the waterfall, going over it in barrels, and even huge rubber balls. As you can imagine, few managed to survive. Other daredevils chose a way of conquering the waterfall by air. They walked on a tight wire or rope from one side of the gorge to the other. It was only in the year 2012 that a brave man dared to pass over the waterfall from one country to another. His feat is now considered the longest tightrope walk in history. The coast of the Niagara River also has its secrets. Here, just 12 kilometers, almost 7.5 miles upstream from Niagara Falls, more than 20,000 artifacts have been found. The earliest ones are at least 4,000 years old. These finds open a window into the distant times when people lived a nomadic life and engaged in hunting, fishing, and collecting plants. This is revealed by the tools found here. Stones were used to make arrowheads and spears, as well as drills. Later artifacts were also found near Niagara Falls. They include bullets that seem to date back to the 1930s or 40s. More secrets of Niagara Falls will be revealed in future stops at the waterfall. Centuries-old rocks contain many more fossils, and how many interesting things might be hidden at the bottom of the lake. In 50 years, progress will have taken a step forward. You'll definitely be able to discover and study more artifacts. The waterfall is planned to be stopped once again to replace the century-old pedestrian bridges. This operation was supposed to begin in the year 2019, but due to funding, it was postponed indefinitely. What do you think? When will they stop the waterfall? Write a date in the comments. And if you know what else is lurking in the waters of Niagara, be sure to let us know. Don't forget to like and subscribe to the channel. There are still many unsolved mysteries of our planet waiting for you. A person can endlessly stare at three things: a burning fire, running water, and other people working. I propose adding one more item: bewitching photos of space taken by the Hubble Space Telescope. This automatic observatory the size of a school bus has discovered millions of new objects. Thanks to the Hubble Space Telescope, we've witnessed the birth of new stars, found planets outside the solar system, and seen supermassive black holes. If you somehow missed any of it or managed to forget, today's video will fix that. The Hubble Space Telescope is the most famous telescope in the world. It received its name in honor of the famous astronomer Edwin Hubble. This scientist changed our understanding of the universe, proving the existence of other galaxies. It was assumed that the Hubble Space Telescope would operate in low Earth orbit for 15 years. But April 24th, 2020 marked exactly 30 years since it started unraveling the secrets of the universe. So, the first photo is a triple solar eclipse on Jupiter. This planet has at least 79 moons. Two of them, Ganymede and Io, were captured in a unique image at the same time. Callisto is located outside the photo on the right. All of them cast a shadow on the surface of Jupiter. Scientists have observed such a phenomenon only twice in 15 years. Jupiter often falls into Hubble's lenses. This time-lapse shows the movements of the auroras on the planet. The photos were taken in the far ultraviolet range. The diameter of the area where the glow appears is larger than the diameter of the Earth. Like on Earth, auroras on Jupiter arise due to solar wind, whose particles collide with gas molecules, mainly hydrogen, and transfer energy to it. Particle streams from 3 of its moons also contribute to it. Since the magnetic field of Jupiter is more powerful than that of the Earth, the radiance here is several times brighter. And while on our planet auroras occur during periods of solar activity, on Jupiter they shine continuously. This here is a photograph of Mars taken by Hubble in May 2016. At this time, the red planet approached the Earth at a relatively close distance, 80 million kilometers or 50 million miles. Volcanoes, craters, and plains are clearly visible in the photo. In the center of the picture, you can see the Arabia Terra, an extensive hill that occupies about 4,500 kilometers or 2,796 miles. On the right side is the Syrtis Major Planum Plateau, and to the south, the plain of Hella Planitia. Also, in the picture, you can see the movement of clouds and polar caps at the poles. Now, what does this photo look like? It's reminiscent of the Eye of Sauron from The Lord of the Rings, right? This is one of the brightest stars in the night sky, Fomalhaut, a giant that is 2.3 times heavier and 6 times brighter than the sun. Around it is a disk of cosmic dust, which creates the resemblance of an ominous eye. But photography is interesting not only for this reason. See that tiny orange dot? This is a planet outside the solar system. It was originally called Fomalhaut B, but astronomers then started calling it the Zombie Planet. The fact is that in 2008, after the publication of this photo, scientists recognized Fomalhaut b as a planet, but then changed their minds and began seeing it as just a cloud of dust. Thanks to new observations in 2011, Fomalhaut b was resurrected, ranked among the planets, and even given a different name, Dagon. But in April 2020, astronomers again began doubting its existence. In new Hubble pictures, the planet is gone. Scientists believe that Dagon was a cloud of dust and debris formed as a result of a collision of two icy celestial bodies, and over time, it dispersed. Now, we've transported to the constellation Centaurus. Inside is the Omega Centauri, a globular cluster of stars. It's located 15,800 light years from Earth and contains almost 10 million stars. Usually, stars in globular clusters form simultaneously, but the stars in Omega Centauri are at different stages of development. Most of the stars in the photo, like our sun, are yellow and white. There are several red giants as well as blue stragglers. Omega Centauri is the largest globular cluster in the Milky Way. It can be seen in the sky with the naked eye. In this video of a stretch of the starry sky, even closer is the constellation Cygnus, and even closer than that is the Veil Nebula, an amazingly beautiful object. It formed as a result of a supernova explosion about 8,000 years ago. It's estimated that this star was 20 times more massive than the Sun. These multicolored fibers of gas, compressed by a shock wave, are its only remnants. The colored cloud of the nebula extends for approximately 110 light years. When observed from Earth, its apparent size occupies an area 6 times the diameter of a full moon. It's so large that its parts are considered separate nebulae. This video was created from a series of photos taken by Hubble over the course of 9 months. In them is the Crab Nebula in the constellation Taurus. At its center is a pulsar, a relatively young neutron star with a very small diameter, 28 to 30 kilometers, or about 17 to 19 miles. This is all that remains after a supernova explosion. The pulsar rotates around its axis at a frantic speed of 30 revolutions per second, which generates a strong magnetic field and powerful radiation fluxes. In the video, they look like waves. Here is another nebula, this time in the constellation Orion. The Horsehead Nebula is dark, consisting of very dense clouds of gas and dust that absorb visible light from other stars. The outlines of the dark Horsehead Nebula stand out against a red background. Hydrogen clouds glow under the influence of radiation from the nearest bright star, Alnitak. New stars are constantly being born in the nebula. Some of them can be seen at the base of the head. In this image is the Bubble Nebula. At its center is a hot and massive star, creating powerful gas flows. These stellar winds eventually pushed out the gas and dust over time, resulting in the nebula's intricate fibrous structures. Astronomers suggest that in 10 to 20 million years, the star will explode as a supernova, and then the bubble will suffer the fate of all bubbles. It will burst. Thanks to the Hubble, we can take a virtual tour of another galaxy. This 3D image shows the Whirlpool Galaxy in the constellation Canis Venatici. It looks like a spiral staircase. This is one of the closest spiral galaxies to the Earth, sitting at about 23 million light years away. The arms of the galaxy are almost perfectly symmetrical. Flying over the galaxy, you can see that in the center there are older yellow stars, and on the edges, young blue stars. You may not have known, but Hubble holds the record for the longest range of observation. Before you now is the constellation Ursa Major, and in its direction is the farthest away of all known galaxies. It's located 13.4 billion light years away from us. The light from this galaxy has just reached the Earth, crossing the distance that separates us. That is, now we can observe it as it was 400 million years after the Big Bang. This galaxy is 25 times smaller than ours, the Milky Way. Previously, the farthest galaxy was considered to be 13.1 billion light years away from Earth. Hubble watches not only for relatively motionless stars and galaxies, but also for fast-moving objects. For example, it was able to catch the comet 2I Borisov. It was flying at more than 175,000 kilometers or 109,000 miles an hour, approximately 420 million kilometers or 261 million miles from the Earth. This time-lapse shows a 7-hour observation of the comet on October 12, 2019. In the image, you can see the central part of the comet consisting of dust and gas. It looks like a luminous blue cloud. The streaks of light passing by are the stars that fell into the frame while Hubble was capturing the comet. By the way, it didn't come from our solar system. 2I Borisov became the second known interstellar object to pass through our solar system. During its work, Hubble has presented millions of images of space to mankind. But unfortunately, the days of the Space Observatory in orbit are numbered. NASA has suspended missions to repair and modernize the telescope. It's assumed that in 2021, Hubble will be replaced by the new James Webb Space Telescope. If you like this video, give it a thumbs up. Don't forget to subscribe to the channel and click on the bell to receive notifications of new videos. The Sahara Desert is one of the most lifeless places on the planet, but you and I both know that this wasn't always the case. In one of my latest videos, I already told you about the amazing mysteries of the desert, but it turns out those aren't all of her secrets. Sand dunes contain even more frightening riddles. What else does the hot desert want to tell us? Which things still won't let scientists and travelers rest? Today, we're going to visit the mysterious Sahara again. We'll find out what riches are hidden beneath its sands and why it's not so easy to use them today. After this, we'll travel through time. We'll go back 100 million years and find ourselves in one of the most dangerous places on the planet. We'll meet face to face with the most terrible predators of that time. And then we'll find ourselves at a particularly unusual volcano. Lastly, we'll explore the places where new pyramids may be hiding. Can you hear that? A light breeze is lifting the sand into the air. It's time to hit the road. Now, the Sahara is a huge arid region. Precipitation here is so rare that no more than 10 centimeters or almost 4 inches falls per year. But this is all on the surface of the desert. Under its sands hides a real sea, only with fresh water. Under Sudan, Egypt, Libya, and Chad is a groundwater aquifer, and there's so much water that it could cover the territory of these countries with a 75-meter or 246-foot layer. Research has shown that underground water reservoirs can be from 100,000 to 1 million years old. And despite its age, under the thickness of the sand and earth, there's 100 times more water than on the surface. This amount is enough to cover some of the needs of the millions of people living in Africa. The problem with clean drinking water worsens every year, but it's not as simple as pumping it out of the ground. So far, only Libya uses this water. The great man-made river cost the country more than $25 billion, but it wasn't in vain. Today, 70% of all fresh water in Libya is provided by this network of pipes. Other countries are still conducting research and studying the area. But if all goes well, Africa will be able to forget about water scarcity for a long time. Water under the sands is, of course, an unexpected find, but there are far stranger and more frightening secrets hidden under the red-hot dunes. If we rewind the history of the Sahara 100 million years, we find ourselves in one of the most dangerous places on Earth. Back then, a person couldn't have survived even a few minutes. The fact is that this region was simply teeming with predatory dinosaurs. Who was not here? There were at least 4 huge species of lizards that didn't exist peacefully in the vast territory. One of them was Carcharodontosaurus, a monster of about 10 meters or 33 feet long, with huge jaws and very sharp teeth. It was also home to Deltadromeus, a member of the raptor family with long, slender hind legs, as well as the predatory flying pterosaurs. Nearby roamed Spinosaurus and the creepy Abelisauridae. To be honest, compared to the ancient Sahara, Hollywood's Jurassic Park would seem like a paradise. The reservoirs of the past were also full of life. There were fish of incredible sizes. Here, you could find giant coelacanths, the ancestors of the modern lungfish, and even the huge freshwater Onchopristis with the sharpest teeth. But the real horror was caused by the giant supercrocs. These ancient killers could reach 11.5 meters or 38 feet in length and weigh up to 8 tons. They not only felt home in the water, but also on land. The supercrocs even managed to run on 4 legs. Most likely, they had no trouble catching up with a dinosaur to prepare a meal. This giant was covered from the head to the middle of its tail with a special armor made of bone plates embedded in the skin. This protection, along with a powerful jaw with 100 teeth, made it one of the most dangerous predators of that time. But where were all the other animals? How did it happen that the vast territory of the modern Sahara was inhabited exclusively by predatory giants? Unfortunately, there are no answers to these questions yet. The first studies of this area were made at the beginning of the 20th century, and since then, the mystery hasn't been solved. There are only assumptions. Perhaps herbivorous dinosaurs lived in other areas and were afraid to come here. Another hypothesis is related to the specifics of the area itself. In the middle of the Cretaceous period, North Africa was covered in extensive river systems. Here, meandering rivers flowed. Wide lakes and swamps shimmered in the sun. For dense vegetation, here was neither a place nor the conditions. Life here could be compared to a marine ecosystem where predators were more common than on land. However, none of these hypotheses yet have enough evidence to support them. Only one thing is clear: the ancient monsters did not lack food. In the local reservoirs, there was a huge number of fish, and their gigantic size ensured that even the largest predator would be satisfied. Another mysterious place in the desert is the dormant volcano Huayna Namas. From a bird's eye view, this place looks like a hole in the sand. Inside the caldera of the volcano are hidden 3 lakes of extraordinary beauty. They're probably fed by groundwater because there's very little precipitation. All 3 lakes are filled with salt water. Translated from Arabic, this place is called the Oasis of Mosquitoes. There are really a lot of them here, but they don't scare off travelers. Local guides always discourage tourists and explorers from spending the night below, right on the banks of the lakes. And the guides themselves are in a hurry to leave this place as soon as darkness approaches. They claim that in the lake, there's a monster. It's hard to believe. But there's evidence from members of scientific expeditions that something really strange happens here. Suddenly, in the absolute silence of the night, frightening sounds and moans come from the lake. And then, on the surface of the lake, circles appear. What it could be, a group of researchers wasn't able to find out. It may be a large fish, or even one of the dwarf crocodiles that are still found here. But most likely, the surface of the water is disturbed by volcanic gases. The volcano is dormant, but there's still some activity inside it. That's why it's always warm here, even at night, when the desert temperature plummets. A few years ago, the entire scientific world was shaken by another sensation. Real pyramids were discovered under the sands of the Sahara. The discovery was made by Angela Mikol, a researcher in satellite archaeology. This is a title she gave to herself. The self-proclaimed archaeologist, looking at satellite photos of the Earth's surface, saw 4 small hills. They were located in the Nile River Basin, about 145 kilometers or 90 miles apart. The discovery captured the interest of scientists. Moreover, this wasn't the first time that satellites helped make discoveries. Some scientists are on the side of Mikol and agree that they could really be pyramids. But other researchers are skeptical and attribute these buildings to the forces of nature. They claim that these are natural rock formations called buttes. They form when sedimentary rocks collapse, leaving a stable layer at the top. But the brave archaeologist wasn't deterred by the words of her colleagues. The woman hastened to say that she was going to organize an expedition to the places she had discovered. All of this to see the majestic pyramids with her own eyes and prove to everyone that she was right. But so far, no new information about Mikol's success has appeared. But who knows? Perhaps the expedition will still take place and the mysterious pyramids will still be found. If they turn out to be real, they'll surpass the famous Pyramid of Cheops in size. What do you think? Will new pyramids be found in the Sahara? Let us know in the comments. Our expedition has come to an end. If you want to explore our planet further with me, don't forget to like and subscribe to the channel. There are still many unsolved mysteries and amazing discoveries ahead. On April 26, the Chernobyl disaster turned 34 years old. Despite so much time having passed, the area around the city of Pripyat is still dangerous, not just for living, but also for visiting. The radiation source itself, Chernobyl's reactor number 4, is covered with a steel structure called the New Safe Confinement, and any activity there is prohibited. It would seem that there's no reason to expect trouble, but 2020 is far more insidious than you might think, and this is exactly when something could lead to a new disaster in the exclusion zone. On April 4th, forest fires broke out in the area around the Chernobyl nuclear power plant. You might think this is a common occurrence because it happens periodically elsewhere in the world. However, fire rarely occurs in a radioactive contamination zone. So, what if a really bad event were to take place? What would happen if the fire of 2020 or one like it was to approach the spent nuclear fuel and the power plant? Let's start with what the Chernobyl accident left behind. The destruction of reactor number 4 was explosive. It was completely destroyed. A huge amount of radioactive material was scattered into the environment. The isotopes of uranium, plutonium, iodine-131, cesium-137, and other elements spread over a wide region. Before the accident, the reactor held about 190 tons of nuclear fuel. According to some estimates, from 5 to 30% of this amount fell into the surrounding environment. This event is considered the largest nuclear accident in history, both in the number of victims and in the severity of the damage. 31 people were exposed to a huge dose of radiation. All of them died from acute radiation sickness soon after. They were right at the center of the catastrophe. The dose of radiation that they likely received varies from 2 to 20 sieverts, which is in no way comparable to everyday exposure. To understand just how much this is, let me give you an example. Residents of regions with increased background radiation receive approximately 0.1 to 0.2 sieverts in 20 years. This is 100 to 200 times less than the exposure at the time of the accident. An additional 4,000 people died from the long-term effects of radiation exposure. A total of more than 200,000 square kilometers, that's more than 77,220 square miles, was contaminated. But the radioactive materials were spread unevenly. Some of it settled on the surface of the Earth. Part fell in the form of radioactive fallout. By the time the accident was over, about 50,000 square meters, that's about 538,195 square feet of land, were made unusable. This area was no longer suitable for planting crops, trees, or for agriculture of any kind. Hundreds of small towns, cars, and other contaminated items were buried using heavy machinery. An exclusion zone was established for a 30-kilometer or 18.6-mile radius around the nuclear power plant, consisting of an area of 2,600 square kilometers. That's 1,004 square miles. Entry to this zone is prohibited. Despite the amount of time that has passed since the accident, the area remains closed even now. The reason is that some radioactive elements last longer than others. They penetrate deep into the earth and remain dangerous. They don't break down in just a few decades. It takes much more time. For example, the half-life of strontium-90 is approximately 29 years. Americium-241, 432 years. And for plutonium-239, it's 24,110 years. It's hard to imagine such a long wait, don't you think? Perhaps while waiting for this time to pass, humanity will pretty much forget about the existence of the exclusion zone. But back to the events of 2020. First, a fire broke out between two small towns. Then it grew rapidly, eventually destroying 12 towns and a cemetery. The first wave of fire was put out in 10 days. But due to strong winds, the fire began to spread with renewed force, prompting the mobilization of hundreds of people and their equipment in an attempt to extinguish it. As of April 17th, an area of 115 square kilometers, or 44.4 square miles, was affected by the fires. The fire destroyed part of the Red Forest, an area that absorbed a huge share of the radioactive dust during the accident. The high dose of radiation led to the death of trees and to them turning various shades of red and yellow. After the disaster in 1986, the forest was cut down and buried, but soon it grew back. Some areas here are still considered very dangerous. The fire inside the exclusion zone was very difficult to put out. It's unknown how much time and effort will have to be spent if one breaks out again. But the fire was not the only scary thing. Smoke and tar quickly spread to large cities. For several days, the capital of Ukraine, Kiev, experienced one of the highest levels of air pollution. Remember the especially radioactive elements that have been stored in the earth for millennia? Environmentalists admit that the radioactive substances, along with elements from the fire, can be transported for long distances by the wind. Does this mean that the contaminated area has expanded? Perhaps, but it's too early to draw any conclusions. Much worse than that, the fire came close to the outskirts of Pripyat at a distance of about 2 kilometers or 1.24 miles. It was finally in this zone that they managed to quickly put it out. Let's say thanks for the rain. Despite this, the general background radiation has increased. Scientists speculate that in the center of where the fire burned, it's 16.5 times higher than the norm. Should we expect the same terrible consequences from the fire as after the accident at the nuclear power plant itself? You can breathe a sigh of relief. And here's a small spoiler. In the near future, disaster will be avoided, but only in the near future. It's unlikely that a fire could destroy the new sarcophagus that covers the most dangerous area. As I said earlier, it's made of steel. Its melting point is about 1,370 to 1,500 degrees Celsius. That's 2,498 to 2,732 Fahrenheit. The temperature of a forest fire can only reach to between 700 and 900 degrees Celsius. That's between 1,292 and 2,192 Fahrenheit. Pretty hot, you say. However, the forest and the nuclear power plant zone are separated by empty land where only grass grows. Its burning temperature would be an insignificant threat to the steel structure. But buildings are rarely perfect, and this one also has a weak spot: the ventilation system. If it's affected in some way, the filters will begin to eject radioactive micro and nanoparticles with more force. They will then be spread by the wind for hundreds of kilometers or hundreds of miles from the affected area. Although not right away, over time, toxic elements will affect the health of the unlucky people who inhale them. Radioactive elements that take a long time to break down will remain in the body and will destroy tissues and internal organs. The situation looks like a time bomb. Well, it seems like I've described the worst case scenario, but you need to know in advance what to prepare for, right? And now it's time to get back to the subject of the spent nuclear fuel. Unlike the material in existing reactors, this stuff has much higher levels of radioactivity. It seems only logical that it would be more dangerous. However, there's nothing to worry about. The fuel is kept under strong protection. A huge, reinforced concrete structure stores airtight containers made of an alloy of steel and cast iron. It's impenetrable, even if we're talking about fire. Want to know where the fire came from? There are several possible reasons. One is that dry grass caught fire. Another is a short in a power line. A single spark is enough to set everything ablaze. Usually, a fire destroys the whole forest, leaving animals no chance of survival. But as I found out, people suffer no less, especially in the contamination zone of a nuclear power plant. If you liked the video, give it a thumbs up. Don't forget to subscribe to the channel if you haven't already done so, and click on the bell to be notified about new, interesting videos that are waiting for you ahead. The permafrost kingdom is as intriguing as space for researchers. It's melting rapidly, exposing its centuries-old secrets and dragging us even further into its depths. Anything could be hiding under the sparkling snow-covered cap of a glacier. Scientists ask, what secrets are hidden from us under the thick layer of ice? What if traces of ancient civilizations or unusual creatures are buried under the ice cap? Or maybe it's where deadly viruses or bacteria are hiding. Greenland opened the veil of secrecy at the end of 2019. A group of Japanese and Norwegian researchers reported that the second largest ice sheet is hiding an underground river with a length of about 1.6 thousand kilometers. That's 1,000 miles. The river was discovered using special radars that map the location of the under ice rocks. Sections of the flat bottom were located at a depth of 300 to 500 meters. That's 984 to 1,640 feet below sea level, and in some places dropped even below 3 kilometers. That's 1.9 miles. Based on these data, scientists have built a computer model of the under ice topography. If it's a river, then the source is located right in the center of the island, and its waters flow into the sea on the northern coast under the Petermann Fjord. Scientists nicknamed the mysterious body of water the Dark River, since most of it is completely hidden from sunlight. If it really exists, I wonder if the existence of life there is possible. Scientists will be able to answer this question in the coming years. In the meantime, Lake Vostok in Antarctica remains the most studied sub-ice body of water. The size of the lake is quite impressive. Lake Vostok covers an area of 15,700 square kilometers. That's 6,061 square miles. And its depth reaches 1,200 meters, or almost 4,000 feet. Ghost lakes don't freeze to the bottom due to energy from the rocky bottom and the pressure of ice layers. The air temperature above the surface of the lake can reach minus 89 degrees Celsius. That's minus 128 Fahrenheit. While the average water temperature doesn't go above minus 3 Celsius or 27 degrees Fahrenheit. It should be even warmer at greater depth, up to 10 degrees Celsius or 50 degrees Fahrenheit, due to possible hydrothermal spring activity. Sunlight does not reach to this depth. The pressure is up to 400 bar, and the organic carbon content is very low. However, there is an abundance of oxygen, 50 times more than in a typical body of water. Is life possible there? To answer this question, scientists had to drill through almost 4 kilometers or 2.5 miles of ice just to get to the lake itself. It was highly intensive work. A drill broke twice, and the research had to be suspended for 7 years to find a more advanced and safe drilling technology. The work, begun in 1989, was completed only after 24 years. All for one reason: life in the lake was finally found. We're talking about the bacteria Hydrogenophilus thermoluteolus DNA, which was discovered in ice samples in 2004. Surprisingly, this organism usually lives in hot springs. Its optimum temperature is between 50 to 52 degrees Celsius. That's 122 to 125 Fahrenheit. So how did it end up in an ice lake? Most likely, it came from the deep faults near the lake, where it's warm with low oxygen and high carbon dioxide levels. Seismic activity was also recorded in the vicinity of Lake Vostok, which could have lifted these bacteria from faults into the upper layers of the water. The scientific world was later shocked by a big discovery. In samples from Lake Vostok, American researchers found traces of the genetic material of bacteria often associated with marine mollusks, crustaceans, and even fish. So can an invisible lake really be hiding such a rich ecosystem? The unusual finds may only be traces of the lake's remembrance of ancient times, when it was filled with various forms of life. Or maybe these are just traces of contamination from the drilling process. Scientists have yet to answer this question. The latest set of samples was obtained from the lake in January 2015. After cleaning the samples, Russian scientists reported finding 49 DNA samples of different groups of bacteria, but only 2 of them caught the researchers' interest. One type of DNA turned out to be similar to the bacterium Xanthinobacterium sp. The other together belong to an unknown species and had less than 86% in common with the known living creatures of our planet. In 2018, a third possible inhabitant of Lake Vostok was found in old samples, representatives of the genus Lactobacillus. So far, there are more questions about this bacterium than answers. This microorganism feeds on organic matter, which is almost non-existent in the ice lake. Could the bacteria have risen to the surface from the depths? The debates about the relict lake discoveries continue, but one thing is clear: the water in the lake is not sterile and could be hiding many more of nature's mysteries. There will be a real breakthrough when a drill hits the bottom of the lake, where the water is warmer and richer in mineral nutrients. True, you'll have to wait until the invention of clean drilling technology, which will allow absolutely clean water samples without impurities. So, if there's still life in the Ghost Lake, then there's definitely a chance of finding its extraterrestrial form of life on the distant icy oceans of Enceladus, the satellite of Saturn, or Europa, the satellite of Jupiter. Should we open this ice Pandora's box? Indeed, some pretty harmful creatures may be hiding under the ice. History knows cases when hazardous bacteria and viruses woke up as ice melted. For example, in 2016, a 12-year-old boy died from anthrax in a remote part of the Russian tundra on the Yamal Peninsula. The diagnosis was confirmed in another 24 people. Animals were also affected. More than 2,000 deer died from a disease that hadn't been heard of in the region since 1941. Most likely, the spread of this dangerous disease started from the carcass of an animal, which was buried in frozen soil for many years. Hot air warmed the earth, and the bacteria that had been sleeping for over 75 years came to life. The outbreak was quickly suppressed, but scientists got seriously worried. Every year, the Earth heats up more and more, exposing layers of permafrost. In 2005, a group of American researchers managed to reconstruct the Spanish flu virus that killed between 50 to 100 million people in 1918. The viral genes were found in the tissues of a deceased woman who once lived in the Alaskan tundra. Tests performed on animals showed that the reconstituted virus spread in the body at lightning speed, inevitably leading to death. It was even possible to revive a previously unknown bacteria from permafrost, where it slept in a frozen pond in Alaska for about 32,000 years. The microbe Carnobacterium pleistocenium witnessed woolly mammoths roaming the earth during the Pleistocene. Waking up after a long sleep, the bacterium began to move as if nothing had happened. 2 years later, in 2007, scientists revived an 8 million year old bacteria. It was found deep under a glacier in the Beacon Valley and the Mullins Valley in Antarctica. Thanks to this discovery, scientists were able to establish a half-life of a genome in ice, which amounted to 1.1 million years. The latest find by a group of international virologists was made public in early 2020. Scientists investigated ice samples from 15,000 to 520,000 years ago, taken from the Tibetan Plateau in China. In the samples, they found DNA residues from 33 groups of viruses, 28 of which were previously unknown. Moreover, bacteria from two different layers of ice were very different from each other. Scientists have suggested that they were formed in completely different climatic periods. They have no doubt that this isn't an error. Virologists studied only clean ice, thoroughly cleansed of all contamination. It's too early to panic. The find is only of scientific interest. The DNA of viruses is not the virus itself, so it doesn't pose a threat to humans. If more than a dozen viruses were found in a small area of ice, then how many surprises could all the ice sheets of the Earth be concealing in an area of more than 50,000 square kilometers, or almost 20,000 square miles? Subglacial rivers and lakes, mysterious and unknown ecosystems, pathogenic viruses and bacteria. Maybe we shouldn't try to reveal all the centuries-old secrets that nature so carefully hides under the ice. Gradually, with climate change, the puzzles will clear up themselves, appearing on the surface of meltwater. What do you think? Write to us in the comments. Don't forget to like the video and subscribe to our channel. Learning about the most frightening finds of nature is not so scary together. Is there a place on Earth with more myths than the Bermuda Triangle, the most mysterious part of the ocean from where many don't return? It's a zone of anomalies, a hideout for aliens, various military experiments, a portal to another dimension. There are many different stories about the Bermuda Triangle, and most of them are very far from reality. But sometimes in the Triangle Zone, something happens that even causes skeptics to fall silent, because it's hard to argue with a living witness. But is it possible to believe their words? To finally understand the secrets of the Bermuda Triangle, I decided to conduct my own research. First, I want to briefly remind you what this abnormal zone is. The Bermuda Triangle is the name for the area in the Sargasso Sea, which can be outlined right with a triangle. At one corner is Miami, another the islands of Bermuda, and the third point is San Juan, Puerto Rico. However, though some people like to stretch the dangerous area in different directions, I'll stick to the generally accepted version. The surroundings of the Bermuda Triangle are constantly traveled. Various ships cross here, from cargo ships to cruise ships and pleasure boats, and airplanes constantly cross the sky over this triangle. But the bad reputation never fades. It all started with Flight 19. On December 5th, 1945, 5 American aircraft were on a training flight in the Bermuda Triangle area when they suddenly disappeared. All 14 pilots, as well as the 13 crew members of the aircraft that performed the search for the missing planes. And so far, no one has been able to determine the exact cause of what happened. So, the legend was born. A danger zone with an area of 1.3 million square kilometers, or roughly 500,000 square miles, which is also sometimes called the Devil's Triangle. After this incident, the number of references to the anomalous area began to grow. People remembered that sometimes some really strange things happen there. This mystery can even be traced back to the time of Christopher Columbus. Fans of mysticism claim that the famous explorer passing through this zone saw an incomprehensible object flying away into the sky, accompanied by a strange glow. Columbus also noticed that his compass behaved very strangely in this area. Does this mean that paranormal activity began in the Bermuda Triangle a very long time ago? If you believe the first story regarding unusual disappearances, then everything is much more serious than some may at first believe. One cargo ship and 3 aircraft, along with all passengers and crew, were lost in the Bermuda Triangle just during the period from 1945 to 1950. And this is not counting the case of Flight 19. In fact, there are many such examples. Incidents in the Bermuda Triangle even have their own Wikipedia page. The influence of the triangle even extends onto land. In 1969, two small lighthouses on the tiny island of Great Isaac Cay completely disappeared. Neither they nor the bodies of those involved were ever found. True, Tropical Storm Anna swept nearby during the same period. Are these events connected? I have no doubt. But the mystical events of the Bermuda Triangle are most certainly not always without witnesses. Along with more than 900 dead, there have been 19 survivors. I think most of them will not be able to tell us much of anything. Too much time has passed. But there's at least one person in the world who's ready to share information about this mysterious place. And this person is not just a theorist. He experienced abnormal activity himself and managed to survive. His name is Bruce Gernon. On December 4th, 1970, Bruce, along with his father and his business partner, took off from the island of Andros, heading for Miami Beach. It wasn't his first time making this flight, and everything went as usual. The trip should have taken about an hour and a half. Bruce was piloting a Beechcraft Bonanza light engine aircraft. Immediately after takeoff, he noticed a small cloud. The plane rose to an altitude of about 300 meters, or about 1,000 feet, and the cloud also rose with them. It grew literally before their eyes, but the aircraft managed to slip through it. After 10 minutes had passed, and at an altitude of 3,505 meters, or about 11,500 feet, another cloud appeared. It was so large that Bruce again had no choice but to fly directly into it. Everything around immediately turned black, although there was no rain. The pilot noted strange white flashes that were not like lightning. They were so bright that they lit up everything. After about half an hour, Bruce suddenly realized that this was the same cloud through which they'd flown earlier. It had the shape of a ring, a kind of giant donut-shaped cloud. Bruce saw no way to escape from the captivity of this strange cloud when suddenly he noticed a small clearance. This was his only chance. The hole looked like a tunnel just over 1.5 kilometers or 1 mile wide and about 16 kilometers or 10 miles long. At the very end of the tunnel, he could see blue sky. But as soon as the plane entered the tunnel sharply narrowed. The walls of the tunnel were curved and shrinking, continuously closing in. The whole of the interior was covered with small gray threads of clouds that spun counterclockwise right in front of and around the aircraft. The navigation instruments malfunctioned, spinning maniacally in the glass dials. Fortunately, Bruce managed to break out of this strange captivity. About 20 seconds passed, but at that moment, no one cared. The plane was enveloped in a strange fog. The pilot immediately contacted ground control to determine their location, but the dispatcher could not see the aircraft on radar. Is this possible? Theoretically, yes. Interference can affect radar instruments. But what happened next scared everyone, including Bruce himself. The dispatcher suddenly announced that the plane was already in the sky over Miami. Let me remind you, this flight usually takes about 75 minutes, but only 47 minutes had passed, a little more than half the time. Bruce's plane couldn't have accelerated to such a speed. The design of the aircraft simply didn't allow for such a thing. Gradually, the fog cleared and the pilot saw that he really was above Miami. Returning to the ground, Bruce checked the amount of fuel used and the clock. Everything looked as if the plane had suddenly teleported from one point in space to another by itself without the help of engines, as if the plane had gone through a portal. I agree, this all sounds completely unbelievable. However, the news of the strange journey quickly spread through the media, and later Bruce even published a book regarding his theory of what had happened on that fateful day. In his opinion, the electrically charged fog surrounding the plane was to blame for everything. Professor David Pears agrees with Bruce. The fog formed between two areas of lower and two areas of higher pressure over Florida. Usually, such zones create powerful thunderstorms, but it's not due to just this alone. The ionized air, which creates that eerie fog, also disabled the compass, according to the professor. But what about the appearance of the aircraft having somehow moved in space? This apparently can be explained by dark energy. This form of energy, existing so far only in theory, is responsible for the accelerated expansion of the universe. Some researchers believe that dark energy can be used to create a special engine, allowing us to travel huge distances in fractions of a second. Just like with Bruce's plane. This is a very complex hypothesis, which involves something like a curvature bubble that alters space and time. Generally speaking, to be kind, this is difficult to prove, at least for anything in the near given future. A much more interesting question is where the dark energy could have come from above the Bermuda Triangle. Any ideas? Of course, if you want, you can always come up with some explanation. And many mysterious disappearances in the Bermuda Triangle certainly have completely non-mysterious explanations. For example, ships and planes can fall victim to storms. Some eyewitness accounts are fictitious. Some details are embellished. Also, according to some, the number of ships and planes missing in the area is no more and no less than any other part of the world ocean. Statistically speaking, of course. But still, in the Bermuda Triangle, there is something strange, something fascinating, and something inexplicable. If you like the video, give it a thumbs up. Don't forget to subscribe to the channel if you haven't already done so. Click on the bell to receive notifications of new interesting videos that are waiting for you ahead. Our planet's atmosphere is very important. It's difficult to overestimate its significance. The atmosphere provides oxygen, makes life possible on Earth, protects against harmful cosmic radiation. It can handle even small asteroids. It's impossible to imagine how we could survive without it, but I decided to try. So let's say the universe failed. The atmosphere disappeared for 5 seconds. What would happen? Today, I'm going to show you what changes the planet would experience without the atmosphere and oxygen. A small spoiler. Don't think for a second that this could happen without consequence. Boiling oceans, destroyed buildings, extinction of birds and animals. Imagine a disaster movie. This is going to be even worse. First, let's define what the atmosphere is. This is the gas envelope of the planet. It consists of several layers that differ in density and properties. The history of the atmosphere began a long time ago. Initially, these were just light gases captured from interplanetary space. Volcanic activity, chemical reactions, ultraviolet radiation, and other factors gradually changed the atmosphere. They brought it to its present state. In fact, an Earth without an atmosphere is a realistic scenario. This could occur as a result of a strong impact from a meteorite. The gas molecules would gain enough speed to move beyond the gravitational pull of the planet, and some of the atmosphere would just blow out into space. To understand how important it is for the planet, just look at Mars. It lost most of its atmosphere about 4 billion years ago. Only a thin layer remains, and as such, Mars isn't a comfortable place to live. On Earth, too, too, there are examples of partial destruction of the atmosphere, ozone holes. These are weak areas of ozone concentration in the ozone layer. But even this change in the atmosphere has serious consequences. The flow of ultraviolet solar radiation increases, which leads to the development of cancer. Not to mention the negative impact on wild and domestic animals, crops, and the environment in general. But what happens if it's not just an ozone hole? Let's say that somewhere there's a huge toggle switch for controlling the atmosphere. And right now, it's been turned off for 5 seconds. First of all, it would be very quiet. An elastic medium is necessary for the propagation of sound waves. Without an atmosphere, the waves would simply have nowhere to move. That's why you can't hear anything when you're in space. Under such conditions, you'd be able to feel vibrations from the Earth's crust, but nothing more. If you just recently admired the pink sky at sunset, you can now forget about it. The sky will no longer have any shades other than black. For it to change color, you need an atmosphere. The sun's rays are dispersed through it, and without an atmosphere, there would no longer be a blue sky. Remember the pictures taken on the moon's surface? That's how it would look. But the sky and silence are the least of our problems. Everything that was in the air at the time of the shutdown of the atmosphere would fall to the ground. And I mean literally everything. Birds, planes, even insects. Without air, they simply wouldn't be able to fly. If a meteor hit the Earth at this moment, nothing would stop it. Do you think this sounds like the apocalypse? It is. All internal combustion engines would fail. Oceans, lakes, and rivers would also start behaving strangely. Without an atmosphere, the boiling point of water would drop significantly. This means that all of the water on Earth would instantly start boiling, which is about 71% of the planet. While the planet is boiling, let's see if we could survive on it. Well, it's going to be difficult. Without an atmosphere, all life on Earth would be in a vacuum. Some creatures could survive under such conditions. For example, tardigrades. But for most living things, even 5 seconds in a vacuum would be deathly torture. Can you imagine saliva boiling in your mouth? But the most important thing in this situation is to not hold your breath. Of course, when you run out of air, that's what you want to do. Holding your breath would cause your lungs to immediately burst and cause a quick and very painful death. If you exhaled, you'd stay alive for about 90 seconds. However, in 15 seconds, you would lose consciousness. But this isn't so important because the atmosphere would disappear for only 5 seconds, so you would soon come to your senses. Another serious problem is the sun's rays. The Earth's atmosphere protects us from dangerous ultraviolet radiation. Without such a shield, even sunscreen wouldn't save you. You may not get a fatal burn in 5 seconds, but it's unlikely you would remain healthy. The only way to avoid danger would be by staying on the dark side of the Earth during this time. But 5 seconds would pass. When the atmosphere returned, the planet wouldn't be the same. Over time, life on it could get better. But what if the atmosphere disappeared forever? Let's go back to the point where the seas and oceans were boiling. The water wouldn't boil completely. Even if the atmosphere disappeared for a long time, the consequences would be different. Eventually, the steam would be enough to stop the boiling, and all that's left would freeze. It would get really cold, about minus 18 degrees Celsius. That's about 0 degrees Fahrenheit. Water vapor from the oceans would act as a greenhouse gas, gradually increasing the temperature. Over time, this would lead to a rampant greenhouse effect, which in turn would make our planet more like Venus than Mars. Organisms that need air to breathe would die. Plants and land animals would die. Fish would die. Most aquatic organisms would also die. However, some bacteria would survive, so losing the atmosphere wouldn't kill all life on Earth. But what about people? As I said, if you didn't hold your breath, you could stay conscious for about 15 seconds. Even if you had an oxygen mask handy, it would be completely useless. While breathing, your body uses the pressure difference between the air in your lungs and the air outside. Without atmospheric pressure, you wouldn't be able to take a single breath. You could survive without the atmosphere, but you'd have to prepare for this in advance. For example, you could build radiation-shielded domes on the Earth's surface, or create a dome underwater. All this would help to protect you from harmful cosmic radiation and learn to survive under new conditions. Meanwhile, volcanoes and geothermal sources would emit carbon dioxide. Ultraviolet radiation would help form oxygen. Together, all of this would gradually create a new atmosphere. It would contain much less nitrogen. Its quantity could only be replenished by meteor impacts. In any case, it would take millions of years. What if the entire atmosphere didn't disappear, but only the oxygen by itself as a chemical element? It turns out that the consequences could be much worse than what I've already described. Even if the planet only existed for 5 seconds without it, almost every object we use daily would turn to dust. Oxygen is an important part of other compounds, such as water, quartz, and ozone. Humanity would lose cars, roads, homes, and even clothing. You could also say goodbye to every concrete building on the planet. The fact is that oxygen is an important binding component in concrete. The ozone would disappear, and along with it, the ozone layer. The sun would start frying the Earth. Without oxygen, all water would become gas and then evaporate into space. Even the Earth's crust would see its end because it's about 47% oxygen. But you wouldn't have to witness this apocalypse. Our cells, which contain a lot of water, would also turn into gas and evaporate. Humanity itself would become dust. 75% of the matter we're made of would break down. Only a trace of nitrogen, carbon, and phosphorus would remain. Perhaps Thanos from Marvel just eliminated all of the oxygen inside of everyone. The effect would be similar to this. If you like this video, give it a thumbs up. Don't forget to subscribe to the channel if you haven't already. Click on the bell to receive timely notifications of the release of new, interesting videos that are waiting for you ahead. Nuclear weapons are a terrible thing that can destroy anything in their path, but there's something much more powerful and deadly. I'm talking about antimatter, the most valuable substance in the world. A thimble of antimatter would be enough to blow up an entire city. In one of my videos, I already detonated an antimatter bomb on Earth, but that's not enough for me. Today, I want to detonate an antimatter bomb in space and see what happens. Will the Earth and other planets withstand such a blow? Today, a very risky experiment awaits us. You'll learn why it's so much more dangerous to detonate antimatter bombs in space than on Earth. I'm going to tell you about a secret space test created by people, and even bigger explosions created by the universe. Get ready. A giant information bomb is about to go off. So, what is antimatter? It's all quite simple and complicated at the same time. It's a substance consisting of antiparticles. These have an opposite electric charge from their corresponding common particles. The nuclei of their atoms consist of antiprotons and antineutrons. neutrons in their shells of positrons. In nature, antiparticles occur inside massive stars, near pulsars, in active galactic nuclei, and when cosmic rays collide with the Earth's atmosphere. There are other sources of antimatter, ones that are much closer to people. You'd be surprised, but bananas also produce antimatter. However, not much, just one positron. They can produce about one every 75 minutes, but the fact itself is striking. This is because bananas, like our body, contain a small amount of potassium-40. When a potassium isotope decays, a positron is born. As for scientists, they use colliders to produce antimatter. Antiparticles in a stable state have not yet been found in nature. The problem is that when a particle meets its counterpart, it produces a violent reaction. Mutual destruction occurs and a huge amount of energy is released along with it. I'm not exaggerating about the power of antimatter. See for yourself, if you took 1 kilogram, about 2 pounds of antimatter, and the same amount of matter, and combined them, you'd release as much energy as burning 30 million barrels of oil. I know, it's difficult to imagine such a number, so I'll give you an example. 1 barrel of oil produces enough gasoline to travel 1,685 kilometers, or 1,047 miles. With 30 million barrels, you could travel around the world more than 1 million times. But if this same amount of antimatter exploded, the consequences would be disastrous. The affected area would be 7,500 square kilometers, almost 3,000 square miles. That's bigger than 5 Los Angeleses and 1 New York City combined. If such a bomb exploded in the air, it would burn and kill thousands of people, damage and destroy buildings. Can you imagine the force of such a blow? To be honest, for me, it's difficult. Now, it's time to launch a rocket with an antimatter bomb into space. I suggest that we explode 4.5 kilograms, or almost 10 pounds of antimatter, and the same amount of matter. Why so much, you ask? I'll explain. The resulting explosion will be the equivalent in power to the eruption of the Krakatoa volcano. Almost 140 years have passed since that event. However, it's still one of the deadliest and most destructive explosions in the history of mankind. As a result of the eruption and the preceding tsunami, about 300 cities and settlements were severely damaged or destroyed. About 36,000 people were killed, and the sky around the Earth darkened for many years. While I'm telling you this, a rocket carrying an antimatter bomb has already separated its module from its payload system, and there's about to be an explosion. But something seems to have gone wrong. Sound waves don't propagate in a vacuum. Therefore, we wouldn't hear any sound. There'd be no shock wave. But an antimatter bomb exploded in space has far more serious and destructive consequences. The explosion would release intense gamma rays, and it would cause an electromagnetic pulse. This is a disturbance of the electromagnetic field. There would be enough nanoseconds for it to form around the epicenter of the explosion. Fortunately, this surge of energy wouldn't pose any danger to humans, but technology within a radius of more than 4,500 kilometers, almost 2,800 miles, would stop working. Currently, there are more than 2,500 different satellites in Earth's orbit, and even if the explosion disabled only some of the devices, our planet would descend into complete chaos. With the loss of satellites, telecommunication cables and both underground and underwater networks would be rendered useless. Millions of people would lose the ability to use use the internet, TV, and phones. The navigation satellite system would also disappear. This means that road accidents and plane crashes would probably become the norm around the world. Without GPS navigation, the transportation sector would collapse. Moreover, military powers around the world would also suffer greatly. Ground equipment, missiles, and drones would become a pile of useless metal without GPS. Without satellites, people would no longer be able to effectively monitor the weather. But the weather forecast is needed not only in case of rain. A number of countries, such as India, Pakistan, and Bangladesh, depend on such forecasting systems. Thanks to these, they know when to expect a natural disaster and prepare people for evacuation in advance. In addition, humanity would lose the ability to measure the thickness of the ozone layer, the level of carbon dioxide in the atmosphere, and the rate of glacial melting. People would essentially be forced to live and act blindly. It would take years to develop, build, and relaunch new satellites. But don't think that these consequences described are just my guesses. A mini version of this end of the world has happened before. For example, in 1962, at an altitude of 290 kilometers or 180 miles, a 300 kiloton nuclear charge in an MR-12 rocket was detonated. The operation was codenamed K-3. The electromagnetic pulse was so strong that it disabled all equipment within almost 2,000 kilometers or 1,243 miles. Even an underground power cable was damaged. There were short circuits in power lines and some wires fell to the ground. Because of this, fires started, including one at a power plant. A multi-kilometer or multi-mile telephone line stopped working. If the director of a new apocalyptic movie had been looking for a set for filming, the affected area would have been perfect. What would happen to the other planets in the solar system? I assure you, they'd be okay. As I've already mentioned, a bomb exploded in space would have no shock or sound waves. Given the vast distances separating the planets, this event would go virtually unnoticed. After all, it pales in comparison to the real explosions in the universe. For example, a comet can collide with a planet, causing an explosion of up to 6,000 gigatons of TNT. This was the amount of energy released when a comet collided with Jupiter in 1994. A bomb filled with 140 tons of antimatter could have produced an equivalent explosion. When a supernova explodes, the power is difficult to imagine. It's equal to the detonation of 550 octillion. That's 550 times 10 to the 27th power of the bombs dropped on Hiroshima. Fortunately, humanity is still far from creating weapons from antimatter. All that's been achieved so far is 19 nanograms of antiparticles. This isn't even enough to boil a cup of coffee. But even if scientists could create antimatter in large quantities, there'd be the question of transporting it. The moment antimatter touches ordinary matter, it spares nothing. We would need to improve the existing traps that store antimatter. So far, the record for holding antimatter is 16 minutes. Would you like to witness the explosion of a cosmic antimatter bomb? Let us know in the comments. Your like and subscription will charge me with fuel that's more powerful than any antiparticle. Until next time. The universe is full of mysterious objects. We don't know much about some of them. For example, neutron stars. The nearest one is so far away that it's difficult to study it. But let's say we were lucky. A neutron star moved and ended up next to our planet. did I say lucky? It's hard to call this lucky. Here's why. In today's video, I'm going to show you what a neutron star can do. What happens if it gets close to Earth? And at the same time, you'll learn a few more crazy scenarios for the end of the world. Crazy, but still feasible. Get ready. This is one of those riddle videos that makes you afraid of space. As usual, I'll give you a little theory first. To understand the danger of neutron stars, you need to get an idea of what they consist of and how they behave. A neutron star is a super dense star formed by a supernova explosion. It consists mainly of neutrons and is covered with a relatively thin shell on the outside. These are ordinary atomic nuclei and electrons, plus the atoms of iron and a very thin atmosphere. Neutron stars have a radius of about 10 kilometers or 6.2 miles and a mass of about 1.4 solar masses. In other words, they're small, very dense, and very heavy. Currently, there are about 2,000 known neutron stars called pulsars in the Milky Way and Magellanic Clouds. There should be about 1 billion neutron stars in total, but most of them are very old and cold. They have weak radiation, so they're difficult to detect even with the Hubble Space Telescope. The nearest neutron star to Earth has the complex name RX J1856.5-3754. It's located at a distance of about 400 light years away in the constellation of Corona Australis. To imagine how far away that is, imagine the distance from the Sun to Pluto. On average, that's 5.5 light hours. But let's imagine that a neutron star was approaching our planet. The probability of such an event is negligible. It's quite difficult to make accurate calculations. So, let's use our imagination and some well-known scientific data. Neutron stars can pose a serious threat due to their impressive mass. Entering the solar system, such a star could cause real chaos. All of the planets, including Earth, would fall out of their orbits. The same fate would await asteroids and other objects of the solar system. All of them could be pushed off somewhere beyond it or collide with one another. After a change in orbit, the Earth could end up outside the circumstellar habitable zone. The temperature would drop, and all water on the planet would freeze. This would lead to a new ice age, but this time, the conditions would be much more severe, and then there'd be the extinction of many terrestrial organisms, including the human race. But the Earth's orbit could shift in the opposite direction. The neutron star could push the Earth closer to the sun. This would spell the end of the world. Global warming, which would eventually turn into an all-out drought, destroyed crops, fires, dead animals, all of the melted glaciers, along with the oceans, would gradually evaporate. The speed of the disaster would depend on our proximity to the sun. Perhaps several generations of people would struggle through the changes, or maybe it would happen so quickly that the sun would simply scorch the Earth. Only the smallest dust and gases, or a lifeless ball, would remain. And don't forget about the asteroids. As I said, their position would also change. This means that they could then be heading towards our planet. Which apocalypse scenario do you like best? Ice, fire, or one involving thousands of celestial bodies? Imagine meteorites hitting the planet, destroying all life, provoking volcanic eruptions and giant tsunamis. The dinosaurs got off easy in their day. But these aren't all of the possibilities. Neutron stars have some of the strongest gravitational fields in the universe. Their gravity is strong enough to flatten almost everything on their surfaces. Some scientists even believe that if there was life on them, it would be two-dimensional. The magnetic field of a neutron star can be millions of times stronger than Earth's. If you were only 1,000 kilometers or 620 miles from such a star, your entire body would dissolve. The magnetic field would change its sequence of atoms. And if a neutron star came too close to our planet, it would cause spaghettification. This is what scientists call the strong vertical and horizontal stretching of objects. In other words, the star would stretch the Earth and the moon like spaghetti. It would then just swallow them up. This is usually what happens when an object comes in contact with a black hole. But a neutron star may well destroy planets in this way too. It would simply be impossible to survive under the conditions of spaghettification. If the neutron star didn't reach close enough, its gravity could still simply tear the Earth apart, or it could tear the atmosphere off our planet, causing all life to perish within minutes. However, even this isn't the main problem that could arise. Perhaps even more dangerous than its gravitational attraction would be the radiation of a neutron star's magnetic field. For example, a magnetar. Its magnetic field is 1,000 times stronger than that of normal pulsars. Sudden rearrangements of these fields can produce solar-like flashes, but much more powerful. Magnetic fields are associated with the crust of a neutron star. The crust is very hard and under tremendous gravitational pressure. If it cracks, something like a starquake occurs. A powerful flash of radiation occurs. Do you understand what this means? Here's a simple example. On December 27, 2004, scientists observed a giant gamma-ray flash from the SGR 1806-20 magnetar. This neutron star is about 50,000 light years away from Earth. In 0.2 seconds, the flash released as much energy as the sun produces in 300,000 years. In the gamma range, the explosion was brighter than a full moon. At night, ionization levels were equal to that of the daytime. This burst is considered the largest in the galaxy after the supernova SN 1604 explosion. If this neutron star was closer to the Earth, for example, just 10 light years away, there would have been a catastrophe. Such a surge could completely destroy the ozone layer of our planet. It's believed that it would be equal in power to a nuclear explosion of 12 kilotons. Now, imagine that something similar happened to a neutron star located within the solar system, very close. The Earth would be finished, and with it, the rest of the planets. However, it's unlikely that we would have a chance to even notice it. In fact, much depends on the mass of a particular neutron star. If it were relatively small, the solar system would get off easily. The more impressive the star, the more serious its impact. For example, a really heavy neutron star could absorb not only the planets, but also the sun. But it could also do something else. There's the possibility that the neutron star would merge with our sun. They would then form a binary star. This isn't an equal union. The star would pull gas away from the sun. The sun would turn into a donor star. It's difficult to say how this would threaten the Earth. We don't know much about binary stars. Most likely, the sun and the neutron star together would make the climate hotter. Perhaps they would shine upon the Earth from both sides at the same time, so we wouldn't have night. Don't forget about double doses of UV radiation and solar flares. It would be difficult to live in such conditions. The appearance of the sky would change. No more yellow ball of light overhead. But perhaps there would be dual sunsets. If you like this video, give it a thumbs up. Don't forget to subscribe to the channel if you haven't already. Click on the bell to receive timely notifications of the release of new interesting videos that are waiting for you ahead. Have you ever wondered how big and powerful a rocket could be? Everyone knows that they are, in principle, huge devices. But what about their details? I decided to compare a few of them, and it turned out to be pretty interesting. So, get ready for the countdown. Today, a series of rocket launches is expected on the Riddle Channel.
Ignition.
It's worth saying that many rockets are different. Among them are disposable and reusable, launch vehicles, guided and unmanned. The history of modern rocket science began back in the 1920s, and prototypes of such devices were described by the ancient Greeks. Of course, we're talking about primitive constructions. Back then, people didn't even dream about the technologies that are available to us today. However, I suggest you see for yourself what our ancestors would be so surprised at. So, I'll start with Black Arrow. Being the first and only British three-stage launch vehicle, it had a length of only 13 meters, or 42.6 feet, and a launch mass of about 18 tons. Black Arrow was created to deliver a payload weighing up to 100 kilograms, or 220 pounds, into low Earth orbit. It's hard to imagine that such a crumb could even lift anything at all. The length of this rocket can be compared to the height of a 4 to 5 story building. Nonetheless, it still managed to do something useful. In 1971, the rocket delivered the Prospero satellite into space. Next, I'll talk about something more famous. The Falcon 1 is the first private liquid-propelled carrier rocket ever to deliver cargo to low Earth orbit, measuring 21 meters, or 69 feet in length, and 1.7 meters, or 5.5 feet in diameter. It could lift 180 kilograms, or 397 pounds of payload. Despite these rather serious parameters, its length still doesn't even compare to the height of an ordinary coconut tree. But the further, the taller. Sputnik is the first rocket in history to reach the first space velocity, 7.91 kilometers, or 4.9 miles per second. Having launched artificial Earth satellites into orbit, it became the basis for a whole family of launch vehicles. With a length of 30 meters, or 98.4 feet, it could be compared to the height of the statue of Christ the Redeemer in Rio de Janeiro, without the pedestal. But today, Sputnik is no longer in use. So just imagine these two objects side by side. The next launch vehicle, called Vostok, is not just another launch vehicle. On April 12, 1961, it lifted the first Vostok 1 manned spacecraft into Earth orbit. And with it, Yuri Gagarin, the first person in the world who managed to visit space. But what about the size of this rocket? A length of 38.2 meters, or 125 feet, may already seem rather long, but it depends on what you compare it to. For example, the suspension towers of the Brooklyn Bridge are 85 meters, or 278 feet tall. Even if you took two Vostok rockets and put them on top of each other, they still wouldn't reach the top of the structure. But two Indian PSLV launch vehicles with a length of 44 meters, or 144 feet each, certainly would. This unit is unique in its own way because it's a 4-stage rocket. It has launched 50 times. 47 of them were successful, and in only 3 cases were there problems. Pretty nice work for this device, which has been in operation since 1993 and is still in use. But what has the PSLV been delivering to space all this time? Mostly various satellites. Adding 12 meters, or 40 feet, to the length of this rocket, we get the Space Shuttle at 56 meters, or 184 feet. This is almost 4 times the size of the Black Arrow, which I spoke about at the very beginning. However, this device isn't a typical rocket. I'm talking about a reusable spacecraft, which during its work managed to make 133 successful launches. This space shuttle is a real heavyweight. Its starting mass is 2,030 tons. On board, it can carry up to 27.5 tons of payload. It's difficult to imagine how much it was able to deliver into orbit over 30 years of work. The Atlas V 5 rocket is a little longer, 58.3 meters or 191 feet. This one-time, two-stage launch vehicle is manufactured in the United States and may have several different configurations. Depending on the version, the launch cost can also be determined from between $110 to $235 million. To make it clear how much this is, here's a comparison. It's even more expensive than launching the Falcon Heavy from SpaceX. But surely Atlas V can bring us many benefits. In a low Earth orbit, it can lift up to 18.8 tons of cargo. I think it's time to move on to something more serious, to something taller, more powerful, and heavier. Despite the fact that the Energia rocket had a length of only 58.7 meters or 192.6 feet, scientists had high hopes for it. This Soviet super heavy class carrier rocket was created to send up to 200 tons of cargo into the Earth's orbit. The plans for it also included sending cargo to the moon and even to the planets of the solar system. And if the Megalodon was still in existence, this rocket would have been capable of delivering 6 medium-sized specimens weighing 33 tons each into space. However, dreams rarely come true. Energia was launched only 2 times, after which the program was closed. Now, it's time to talk about the Falcon Heavy, which is significantly different in size from the other rockets from today's video. With a length of 70 meters or 230 feet, this heavy launch vehicle can lift 63.8 tons of payload on board. But this is only within Earth's orbit. There's a chance that the Falcon Heavy will travel to Mars in a couple of years. On this journey, it'll be able to carry 16.8 tons of cargo. But that's not all. According to some reports, this rocket could even go to Pluto. But for this trip, there aren't any specifics except for the calculated payload. It'll be 3.5 tons. The Delta IV Heavy is slightly inferior in performance to the Falcon Heavy, but it beats it in length, which is 72 meters or 236 feet. It can be compared to one of the highest Buddha statues in the world, which is located in China. In 2004, the Delta IV Heavy was first launched into space and is still operational today. The cost of one launch is estimated at an incredible $350 million. But if you look at it from the other side, it's all quite logical. It makes sense for such a big rocket to cost a lot of money. And the Soviet rocket N-1 could compete with it. At a height of 105.3 meters or 345 feet, it could lift 95 tons of payload into Earth's orbit. But all 4 launches didn't go according to plan. There were problems at the first stage of operation. The program for creating and launching rockets was strictly classified, and only in 1989 were we able to learn anything about it. So since I can't evaluate this rocket in action, I'll compare it with a couple of objects here on Earth. So 3 N1s stacked on top of each other would be a little shorter than the Eiffel Tower. But one such rocket is a little taller than Big Ben, which stands at 96 meters or 315 feet. N1 had every chance of becoming the longest rocket ever created, but neither it nor any other rocket can compare with the Saturn V. First of all, it was this super heavy launch vehicle that was used to make the moon landing a reality. To date, the Saturn V is the most powerful, most lifting, and largest rocket of all created by mankind. With a length of 110.6 meters or 363 feet and a diameter of about 10 meters or 33 feet, it was able to lift 141 tons of cargo on board. What could possibly weigh so much? For example, the Apollo spacecraft and the third stage of the carrier with its remaining fuel. It was these devices that in